Hey y'all, what's going on? Happy Wednesday. Let's talk. Look, I didn't get a chance to talk yesterday, but we have got to discuss what's been said, what is going on, and I would personally like to know what Bravo and NBC Universal plan to do, because this conversation, and I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to watch this interview with Chris Bassett and DJ Richie Sky. Shout out to DJ Richie Sky for conducting an excellent interview, much better, might I add, than the one that took place over with Bravo Brothers podcast on YouTube, because, you know, Richie got him to give up some more stuff. So we got to talk about what was said. Let me holler at everybody real quick. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, that's sending love to Queen Mermaid. Said, you the MVP, sis. Have no clue how you light my spirit. So unexpected. Thank you so much, sister. I love you. Oh, that was so sweet. I love when the sisters love on each other. That is amazing. So let me greet you guys, because we got to talk. Oh, no. This cannot go unmentioned, honey. And we got to celebrate Fly Gray Streak's birthday. Happy birthday to that sister. I did pin that to the top of the chat. Y'all know how we do around here. That them twos and fews. It ain't got to be a lot, but try and show love. That is a very supportive and loving sister. And y'all know that little Cash App is the royal family's version of pinning that good dollar to your blouse. Okay? So let me greet everybody and let's get this conversation on the road, because it's got to happen. Katrina Taylor, how you doing, girl? Dana Cutler, Miss Steelers Nation is in the house. Kim Bird, how you doing, Ladybug? How you feeling? Ashley is here. Hey, niece. All right, Yvette is here all the way from the UK. Y'all know what time it is. Glad to see you, sis. Queen Mermaid is in the house. I know that's right. Got my sis up in here, my right arm. Cheryl, you made it. All right. Alita, hey, sissy, love you. God's anointed daughter is here. Nacho Twins mama. Hello, pretty lady. Good to see you. The beautiful Bianca Edwards is in the house. That's right, y'all. She said hit that like button. Get your drinks ready. Get comfortable, honey. Loosen the bra straps and the wig straps. Even if that wig comes with a chin strap, loosen that one too. Golden Life, how you doing? It's always so good to see you. What up, Black? Targaryen. I'm always worried I'm gonna mess up that last name, so I hope you don't mind me saying what's up, Black, because I love saying that anyway. Good to see you. Vanessa Comagate, hey, pretty lady, what's happening? Girl, we got to talk about it, honey. Bravo and their hypocrisy. I want to know if y'all believe what was said, but we got to discuss it. We can't let them go. No. Hey, Lala. How you doing? High Vibe is in the house. Okay. Who else we got up in here? Ooh, child. It is hot in Houston. It's hot over here. Yolanda Franklin. Hey, lady. How you doing? Good to see you. Y'all, it's Miss Sparkle, our resident Mary Kay lady. Listen, I got my lip glosses and my lipstick. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all better get that evening plum lip gloss from Miss Sparkle from Mary Kay. It is lit. It's going to take you all the way back to the fashion fair days. Thank me later. I'm just telling you. Hey, DV, how you doing? Miss Kaiser Sose is in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, my sis is here. I love her so much. Marilyn McGowan, what up, sis? Good to see you. I love you. That's a hard-working lady, y'all. Lena Pretty Brown Eyes, how you doing, lady? Good to see you. DS is in the house. Tiffany Jackson, welcome. Another beautiful lady. I told you all the pretty girls find their way to the porch. I just don't know what it is. We must have a pretty magnet. Cool gamer, how you doing? Good to see you. There's my sis, Dr. J 1913. Hello, beautiful lady. Don D, how are you? Shani, how you doing? Happy to be happy. We glad you made it, girl. You slid on in the door. Hey, Star. How you doing? Good to see you. I know that's right. I'm glad it's over too. I'm glad it's over too. I ain't gonna start singing. I can't even really promise that, but I'm gonna try not to. Melanie, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, dear. Welcome to the porch. We got to talk about these people, honey, because some lying done went on. Now I don't know who lying, and I'm gonna let y'all be the judge. But we got to break this thing down. M Hall, hello, beautiful. How are you? All right. Alita, y'all cold and rainy. We could use some of that over here. We could use some of that over here. I wouldn't be mad at a little cold and rainy. I would take a little cold and rainy. All right. You say y'all drowning in snow and cold. They call the National Guard because we are never prepared. I know that's right, honey. That's the American way. Never prepared, and it's always a crisis. Ain't we proud to be Americans? Anyway, so listen. So first off, let's do the light stuff first. Now, I know y'all saw that there was rumors going around that little Robert had been demoted. Now, I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true. I don't. Happy 15-month anniversary to Dana Cutler. We so glad that we had you for 15 whole months. It feels like longer than that. You've been family so long, and we love you. Debbie Garcia is in the house. You know, once the Debs show up, we can start talking about housewives. So they had the rumor out, y'all, saying that little Robert is supposed to be demoted. I feel like that's somebody's wishful thinking. Well, let me see if I can pull it up. Hey, that killed Marie, though. That killed Mary Lee, though. All right. How you doing? It's good to see you. Your name always get me tongue-tied. It does. It does. So let me see if I can get it pulled up because it has been a topic of conversation. Everybody's been talking about it today. So I want to get y'all's opinion on what's being said. Because and this is just a blog. This is somebody saying that it's a rumor. I don't know that it was a rumor. As far as we know, it could have been something this person just wrote. I don't know that I believe that. Not deported, demoted. I wish she was deported. That would be great, but I think that thing is homegrown. You say Rottweiler needs to be giving her barking papers. I'm through. I'm so through. I don't believe it because the last rumor said Rob was fired. Yeah, I don't believe the rumors. I don't. Oh, no. Your birthday was yesterday. Queen Mermaid, can you help me? Dana, what's your Cash App? Help, please. Help me, please. Put your Cash App in the chat, Dana, so we can post y'all together. I'm so sorry. Did you turn in your birthday? Is that what happened? Did you not turn in your birthday? Because I don't remember you turning it in. But please put your info in there so we can get that recorded. Rochelle, hey sis. Tiffany, GT, hello. Sharon Fona, she done slid through. Okay, you missed us. Where you been? Hey, Debbie Parnell. I told y'all when the Debbies start showing up, that means we can talk about housewives. Until the Debbies show up, that ain't how it go. You did? What happened? Put your Cash App in the chat, sis. Please, if you don't mind. Because I don't know what happened and I don't know why we wouldn't have had it. But please understand it was a mistake. And we love you too much. And we wouldn't make a mistake like that on purpose. So please put your Cash App in the chat. Queen Mermaid, are you there? Can you grab it? Please. If not, one of the other ladies, if y'all can grab it and text it to me, that would be great too. If Queen Mermaid is not there. Okay. Hey, Miss Gardner, how you doing? All right. So let me get this article because I just want to give everybody their fair shake. Their fair shake. And then we got to discuss this Ashley situation with this stupid fan. Because that fan situation called that fan, her and that little techie, sad little cheap looking fan then caused the situation too. And we got to discuss that as well. Oh my God, the mess just keeps on rolling. The mess just keeps on rolling. Salem 64. All right. Thank you. Y'all give me 1 second. Let me correct this. Y'all give me 1 second. 1 second. I know I'm holding things up a little bit, but this kind of stuff is important to me. So y'all please bear with me with stuff like this. It's really important to me that we don't miss anybody's birthday. If I have a way to fix it, I'm gonna fix it. Okay. Hold on. One quick second, guys. Sorry about that. All right. So that pin message has been amended to include our dear sister Dana Cutler as well. So y'all please, same thing, nothing's changed. Please show some love to both of those beautiful ladies for their birthday. Happy birthday to the two of you. We love you guys. Many more to come, okay? So back to this situation. So this person who put this story out, they're saying that they heard a rumor. Now y'all know how I am about this. I heard a rumor stuff because we don't know whether you heard a rumor or whether you walked into your bathroom, looked in the mirror, and told yourself. Now that's what we don't know. Hey, and again, okay, but I'm trying to tell you, I don't necessarily believe it. Like I can't tell y'all what to believe, but this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying. Okay, here it is. All right. This person, I don't know his name actually. Let me see if I can get the whole thing. I don't know who started this rumor. It's just a rumor that's floating online. Some people are saying they want it to be true. I personally do not believe that this is true at all. I think this is somebody who is wishing and hoping for one, if they do bring Jacqueline back, Tacky Jackie, as I call her, I'm thinking they're probably still going to bring Tacky Jackie back as a friend of the show. And I don't know that I believe Robert has been demoted. I feel like if they don't fire Robert, they're going to leave Robert in that same spot. Mm-mm. I don't think I believe it. I don't. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, we got some more stuff we got to talk about. Y'all, I was looking for one piece of dirt and ran into something else. So, like I said, that I just mentioned on the fly because I don't think it's any truth to it, to be honest. But the rumor was that Robert was supposed to be demoted and Jacqueline is supposed to be made a full-time cast member. I don't believe it. Okay. But yeah, I don't believe that at all. But now let's talk about what I did just find. And I don't know whether you all saw this. Um, that's right. Tell them, Tiffany, hit that like button. She say that's the doorbell. Yeah, I don't believe it. So that's that on that. I just had to mention it because it was out there and everybody's talking about it. I just, again, personally, I don't believe it. So Katie doggone roast. Y'all, Katie roast is doing the most. Katie roast is doing the most. So Katie roast posted a text thread between her and Karen Huger. Now this was posted today at 3:15 p.m. And it's supposed to where she had texted Karen and she said, "Hey Jay Delaray, hey nephew, what's up, King Sankar? All right, yeah, she did. Hey Karen Denby, say not too early for contracts, right? I don't think it is. Like we've heard so many rumors about contracts and who was fired and who was demoted. I would just like for the truth to finally come out so we can be done with it. Okay? You say Katie need to take a sabbatical. She might. I'm gonna post this one on the community wall. Matter of fact, real quick. So that way, those of you who want to see it, you could just slide over to that community wall and take a little peek. But I'm going to read the part that she did Indeed post because this is interesting to me. Maybe it shouldn't be, but it is. No apologies here. So she cut off part of what she said to Karen. But what we see is whatever. But if it's not, I'm just saying she's a snake for real, desperate and snake-like, not friend in my experience, sending love from Katie. This was back in January. So on January 30th, the day before my birthday, Karen Huger responded and said, Katie, thank you for sharing. I hope all is well with you. And know that I know she is a snake, and that's why I don't F with her. I'm so sorry she betrayed you, but everything she's saying about me ever is, I guess, supposed to be is a lie. So my attorneys are watching this matter very closely. I'm still winning, and so she is. And she is so she is. I guess she is how she is. I don't know what that meant. But I will never be friends with her. I will never be friends with her on my phone near me. Thank you for the love and support. She then responds, absolutely. I was really disgusted by the clip I saw. Horrible, horrible, and obvious lies. I know you're all good. Best K. So I don't know what the point of that was. I guess just to say, because she posted it with the caption, "How you doing?" at Sharice Jordan, and then under that she wrote in a comment, she says, "I'm not bitter. I'm just saying." So I don't know what's going on. She feels some. Hey, Auntie Eva. Hey, Iman. Apparently, she feels some type of way about the fact that she was so proud of the love that her and Sharice. I'm still trying to figure out how you proud of the love you made. Lord have mercy. I'm still stuck on that one, y'all. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Well, I heard that, Iman, but now we're not hearing no confirmation on who got one and who didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know they go out, but they claimed the first report that we got was that all contracts went out except one. And I don't know who the one was. I don't know who the one was, whether it was the one Sharice was the one. Like, does that even include the friends? Like, who was the one that did not get the contract? We don't know. And now rumors are surfacing again, and it's all over the internet. And I just don't know if there's any truth to it. That's my issue. We don't know if there's any truth to it. So I had to mention it just because it is gossip at the moment. However, I don't believe it. I don't know, but Katie has been spilling a lot. That's what I'm gonna say. Katie has been spilling a lot. I don't know how she went from being proud of the love that her and Sharice made to now she's telling everything and saying she's not bitter. She's just saying. But I mean, if you're not bitter and you just saying, what exactly are you saying, Katie? What you want us to know? Just come on out and come on with it. Dr. J says she hope Ashley is the one gone. Oh, wow. Ashley, girl, they want you up out of here. Okay. Jay says she wanted to be Robert. I wanted to be Robert too, because if not, then I need them to give Kenya Moore back her money. They cost that sister an entire season of filming for no other reason than them claiming that she did something off camera and it was supposed to be for the viewers and blah, blah, blah. This lady did the exact same thing, and then she upped the ante by spilling it on her private podcast and putting the rest behind a paywall for $5 a pop. Okay, so yes, that needs to be handled. That needs to be handled. And if they don't, then we need Kenya Moore to be paid. That's all I'm saying. I need Kenya Moore paid. I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from with that. That's not fair, because the only difference between Kenya Moore and Robert Dixon is skin tone. Because Kenya actually works for her check, whether we like her or don't. A lot of us do not. I know I'm one of the ones who do not. But she works for her check, and she did not do as much as Robert did in concealing the truth and helping to set up and stage false storylines for other cast members. So no, I need something to happen. Fair is fair and right is right. And that ain't right. No more. Yeah, please, no more, Sharice. Please, God, no more. Yolanda saying, yeah, Sharice was coming for Karen Hart this past season. Yeah, just running after the lady, just spitting out accusations. She did everything but saying that Karen has shrunken heads in her deep freezer. It says, I think they might make Robyn a friend. Well, the rumor is that she's been demoted to friend, but we don't know if it's true. I don't know. I don't believe it. I'm going to just tell you, I don't believe that's true. It could be. If y'all believe it, that's cool. Like, I'm not mad at that at all. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. So I wondered, did Big Reese promise her something and couldn't pull it off? Like, get her back on the show. It could have been that. Or maybe she thought Sharice really liked her and found out she didn't. I don't know what happened, but something happened to where Katie is pissed and spilling. She mad and she talking. Get a grocery bag real quick. Yeah, she really talking. So I don't know. Personally, I don't know. I can say that I do not trust Bravo to do the right thing. So I don't know. That's just kind of where that is. I ain't really got a lot for that rumor. Right. I'm not a Kenya fan either, but I feel like let's do right, because y'all did what y'all did, not based on her character. It's clear that you did what you did because she's a Black woman. And I take issue with that. I take issue with that. Right, Yolanda. More than one of them needs to go. More than one definitely needs to go. But we see how Bravo is moving, and I feel like they're making it clear that they don't want to do anything. I think they were hoping that the press package they gave Robert would be enough to cool everybody off and have people feeling like, oh yeah, we need her back next season so they can hold her accountable. No, we don't want to hold her accountable. It's too late for her to try to talk. It's too late for her to share her life. We've given her 7 seasons to share her life. This heifer has shared nothing. No, she needs to go. Period. Why they think we need to wait all this extra time is basically, like, to me, it's a stalling tactic. They're stalling to see if they can change the opinion of the public. That is all I'm getting from this. They're waiting to see if the public opinion of her will change or if people will cool off and just forget. And I don't think that's working, because from what I'm seeing on social media, people are still dragging her and have not lit up yet. Take them, come back. They have not lit up yet. Hey, LEL. Okay, so say the lies need to stop, though. This is beyond a scripted show. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, this isn't scripted. This is just lies. At this point, we're just blatantly lying. Blatant lies for no reason, too. When you could just, like, it would be easier to just show your life than to be making up all these stories. Okay. Hey, Allie from Miami. Hey, Angel. Shani say Katie probably mad because she feels like she could do a better job than half of them chicks up there. And I agree, she can do a better job. It's true. That's very true. She can. Hey, Bitter T. Say we don't like her. Talking about on Sharice or Robert, because we know we don't like Robert. High Vibe say Potomac needs a 2-for-1 like Marriage and Medicine. They need one person with a real life and big personality to breathe life into this cast. That's true. That's true. Now, if I had my way in a perfect world, and we know the world is not perfect, so don't y'all come after me. This is just me, like, saying what would be like uber entertaining. Would have been if Portia and Simon bought a house in the DMV and Portia Williams joined that cast. That would have been entertaining all day. Hey, Sasha Ellis. That would have taken me all the way out. All the way out. There would have been nothing left for me to do but watch and scream at the TV. That you know what I'm saying? Like, not that exact thing could ever happen, but we need a shakeup on that level. We need that level of a shakeup to save RHOP, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. But in my opinion, we need a shakeup that's that bad. Bitter T says, I'd rather pluck out all 10 of my toenails one by one than watch Robert another season. Baby, that's commitment. Now that is commitment. Ashley, you just hit that community tab. I told you I was going to post it. I told you I was going to post it. I wasn't bluffing. So listen, we also, just hang out for a moment. We also need to discuss this situation with Candace and the fans and the Darby's Barbie bullcrap she got on them. Like, listen, if anybody left who still believes that these people are getting a divorce, I just need y'all to explain to me how you still believe this at this point. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, beautiful people. I like your name. Anybody who still believe Ashley and this man is getting a divorce, please just explain to me how you still manage to believe that at this juncture. I would just like to know, how do you still come up with that at this juncture? Like, I'm not sure what else this girl needs to do to let y'all know that this was just a storyline. It was a game. She's literally playing with y'all. She's literally playing with y'all. So for those of you who have not seen, Ashley Darby is now selling fans. Yes, you heard me. The fans that the girls, spank and fan out and fan as though they have caught hot flashes. I know that's what I use my fans for. Maybe I'm projecting. Hey, Jenna Harris. But when she posted this, it became a little bit of a thing because Chris Bassett, who has been very active on Twitter lately, and I'm not even mad at Chris. I don't like Chris like that, but I'm not even mad at Chris for this one. I'm not. Because, and I'm telling y'all why. The way these people have been going after that man's wife, going after him, and everything else, I feel like he has every right to be doing his press tour. And it appears that he's doing a full-blown press tour, complete with tour dates and interview dates and everything. And I'm like, all right, Chris, go for it. Because in reality, if they had left that man's name out of stuff, had been lying on him, he would not be getting this much attention. If we're being honest. Even if he sat on there all day talking, I don't think that many people would be paying attention. They literally gave him the platform that they're angry that he has. If that makes sense, right? So they posted the fans, y'all. Chris Bassett said, and I quote, you know what? I'm going to screenshot this too. Oh, I think I did. Oh no, I just screenshotted her with the stupid fan. And I don't want to post what he said because he got curse words in it. But he said, I think it's effing hilarious that she was just on TV talking about Candace, how Candace is jealous of her, yet you're selling fans now that Candace has been selling for months. So Chris came straight online on Twitter, y'all, to point out that you say my wife is jealous of you, but you copying her. She been selling fans for months, and now all of a sudden you magically want to sell fans. So one side of the fan says coochie craving, which is really just crass and tacky. But we all know she's a lot lizard and a little bit of a barfly, as evidenced by her behavior and her clothing. But the other side, she got Darby's Barbie. Now, for those of y'all who remember, when she was on the reunion, I think it was last year, was it? She sat there and she's telling Andy, oh, Michael calls me Darby's Barbie. Now, all of a sudden, your fan, you coming out selling fans months out on the heels of Candace, who is selling fans. I doubt Ashley ever thought about selling a fan. We ain't never seen Ashley hold a fan. And even in her ad, she's holding it really awkward. She looks weird. But on your fan, you calling yourself Darby's Barbie. And it's like, girl, first of all, you trying to bite off of Candace. And I feel like she's also trying to bite off of the Grand Dame because Karen has the La Dames. And it looks like Ashley wants to have the Barbies, like Darby's Barbies. She better be careful, though, because them Nicki Minaj fans, them Barbs, are real silly. And if they start feeling like she's trying to steal something or bite something off of Nicki Minaj, they will come after her and her forehead, and it won't be pretty. I'm just saying. But how anybody can look at that and still be like, oh, yeah, they getting a divorce. She's still calling herself the pet name that she claimed this man gave her. Now, I'm not the smartest woman in the world, but I know that don't make no sense. If I'm wrong, y'all let me know. But to me, it don't make no sense. Shut the window. It don't to me. Vanessa say, okay, Ashley, you real corny girl. Extremely corny. Extremely. A full-grown woman talking about coochie craving. Ugh. Jenna Harris say, guess she not getting a divorce if she gonna be her ex's Barbie. That's what I'm saying. But everybody, tried to tell me I was crazy because I can see straight. And I'm not goofy. And I'm not fooled easily. Pick that bottle up. I'm not fooled easily at all. I'm always looking for the other side of the coin, and here we go. Bitter T say Ashley and Michael are cut from the same cloth, moldy, mildewy, and messy. I know that's right. Yep, girl, they will chew her up raw. Say Darby got Barbie and Barbies and Kens too. Yeah, but she says she the Barbie girl. She says she's still the Barbie. She's his Barbie. Karen Ashby say Ashley needs the money. She's stealing ideas from any and everybody. Child, I better hush before she mess around and get her own front porch. Angel say, poor Ashley, she just trying to gather up some money for a 12-pack of Corona. Child, she up there laying up with the men. She better let one of the men buy her a 12-pack of Corona. DT say, hey, Seanitra and Royal family, hope all is well. Please make sure you like this video as you sit down on the porch. You heard him. Like this video. Hey, Ace. How you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome. Dana say, I would cut off both my hands before I buy one of them fans. Girl, I would die slowly from a hot flash before I'd use one of them fans. I would use it if you gave it to me free. DS say, Ashley need to stick to what she know, gold digging. Baby, she don't know gold digging too well if y'all believe this story she telling. I'm just saying. Lord, Yolanda Franklin, go to the corner and reflect for 45 seconds. This girl said, crocodile coochie. Have mercy, God. Deborah Randall, how you doing, girl? High Vibe says, so Darby's Barbies are her stands. Whack, wacky, wiggity whack. I know that's right, because it's just so funny. It's like literally Andy was pressed. Robert and Rings were pressed. Apparently, Ashley didn't say that at the reunion or during the show, but she was pressed too. Because now all of a sudden, she trying to name her stands. Girl, all 12 of them. All 12 of them, Ashley. All 12. Say, I never believed they was getting a divorce. She can't even say it with a straight face. She can't. But girl, you know, people was believing that mess and was like ready to argue people down over it. It's like, I told y'all, like you, oh my God, I'm sorry. My mama didn't drink corn liquor and I didn't eat no lead paint chips. I'm just not falling for it. Right, Debbie. Says Juan to Barbie too. Child, Juan don't go with that man. Juan got women. Juan say he got hoes in different area codes, okay? Juan on his ludicrous vibe. He say he got hoes in different area codes. Okay, Andrew Barb, I'm glad you caught the live. But I just felt like maybe y'all should know. You know, ain't that what Kelly Price say? Something that you must know. Here is something that you must know. Okay, Gossip News and True Crime Network said, I need TikTok to ban Ashley. She has blinded me with her horrible dancing. You shouldn't have been looking, fam. Don't look. Deborah say, remember her trying to squeeze out a tear when she was talking to her uncle? Yes, I remember that. She couldn't even get a vapor to come out. Not even steam. Nothing. Not even condensation. Tiffany GT say, nah, she need another lesson on gold digging. Sure do. I don't know who gonna teach her because the show ain't. I will say this: Sister Underbridge won't be teaching her, but somebody does need to teach her how to gold dig, because clearly this ain't how you do it. Don D say, I'm with you. I believe they were getting divorced just as much as I believe Juan and Rob in a relationship this whole 7 seasons. Right, exactly. Hey, Maybelline. Jenna say it's been giving fake the whole season, especially when she pretended to be upset about him at the strip club. Right, talking about, I mean, like, don't just tell me one thing and do something else. Girl, you wasn't upset because you know. Hey, Nicaise, we love you right back, girl. So I was bored. Chris has been on YouTube. Gizelle is annoying as hell. Well, let's talk about Chris, shall we? Because we done been on here for a minute. Now let's get to why I'm really here. This interview that he had with DJ Richie Sky. Look, girl, bring me a cold water, please. Thank you. Because I'm going to need some cold water to get past this. Hey, MJ. How you doing, boo? Dr. J say her uncle knows where and how Michael gets his money from. I mean, yeah, he know, but that don't help him none. That's why him and Sister Underbridge started salivating when they thought it might be a divorce. Because they was like, finally, we get some of this man's money. DT, thank you for the super chat. Say Pennywise should call her non-existent fan base the placenta coochie cravers. Ooh! Oh my God, DT, you so crazy. Have mercy. You just turned up my hot flash like 7 degrees. Hey, Mr. James. You. Turn that room. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. So now, hey, Angie McIntosh, I'm finna get to my notes because I'm going to give y'all the highlights. If y'all want to go and get that whole interview with Angie McIntosh is correct. That is a very good interview. But as we know, DJ Richard Scott is an excellent interviewer. He does a very good job of getting to the point and asking the questions that we really want to hear. It's not a lot of fluff. He gets to it. He gets the people talking, and he don't really interrupt. He let them get down to the get down so we can get all the information that we need to draw a conclusion. Okay? So listen. Here we go. Now, first of all, he says the first thing that got my attention, the first highlight, because he said a lot. If y'all watched that interview, you know it was not a short interview. It was pretty involved, and he didn't spare a lot of people. He went ahead and said what he felt like he needed to say. I'm assuming the best way that he could. Now, one thing that I do want to point out about said interview, and y'all can, like I said, y'all can go watch it for yourselves. But this is just my take on it, right? One thing that I did notice about said interview that I want to point out first and foremost is that I found it very suspicious that while Chris Bassett was talking, we didn't hear his black scent. You understand what I'm saying? His black scent was missing, y'all. He was sounding very much like Chad or Tad or Harry or, Stephen with a PH or Topher. He didn't sound like the Chris we normally get, with his trademark black scent. It was missing. I just want to point that out before we get into this thing. Debbie, you say you wish I would have interviewed him, baby. That'd have been a hard interview. He would have had to drink some stiff whiskey before he comes sliding up on this porch, because I know we got a different set of questions for Mr. Bassett. Now, we want to know about what you know about them people, but I got some questions too. But that was the first thing that was notable to me during that interview with DJ Richie Sky. Again, shout out to him and his platform. DJ Richie Sky is one of the best to ever do it. He's really cool, really awesome, and personable. Like he's a person that he's likable. People like him. So, shout out to him. So the black scent was missing. And then, wait a minute. What you say, sis? You say he code switches from his Tommy from Power Voice. But see, code switching is for black people, and he's not black. So what it is the fact that you know how to speak the way you've been speaking your entire life. And what you do is put on a caricature because you're actually patronizing black people. That's what he's doing. I would love it if you could interview him, child, but I doubt he's ever coming to this porch. Yeah, sounding like Chip now and Biff. Okay, Mika, you heard that, right? It was gone. Black scent non-existent. The whole John B persona, the whole John B on a budget persona, non-existent. You say you might be able to make him crack. Oh, I know I could crack him. And I also know that's why he would never come anywhere near this porch. 20 Ice says Chris has been trying to talk white since people was calling him 8 Mile. I mean, he don't have to try. All he has to do is be himself and stop putting on this persona. Because I can't speak for all black people because we're never all on the same page. But I would say I speak for a decent amount of us that's real tired of our speech patterns, culture, behavior, and mannerisms being cosplay. I know I'm tired of that. Yes, Biff. Yes, John B on the budget. Quote me. Yes. Tiffany says, I'm still looking at Chris sideways for not being on Candace's side when she didn't accept that heifer's apology. Well, we're going to get to that because I felt some type of way too, but I've been feeling some type of way about him. Okay. And let me be clear, in my humble opinion, that still does not excuse those heifers telling lies on that man. Lying is never right. So, one, he did say he was warned about some of the people on the show. Now, he didn't go into details to say exactly who warned him, and which castmates he was warned about, but he was very open about saying that he was indeed warned and he did not see it, but he does indeed see it now. Okay. He addressed the fact that during the season he didn't want to give it any energy, and the fact that he did not want to give her any apologies or anything like that, because he knew she would take that as like, oh, to say, oh yeah, see, this proves he did something. And he said even the half a kind of sort of apology that he gave her, that's exactly what she did with it, to pretend like, see, this proves he did something, and the man really didn't do nothing to her, and that's just what it was. Yes, Ashley absolutely does a black scent, and it's very, very disgusting. You were not raised around any actual black people. Your mama don't talk like that. Your uncle Lump does not talk like that. And I doubt the man that Sister Underbridge was under the bridge with talk like that. And your daddy sure enough don't talk like that. Even though you didn't know him, you can't even say you inherited it, because your father doesn't talk like that. But, I digress. Bitter T says, and it's one way if he grew up in the hood, but he was upper class in the DMV, from what I'm aware. Yeah, I don't know about no upper class working in restaurants, but I mean, anything for a story, hun. Nacho Twins mama says, see, I can't do that. Pee popping on the fence. Him and Candace have done that all season. Well, they've been doing it since they've been together. But he did say that. He said he didn't want to give it that energy because, whatever. And he's like, he may as well have, because the energy, you saw it all season anyway. He said that with the apology situation, I think he must have, because we know he's always on social media, because much like Tommy from Martin, he ain't got no job. I don't care what he said. You ain't got no job. Okay. So he's got time every day. Like people say, I got time today. Chris Bassett has time every day. There's not a day that the Lord has made that Chris Bassett ain't got time. Okay. And so I know he sees what we say on social media. And so I'm sure he still sees people's opinion about him accepting the Lord of the Rings' apology. Okay. So he went on to say that he gave a half-a apology, and that if somebody offers him an apology, he accepts it, even if it's half-aid, but he sees it for what it was. So I guess that's his way of saying, I accepted it. I was being fake or whatever. I'm going to just let it go, but I see it for what it is. Blase, boop, boop, boop. Okay. He then went on to mention that he's not on contract. He's not required to film. He said he don't never have to film. He don't never have to go to no cast events. Very good point. Very good point. Gossip News and True Crime Network says, what? Chris wants attention. I feel bad for him, but I am honestly over him from being on Twitter. Yep. Well, you know what, sis? Blame the Lord of the Rings. Blame Robyn and Rings. Because had they not lied on this man, he would not have the ammunition to be everywhere. But he gave out some stuff today that we got to talk about. That, well, he ain't gonna get no job. I believe he allergic to it. Nakay say the Samuels family told him to watch out. Yeah, well, he didn't listen. Candace didn't listen, and neither did Wendy. And now look at him. I hope Chris sues and finds a new job. Well, if he sues, I hope he hands all the money to Candace, because I doubt he's gonna bring another dollar to the table ever. Katrina says he is pulling up Patricia, and Candace need to drop him. He's a punk. Candace should have never married him. If she was worried about being with a punk, she'd have never said I do. That's right. Curse you, Robyn and Gizelle. They did this. They gave this man this platform. So it's like, you can't slap somebody and tell them how mad to get. You can't curse at somebody and tell them when to shut up cussing back at you. They opened the door. He walking through it. Because like I said, he got time every day. High Vibes say Chris is really riding on Candace's platform. Why aren't both of them doing these interviews? He's not a housewife. I mean, but he's the one that was lied on. Like, we can't get around that. Dimitri, hey Dimitri, says, nah, Chris been everywhere. He was doing YouTube interviews last season and the year before. That's true too. But this year, this is all on Robyn and Rings. He did interviews last year and the year before, but sis, it was not as many as it has been this year. 20 Ice say Chris is letting them run him off. That's what Robyn and Gizelle want. They want to run off all the husbands so they won't feel left out. Maybe that is the plan, because he's talking like, I don't have to film. I'm not under no contract. Demetrius said, I'm not blaming this on the green-eyed bandits. I'm going to blame this year on them. I'm sorry, sis. This year, I'm putting this on them. Yeah, they gave it to him this year. Last year, he was reaching. The year before, he was reaching. Well, I mean, the year that Candace got her wig shifted, that was his excuse, I guess. But this year, Robyn and Ring served this up on a silver platter. Okay? So I was in peace until they opened the gates of hell. Okay, they opened it. Listen, the gates flew open. Hey, Velda, you say Chris is a mouth and is. But now since he talking, we got the report. He say Chris should be petty and sue for the West Wing. I'm through. Baby, I would have half of Gizelle house in my backyard. I'm through. Don't you take half that woman she shared. Now, come on now. The Lord don't like that. Hey, Dora. Lord, Demetri, what you say, girl? You say, but he just gives me, I want to go. I want to down tease. Oh, man. But yeah, they put him in position this year, y'all. They did this. So he said that, so then he was like, he was pissed. Okay, so this is what happened at the reunion. Now, we saw what we saw, and all of us pointed out the fact that we literally saw Gizelle ask this man, what's wrong? Why you upset? She did good or whatever. So we knew that it had to, whatever he wanted to talk to her about was actually pertaining to the show. Now, what we did not have correct was the order of events. And let's talk about this. This is what Chris said is the proper order of events. He says that was shown. That clip is actually from the end of the show, the end of the reunion. Okay. He said that him and her had actually talked before she said, well, why are you upset? She did good. That's why she was saying that to him. That's why she felt comfortable talking to him and saying that at that point, right? Because I was trying to figure out at that time. See, this is where production be doing that chopped and screwed like they're from Houston. Y'all are not DJ Screw. Stop with the chopped and screwed. Because when I saw that segment the first time, I'm sitting there like, after the way y'all just picked on this girl and it'll be cool and Mia hit you in the mouth and we sick of your mouth and Karen jumped in with Team Yellow. Like, if people just shut you down and stop filming with you, and Andy was going after her and Nicki Minaj was picking and poking and bothering her. Well, how many did you sell? Like, girl, she's a singer. She's not your competition. Leave that little girl alone, that young woman alone. And then you had the rest of them, saying Candace, trying to put her on the spot, hoping she would mess up. So that's what the boy was upset about. And he said it was all of those things rolled up in one. He was pissed with everybody. And so he spoke with Gizelle. He said, first of all, he was not bad-mouthing his wife, and I believe him. He said what he said to her, like, y'all got to stop attacking people or whatever and just being nasty and mean-spirited because ain't nobody going to want to watch this show. And that's all he said to her. And apparently, y'all know how he act. He feel like he's one of the cool kids, so he can just approach people and say whatever. Now, in hindsight, I hope he learned to shut what we love to call over here on the porch the hell up. Because had he shut what we call the hell up and stayed up out of people's business, they wouldn't have had room to lie on him. The only lie they could have told would have been about Deborah. Okay? Wouldn't have been now another lie they could tell. But you want to go jump in everybody's business, so you gave them room to lie. Mind you, again, please understand, I'm not excusing them lying on this man, nor am I saying that him jumping in women's business justified them telling a lie on him. But I'm saying, had he shut what we so lovingly call the hell up, he wouldn't have got lied on. Now that's what I'm saying. The divine miss him, hey girl, say he thought he was talking to his wife friend. Nah, dude, right. Them people ain't your wife friend. They don't like her and they don't like you. Yolanda say Rain's house look like a cheap uninsured funeral home. I'm through. Girl, who they burying? People, schnauzers. Get in that corner, Yolanda. Yolanda, stay in the corner right along with DT and Lala. No, they be calling Robert Dixon Rottweiler. That's Yolanda calls Robert Dixon Rottweiler. So then said that when they spoke, literally, he said what he said was the truth. He said, can we talk? She said, let's talk in here because she thought her team was there. And he did reiterate the same thing. that he asked her on the reunion, why would you not say, hey, I thought they was in here, we'll talk later, and said that she was quiet, didn't respond, or whatever like that. And that when she said go see if they ready for her, he left out to go see if they was ready for her. Like nothing, like literally nothing happened. But it gets me that after this exchange, where you claim you were so uncomfortable, you were so comfortable that you butted into a conversation between him and his wife. So you were still playing the role of the wife's friend. See, this is why the dumb clear boy thought you was his wife's friend, because you was playing the role of the wife's friend. Even after he spoke to you, you never said you was uncomfortable. You pretended like everything was everything, so much so that after the fact, you went to him while he talking to his wife, you butting in. Why you upset? She did good. I said, wow, ain't that nothing? And then some things changed. Some things have changed. Okay? Something changed. I don't know what changed, but something changed. Now, if y'all recall when he did the interview with Bravo Brothers podcast on YouTube, he said to them, and y'all can go listen to it, I don't make up stuff. He told them that he was going to invite Robyn and Rings over to their house, cook dinner for them, and step out and allow Robert, Rings, and Candace to sit down and work on their friendship, because they shouldn't be in this place. Okay? Now, that's what he said on them people's podcast. Today, not today, but on that interview with DJ Richard Scott, he said that he's just going to move on. Don't ask him for no more food and nothing else. So something between then and now has changed. Maybe Candace told him, no, the hell, you not inviting them helpers over here. We don't know what happened, but now it's no longer any talks of inviting them over for dinner and cooking for them so that all three of them can sit down and work out their relationship. That is a done daughter. And he say, don't ask him for no more food, but we got to stop right there. We got to stop right there, y'all. Because I said to myself, and myself said, I say, self, why for that boy felt so comfortable to go to her and just be saying whatever? What has he witnessed to make him feel like he could just talk to this lady and everything was everything behind the scenes, like it shouldn't be no issue? And I said, wait a minute, self. Remember, Candace said she's been party to many of these conversations when they plotting on people. So do y'all think Chris was around for some of these plotting sessions, or he was a party to some of these plotting sessions, or his wife came home and told him about some of these plotting sessions? I think he must have been a party to it, or maybe she hosted a few of them at her house. Something went on to why this man felt so comfortable. You get what I'm saying? Y'all got to read between the lines. You got to read between the lines. Y'all got to read between the lines. Something went on as to why he felt like it was that comfortable. Now, there was a time that my daddy told me, if you play with a dog, he'll lick you in the mouth. Some of y'all from the country, you might have heard that before. If you play with a dog, they say, he'll lick you in the mouth. It's the reason why Chris felt so comfortable to be doing so much and saying so much. Could it be that Chris has been a party to some of the foolishness, some of the chicanery, shenanigans that these women have been up to? You say he was making their snacks. He probably was making their snacks, because somebody was playing with this dog for him to think it was okay to lick him in the mouth. Somebody was playing with the dog. Now, I can't say who it was because I wasn't at the meeting. Say not around, but Candace for sure downloaded the goings on. But it was something that made him feel like he was part of that collective. What happened to make him feel like he was part of the dadgum collective? This is the thing that ain't nobody talking about. It's enough to make me feel like that's why Chris was still trying to be so accepting and forgiving, because he felt like he was one of the girls. Okay? Something else, am I right? Something don't sound right, do it? What man just dry long so comfortable to go to women and start talking about the stuff that the women got going, unless you been involved? See, everybody want to call Peter with the good skin, Peter Thomas, what y'all call him, Patricia, because he was getting into women's conversations. But what y'all neglect to understand and realize is that Peter was a party to a lot of the stuff, because it was his job to keep Cynthia cheekbones dry as hell belly on that show. It's the reason why the men were so comfortable talking, because they've been being involved in order to keep them heifers on the show and being a part of the plotting and planning and going on. Gloria said, I don't think so. Chris and Candace want to be the cool couple. Yeah, they want to be the cool couple, but that don't count for him with feeling like he could go and talk to Gizelle in an offside. Like that something about that don't, something's going wrong. People on the phone, 3:00 in the morning. Okay. On Instagram, thinking it would be all right. Yeah. It's something made him way too comfortable with these people. 20 Ice say Chris learned the hard way. Stop trying to be friends with all his wife enemies. Hello. But he was too dumb to understand women's politics, especially, sister girl politics, because everybody smile and grin and show their teeth ain't your friend. Some of them showing their teeth because they're getting ready to bite you. Gossip news and true crime, you wasn't here for Katie Rose telling y'all that she was proud of the love she made with Sharice. Now, come on, sis. Yep, that Monique takedown. Mika, you right. Because remember when Candace was up there on their live, chewing with her mouth open, eating at that styrofoam plate, he was sitting right there beside her, comfortably bobbing his head in agreement like he knew firsthand. Right, Vanessa, that's what I'm saying. Something's going wrong. Okay. Tiffany GT said, I don't know if Candace would have told Chris that the girls were going to lie and say Mo's baby wasn't Chris's. Chris probably would have blew their cover. I don't think so, Tiffany. Go back to that live with Candace. And remember, he was sitting there with her when she was talking, wasn't he? Or was I hallucinating? I ain't never been on no acid, and I ain't never even been on no good dope, because I bet you I'd be skinnier by now. I remember him sitting there and he was agreeing with everything he said like he knew firsthand. How the hell can he be sitting there agreeing and he ain't know nothing? He knows something. Hey, Candy R, I wants to know what he knowed and when he knowed it. Welcome. You can call him a Christina, could well be, but somebody involved him in the women's matters. Now, somebody involved him. And the fact that he felt comfortable enough to go to Gizelle, it's something there. Y'all been close for a while. He even went on to say that December before the filming that he left a restaurant and he saw online that she had left the restaurant and he was like, I was just there. And she said, dang, I'm sorry I missed you. So they've been real friendly. Let me tell y'all something else done happened. Now, I was told, and I got it on good authority, okay, to quote Cartman from South Park, I have it on good authority that there's a channel on YouTube that I don't have nothing against. I got love for the people, so I'm not going to say no names, but that they wanted him to come and do an interview on their channel. They made the mistake. So somebody on their channel made the mistake of telling him that they had interviewed Gizelle before. He then went to Gizelle to ask them about these people, and she was like, oh, no, don't interview with them. They crazy, blase, squaze, they not reputable. And so he ended up not doing the interview. So him and Gizelle have had a long-standing rapport. You understand me? Something is going on. Something going on. Now, y'all might tell me I'm crazy. A lot of y'all told me I was crazy when I told y'all Ashley and that man wasn't getting divorced. Ain't nobody want to believe me. Y'all didn't want to believe me when I told y'all that Jackie and Edwards James almost was working together with this fake fight to get her on this show. But I'm telling y'all something ain't right. That's right. 20 Ice delusional. Tiffany said, now Candace probably told him other things, but not about Mo's baby. Well, he sat there when she was talking about it, bobbing his head like in agreement, like he knew firsthand. So somebody told somebody something. And I don't know why y'all think he wouldn't keep it, because it ain't like he's no decent person now. You know what I'm saying? Now, can we please tell the truth and shame the devil? Because a decent man wouldn't be living off his woman while he ain't got no job. I ain't never met a decent man that'll do that. Thank you. And I wouldn't be with no man that was that common either, girl. I wouldn't. God forbid. God forbid. Yeah, being over to the house don't have nothing to do with you being comfortable enough to step off to the side to call yourself chastising her and telling her that y'all got to stop this mean-spirited stuff and attacking people. Nobody's comfortable enough to be saying all that because somebody came to some dinner parties. Something just ain't right. And they don't want to tell it all because they've been a part of it. Hey, Kira, I'm telling y'all, I'm not falling for it at all. Y'all know I'm like a dog with a bone. When I catch on to some bull crap, I'm not changing my mind because I know what I see. Dora say, but if you play with a dog, that dog might bite you. Chris got bit by that green-eyed dog. Sure did. But he is the proverbial dog that licked him in the mouth. Shannon say, I don't remember if he was sitting there with her during the live, but I don't believe for 1 minute that he would ever blow up the spot on any dirt that she do. He would never. He would never. Tiffany say, oh, I didn't see that live. Yeah, he more than likely knew. I'm telling you, I remember him being there when she was eating out that plate. I remember that because I was horrified by her up there talking and chewing and digging in that styrofoam plate. I was horrified. Angel say, Chris probably tells the women what the men be talking about together to fit in with them. Probably do. Now that I believe. That I believe for sure. My. He say Sharice got some bomb D. If I can believe Orlando Brown, I believe Katie. Katie say Big Reese got that empowerment. She didn't say she had no empowerment. She did not call her Bow Wow. No, she didn't. She said she was proud of the love they made. Now that's what she said. She was proud. Now that's what she said. Proud. Vanessa say that's why he's so mad because he thought Jizzy was his dog. Yes, sir. That's what he thought. That's what it was. Velda say these reality shows are taking a deep dark turn for the worse. They becoming scripted, dirty plots. Well, this plot thickens and gets dirtier. It does. It gets dirtier, and it's more and more deep and dark. Okay, 20. I say maybe there's something not right. Is Chris? He needs boundaries. It's just out of control. Messaging Candace's friends and talking to them in hotel rooms. Child, no, that ain't it. I smell something else. Like you can't throw me off with something that's small. Not when I smell something bigger. I smell a Sasquatch and you telling me to go after a squirrel. That ain't it. That ain't it. I can't do it. Nacho Twins mama say y'all doing me dirty on them likes. Everybody on the count of 3. That's the least I need from y'all. Please, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Hit that like button. Dorielle Wilkinson, how you doing? Welcome. Okay. Don D say the thing is people never believe what someone do to others, they won't do to them. And it's funny because the train never be late, ever. What somebody would do with you, they will do to you. And that's just the facts. That's just what it is. If they'll do it with you, they'll do it to you. Period, point blank. And don't make no mistake about it. So let's go on from there because I just wanted to touch on that. All of a sudden, things done change. 1 minute you willing to cook and invite them over so your wife can work it out with them. Why is it so important to you that she work it out with them? Chris, what you know? Tell us what you really know. Don't tell us part of it. Tell it all. If you're going to tell it, then you got to tell it all. Tell it all, Chris. So then he went to talk about, that the children, the teachers at the children's school be asking questions, and the baby mamas was asking him questions about all the stuff that was being said. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't really care what your baby mamas think because, they's your baby mamas. I don't. Until you can tell us about that 21-year-old and why that baby don't talk to you and why you didn't have no relationship with that child, I would like to hear about that. But I don't necessarily think I want to hear about this. Okay? Now, Glow say, I was bothered that Chris said Robyn should be demoted. My first response would have been Gizelle need to be fired for them allegations. He was saying that, I guess, because they were asking him what he thought about Robyn, and he was saying, that she shouldn't be rewarded for what she did. What she did was wrong. And if they asked him, the boy got the answer since he was silly enough to go do the interview. You know what I mean? Gizelle do need to be fired, but I think Chris know what the rest of us know. Them people ain't gonna fire Gizelle because they want her there. It's I get it. But I do feel like Robert does need to be fired, not demoted. I was more disturbed that everybody want her demoted. I want that whole fired. Rings do need to be fired, but we know it ain't gonna happen. Right, Jenna say fired Rings and Robert. I agree. I agree. I agree when you listen, y'all know I'm with you when you're right. But let's get on to the part. Whew. Hold on. Let's get to the Deborah story. Because the Deborah story got some twists and turns in it too. Y'all give me a second. Let me drink some water. My mouth getting dry from telling this mess. Excuse me, y'all. Okay, now I'm ready. On to the Deborah story. Now, the Deborah story got some twists and turns too. And we got to get into that because that is a pure, from the pits of hell mess. So now the Deborah story started getting twists and turns because they said, hey, Black Tornado, so I want to see Gizelle fend for herself without Robert. Yes, we all do. Mia and Tacky Jackie both need to go. Yes, Deborah is the girl Candace called Sesame Street. Okay, Angel says, so what exactly does Nick bring to the show that someone else can't? She willing to do their dirty work. She don't bring nothing else. She don't bring fashion, opulence, style, class, grace, decency. She barely bringing her looks to the table. They just, she barely getting to the table, Angel. She just making it there. She come there, she do something dirty, tell a few lies, and take off running and look confused at the reunion. That's all she do every year. You see her just like we do now. Now, they say Rings is a cheap employee. I doubt they let that deal go. Yeah, they ain't finna let Rings just go like that. All the broke page for grade beige. Oh, Lord. Yes, Deborah is Ashley's Robert. Yes, that's a good way to describe her. So, with that story, to the spring flame, one of Ashley's other friends who was also there. Now, he did say during that interview, as though he felt as though Ashley may have been watching, that Ashley, if you want to know the name, I'll tell you the name of the person who said it. So, one of Ashley's other friends messaged him and Candace. Well, actually messaged Candace, and Candace showed it to him on the phone and told her that none of that didn't even happen, what the girl said happened. And said that he claimed that that Ashley's only been knowing one of them for like a year and a half, 2 years. I believe that's Deborah. And the other lady, she's been knowing for a number of years. And he pointed out the fact that Ashley was saying that she believed her friend, but posed the question, which is a very good question, which is, which friend do you believe, Ashley? Because one of your friends said that bull crap ain't never happened. And your other friend that looks like George Foreman said that he was trying to holler at her. And her only excuse for her lies was that, production didn't show the audio with what he said. First of all, his audio ain't have to sync up with nothing. He was looking down at his phone and his mouth wasn't moving at all. And we did hear you say, I like your pink. And you made your way over there where that man was. Now, if Candace was a different type of girl, and she went over there and slapped the ugly off you, not only would you owe her a payment, you would have to pay that invoice, but you would be wrong, and Candace would be in the right because you approach her husband. Vanessa said, I had secondhand embarrassment for Sesame Street. Oh, yes. No, not Monique. It was a friend who was at that party, one of Ashley's friends who was at that party, who she's known for a number of years. Ray, hey, girl, say Deborah came in like she cute and got molded. The nerve. Ashley set that girl up. Ashley set that girl up to be clowned forever. Shannon said, I want to see if Lil Robert can hold up without Rings in her corner. Child, I don't think neither one of them can survive without the other. I think that's why they always put them tramps together. They even had them in a joint dressing room for the reunion. She like a cockeyed dog with a unibrow. You're not wrong. I haven't heard anybody say she looked like something that she don't. Her name is as large as her eyebrows. Ooh, child. Jenna say, I don't want to see them try to stand on their own. I just want them gone. I know that's right. And that's why I love me some Jenna Harris, because she keep it real. Hey, Jasmine. Yes, Ashley is so embarrassing. So all this time, one of the friends done told it. One of the friends done already said that mess ain't even happened. So no wonder by the time they get to the reunion and stuff, Candace already ready to boil over. She's a little teapot short and stout, honey. She ready to tip over and pour out because she done already got confirmation. This was a setup. Y'all lying. Y'all plotted it. You planned it. Okay? It's pitiful, but this is just what it's looking like. So now Chris had a theory. And it's the same theory that all of us had originally at the beginning of this season. He believes, and he may have actually stolen the theory from one of us online. Who knows? You know, he's a Columbuser. Angel say the only friend that bug out Ashley has is her family. Well, she was hanging with the PYTs. Okay, them pretty yucky things. So one of them might have been the one that sent the message to Candace. Now we don't know who, but he said that if Ashley want to know the name of the friend, that he would indeed give it to her. Now that's what he said. If Ashley wanted, he'll let her know who told it. Okay. Now that's what Vanilla Ice said. Now, yeah, they tried a second swipe at Happy Eddie, and that ain't work. He just trademarked the name and said he gonna sell reefer. David Garcia say, my mistake. I thought it was her because he said they are Ashley friend and DJ Richie Sky friend too. Well, DJ Richie Sky say he heard the same thing. Now that's what was said. That's what I heard said. Yes, Black Tornado. He's a Columbuser. He's a Columbuser. He'll get to Columbusing. All right. So he may have stole the idea, but he's saying that he does indeed believe that they made up that lie to make Candace go off so they could use that as an excuse to ice her out. Now, of course, I'm saying it in a more articulate fashion, but I wasn't exactly working in restaurants. My mama made me go to school. But that's neither here nor there. Now, let's get to the dirt that I wants to really dig into. Him say, if him is to be believed, him say that a random DM from a producer told him that another producer supposedly paid. Right. Richie confirmed on the interview that he had heard the same story. So I do believe that one of her friends did say this. But listen at this one, y'all. He said he got a random DM from a producer saying that another producer had paid the Lord of the Rings, Gizelle, and Pennywise the Clown, Ashley, to tell some more lies, to deepen them lies, because production was forced to kind of show that certain things didn't add up. So apparently he was messaged, according to him, and told that they had paid them to tell some different types of lies. Gizelle was supposed to say that while he was in the hotel room, that he grabbed his privates at her, and Ashley was supposed to say that he said more on the response to her story to get her to come to the W. Okay? And now, mind you, the child say he messaged her after he was no longer at work. Okay, so that's neither here nor there. Then pointed out that in various interviews that Gizelle did, that she said, Lord, DT. Thank you for the super chat, DT. Say D Bora looks like a roasted rotten quail. Have mercy. Thank you so much. Yes, him. Bianca Edwards. Yes. And said that in her interviews, she kept saying it was more to the story, and I'm going to say it all. It's more to the story, and I'm going to say it all. Okay? Now, he said normally they get there, the men do, but say he got there early, went to talk to the executives before the reunion and showed them the message. He didn't just go tell them what was said. He went and showed them the message. I absolutely believe that they getting stipends. Wouldn't that make sense? Because we know they paying all that. So it would make sense. Like if I can get some extra money by telling lies, that's what they want me to do. Then bam, there it go. That's why Gizelle always in that front chair. That's why she can't do no wrong to them. That's why they gonna always keep her, because she'll take a couple of dollars to do something dirty. Betty say Ashley friend Deborah look like Gloria Swanson from Sunset Boulevard. Good evening, y'all. Hey, Miss Betty, and you crazy, but I love you. Tiffany says, see, if this is true, this has to stop. I mean, the whole show needs to be canceled. And it does. That's why I said we got to talk about this. So when I say Deborah should come back, we could keep laughing at her. I can't take too much more of that 20 Ice. You know, I'm getting old. I can't take too much more of that. Because I have to prepare myself when that girl gonna be on the screen. And they don't give us enough warning time. They should flash like a little something like they do when it's a weather alert and give us that and let us know she coming. You don't just, that type of ugly, you don't just walk up on me. I need a warning. And Bravo did a poor job with an advanced alert that they was gonna put that thing on the screen. You don't just do that. I had an inmate like that one time. Last name Tomar. We used to tell her, look, clap or holler for you into the room so we know it's you. But she just, you know, they just want to just throw her on the screen and don't say nothing. That ain't right. Like they did us when Mia didn't have that makeup on. It was no advanced alert. They just throwed it up on the screen. You don't just do that. You don't just do stuff like that. So no, they can't do that. They can't do that. No, I can't take no more. No more. I don't know who I need to write, but I can't take no more of that. But he said he went to the executives and showed them that and said that he was concerned, and they guaranteed him that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. She wouldn't do. She cared too much about this show. That ain't gonna happen. How can they speak for Gizelle and say what she ain't gonna do and whatever? Because y'all knew what was finna happen. Either that or that was them saying, let's go find out what they done cooked up and tell her she better not do it. Because you're not finna convince me now day of the week that you just could say, oh, I know she would never do that. Hell, if that's the case and she cares so much about the show, why would she run the risk of telling lies on anybody in the first place? You understand me? So then while they at the reunion and they up there talking and stuff, and he's, you know, him and Gizelle and going back and forth, and he said why he was doing all his talking. Angel said, no wonder why Mia be lying. She just trying to be like Gizzard and Googly Eyes. Precisely. Yes, jump scare realness. Yes. And Mia does need to give us an advance alert. You don't just be popping up there like that. Her regular face is tough, and then you're going to take off the makeup and just jump out. Gaby say she not ugly. She just need to do something about them dramatic eyebrows. Gaby, that woman is ugly as farting in church on Christmas. Now, you know, I try to be benevolent, but ain't but so much stretching I can do before it turns into a lie. Now, we can stretch the truth a smidge, but I can't turn it into a lie. That lady, she could scare the sugar out of a ball of peppermint. If she look at me long enough, she gonna cure my arthritis. I bet you I'll be able to walk quick if she ran up on me in person, just crept up on me. I bet you all my aches and pains will just be gone. That woman looked like every man in the history of the world. You name them. I need warning. I do. But anyway, say why they going back and forth and he's saying what he's saying. Say they actually leaned over there to Gizelle, leaned over there to her, he said, and said, well, was it his demeanor? Was it his body language? You know, did he say anything? I say, wow. He's talking about at that point, the flags went up. You mean to tell me it took all that for the flags to go up? Is that what you saying to me, you little slow clear boy? This what you saying to me? It took all that for the flags to go up. Hey, okay. So he said that's when the flags went up. And then they asked her at the end of that segment, like, well, you know, did you say everything? Because remember, y'all, she was doing interviews saying, I'm going to say it all. There's more to it. I'm going to say it all. And say when they asked her, you know, did you say everything? Say the heifer then goes on to say, I got nothing right now. What the hell you mean you got nothing right now? How so? How now, brown cow? What you mean you ain't got nothing right now? How? Yes, Shannon, every man in the history of the world, all of them, everybody from Idi Amin to George Washington, all of them, everybody. Yes. So you know that's what it was. I say, you mean to tell me these scoundrels was going to up the lie? Like, we done lied all season. I guess they wanted them to feel like they was coming to the reunion just to address the lies on the season. Y'all, the stream y'all is in the chat if y'all got something to say. But it was that, okay, they going to think they coming to address that, but we got some fresh lies to drop on them. This will get some attention. We just going to tell another lie. But whoever sent him the message, he took it to the executives and showed them the message. Now all of a sudden, I got nothing right now. What you mean you ain't got nothing? You better come on. You better come on. Gloria Davis say Ashley did. I went back and watched the reunion again. That's why Candace snapped so hard. Right, because Candace knowed it. Candace knew everything about it, y'all. Because she done seen the message. He done took the message. And when she seen that big shiny four-headed heifer lean over there with that wig sitting up there like a party hat, she said, oh, you tramps, y'all was finna run that lie. And this is another PSA. If you're going to wear your wig like a party hat, please, for the love of Christ, pull that strap under your chin. Because if Ashley had kept rocking and leaning back and forth and shivering because she was freezing, and that party hat had popped off on that set, hey, we'd have had a whole different reunion recap, baby. We wouldn't even made it. Let's be very clear. We wouldn't have. Hey, what's up, Jenna?
How y'all doing? Can you hear me okay?
We sure can, sis. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing tonight, dear?
I'm doing okay. I'm drinking my water. Because, see, when I got to tell this kind of gossip in chronological order and keep it straight, my mouth be getting dry. But I got cold water, so I'm ready. And real quick, this man had the nerve to try to address the fact, talking about I got a job, then proceeded to list a bunch of hobbies. He talking about I got a job. I do corporate cooking and bartending classes and a YouTube channel, and I'm working on 2 ebooks and 2 spice rubs. Negro, where is your job? That ain't no Negro. Man, where's your job?
It's a mess. And I just popped on to say, well, definitely stay hydrated because you just on fire tonight, making me crack up. I'm over here cackling, especially at you and the ladies in the chat. But this is what I wanted to say earlier. I had that typo in that one chat that I sent. What I was trying to say is the bitter beige Bettys, the broke bitter beige Bettys, they can all go. They can all go for me. I'm sorry. Ashley included. Like, I know people aren't really on her as much, but Mia that lies all the time, the Scissor Sisters and their foolishness also with the lion, and Ashley. Like, these shows are supposed to be about the ladies with money who live well and are classy. To me, I think they should just keep Karen, Wendy, and Candace and just recast everybody else.
I think so too, because literally Team Yellow is bringing nothing. And I think they know it. It's not even like they're delusional about it or they think people are interested in them. The fact that they're going through the trouble of having meetings and concocting entire lies for the season, that says, I know we have nothing.
Right. They're actually bringing the show down. They're not just not bringing it. They're bringing the show down. They're making it tiring to watch. They're making it like stressful and annoying almost with the colorist foolishness. And it's like, no, thank you. No, thank you very much. I don't like it.
I'm with you.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say though. I'm tired. I'm a drop down and listen to y'all cackle and carrying on.
But don't you run just yet. What you think about Ashley and these little paper fans? What you think about that?
I only heard about it from your conversation earlier when I jumped on real quick. I was like 30 minutes late because I was putting the baby back to sleep. So I heard about the fans. It obviously doesn't make any sense. Like, it's completely gross. Like you were saying, with the one side says Darby's Barbie. It's like, so is you getting divorced or ain't you? Like, obviously you never believed it, and a lot of people didn't either. But it's like, it's quite clear. Like, you're not going to name your product after somebody who's soon to be your ex-husband. So that's just stupid. The marketing doesn't make any sense. She'd have made out better doing like a Sheba Sheree and putting out some fake yoga mats.
And you know what else that threw me with that, sis? Is it me or is that out of the clear blue? Like, when have fans been her trademark? When have we ever seen her with a fan?
Right. like you
she's
said,
not even somebody that people call shady or Southern Belle. Like, how do
no,
fans fit in with her brand or persona?
it doesn't at all. It's a money grab. It's silly. It doesn't match. I don't know what they're trying to do. And were you saying that Candace was doing fans?
Been selling them for months.
Okay, because that will, you know how people are trying to get her to sell the handkerchief and to pat her eyes. At least the fan would make a little more sense. You know, sometimes you fan yourself, you've got a little tear in your eye, something, you're trying to clear your eye up. But yeah, it doesn't make any sense at all. I would not have expected that. I guess she got tired of trying to sell them little corny TikToks where she be looking
Well,
all
because don't
awkward and
nobody want to
ridiculous.
see her doing them strange dances, looking like unseasoned chicken.
I sure don't. She looked very uncomfortable. I don't like
Is it me? When she doing them little weird dances, why is it? Why does it always look like her elbow got bursitis in it or something? Like it's real. Her elbows are so stiff.
Mm-mm-mm. That's that's the both the stiff sides of her family because I don't think she got any rhythm from Sister Underbridge either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Sheila don't look like she got no rhythm.
And somebody in the chat asked earlier, are both of her are Sister Underbridge and Uncle Lump, are they biracial as well?
They something because they not black.
Yeah, they very. And I mean, I have like very light people in my family too, as do we all, I'm sure. But like, I don't know, something about them is different.
Yeah, something funny. Something's funny there. Like I have a brother that's extremely, as we say in the South, high yellow, but
Mm,
he black. You can tell he black. When you look at him, you don't say, "Ooh, what is he?" You
right.
immediately know that's a yellow black man. Like there's no
Yeah.
like, oh, the features are ambiguous. Like we don't know what we looking at. You know, you looking at a yellow nig. Like you not finna be confused at all.
No, I hear you because I got both of my sisters are that way too. So
That's all I'm saying.
I
You know.
and you know, so it's just it's very frustrating. It's like they make the show not fun to watch, and I know we've talked about that before, but it's like that's why I'm like just clean house and keep the only one because Karen maybe had some tendencies in the past where she might have had some of her unconscious bias and colorist tendencies, but I feel like she course corrected and now she got act like she got some sense. And I feel like you just can't get rid of the Grand Dame. I feel like she needs to stay. But them other ones, I'm very unimpressed by anything they have going on. And even though everybody keeps saying, well, they're not going to get rid of Gizelle, they're not going to get rid of Gizelle. I obviously I have no control over anything, but I really think they should, because like she
And,
brings
but
in
we all believe that they should, Jenna. I don't think nobody is disagreeing with you that they shouldn't. I think if you poll America right now, you're gonna have like 98.9% of America to say Jenna is right. They need to.
I
What
think
we're saying is we don't believe they will because she's willing to take payments to tell lies. That's
yeah,
what we're saying.
I'm just hoping we all keep our finger crossed and keep saying it out loud. Maybe the production guy for us and they do something because she needs to go away. And even she soon she won't even have the girls to be entertaining with the little scenes with her being gross, putting foot pedicure towels on her face.
You
Oh,
ain't lying. That girl, that foot rag on the face did something to me.
she gross.
I
And
ain't gonna lie, that
now
messed me up. I said, I know good and well this heifer ain't just put no foot rag on her face.
she
She don't even
did.
know who foot been on that rag.
She a mess. Mm-mm-mm. I don't like
Just
it.
putting just random people feet in your face. Who does that?
But God don't like ugly. That's why her neck's starting to get all them rings around it starting to slip.
You
She
know what?
And I'm sorry,
You
now
right.
I'm not want to call somebody ugly either, but quite frankly, she's not as beautiful as she used to be when the seasons first started. And I think all that negativity done got up in her and made her age faster. That's just
Right. And the truth is when she started, she was pretty. I didn't see all this. Oh, she's so stunningly beautiful. Like I've seen stunningly beautiful and that I can't go that
hmm
far. She was a pretty lady.
hmm
And let's be like if we can be honest and fair, Father Time picks everybody's pockets.
absolutely.
He picked mine too. I used to be a bad mama jamma. I mean, a bad mother, shut your mouth. But Father Time will indeed pick your pockets.
hmm
The difference is, I think, when you feel yourself and you live your life with so much bitterness and nastiness and evil, I think he gets to really empty your pockets out a lot quicker.
I agree because that's what I see. Even if it wasn't just the personality, that like, because to me, a nasty personality would make somebody ugly to me. That might not be true for everybody else, but it's certainly true for me. So like I could, just not like looking at somebody because I don't like the way they act. But I think that bitterness and that nastiness has started to age her.
It start to just rot you from the inside out. It
Hmm.
does.
Yep, I agree.
That's anybody. If you keep acting evil and nasty and being bitter and resentful and just mean spirited and grudgeful hearted, and I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. So please don't go get no scientific facts to come attack me with. I just personally believe that if you harbor that type of negativity for too long, it's gonna start to show on your face.
Hmm. And all
Now
that,
that's what I believe.
and all that frowning and stuff, we know that gives you wrinkles, them pinched
You know?
expressions on her face, and just being all stone quiet during reunions and being looking pitiful about not having a man behind you at the reunion and being bitter. And I'm not saying that everybody needs a man. I'm saying that she
You
specifically is
that
clearly
it
jealous
bothers her.
of.
You believe it, but you believe it actually bothers her that there isn't a man there.
I do, but that's why she likes to pick on everybody else's relationship.
Mm.
Some people are just as happy, being single or being who they are or whatever. Like,
Right, because I got plenty of sisters that don't want no man nowhere near them.
absolutely,
They enjoy their house peaceful and clean.
right.
They can put
People,
something down. Ain't nobody moved it. Ain't nobody leaving the toilet seat up.
mhm,
It's some sisters real happy,
absolutely, it could
but
be a
she ain't
beautiful.
one of them.
But even Giselle's daughter said it. They remember they said that, like, she's nicer when she's in a relationship. She seems like they're happier. If your own children said it, I'm not making it up. They said it on the TV. I seen it.
Mm-hmm. Now you know what? That's a good point because I feel like, and this just me again. Hey, Calinola, I feel like whatever you want for you is what you should have. If you want
Mm-hmm.
your house clean and peaceful and smelling good, because men be musky. I don't care how much they bathe, they be getting musky. And when they walk through your house, you can smell them. You know what I'm saying? They be leaving their shoes places. The clothes don't always go in the hamper. You got to pick it up after them. They be you got to fix them something to eat. Some sisters don't want them headaches.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Some sisters want a man to look after, and that's beautiful too. Look after
Right.
that man, long as he looking after you. But I do agree, if that's what she wants, then she should just go and have it. It ain't like there's no shortage of men like that. Don't believe the stuff people say. You can go in if you anything you want, you can go get. Okay, anything you want, you can go get. If she
Mm-hmm.
want to make, go get one. I mean, it ain't like you got to pass some aptitude test to get one of them. Andrew
Nope.
Mack say, "What's that about being musky? Y'all be getting musky, Mac. Don't try that. Y'all go cut the grass, work on the car, go to the gym, come in smelling like a whole barnyard full of animals. You know that. Thank you for
But
saying
thank you
Happy
for,
Women's Day.
yes, that was very nice. Got it in
We
under 50.
appreciate it.
It's fitting to be tomorrow.
Okay, what's up, Callie Nola? What you think about all this stuff going on and
Oh,
what Chris said
well,
about them people, about that message he got and having to show it to the executives, and then all of a sudden Gizelle say, "I got nothing now," and Ashley did indeed lean over and say to Gizelle, like, "Was it something he said? Was it his posture? Was it his body language?" Like she was trying to cue her up because she
She
knew what Gizelle was supposed to say and did not say.
I think that being that Chris is openly talking and making these accusations toward production, it makes me wonder if Candace has decided that, look, I'm done with this show. I'm just gonna go do my acting thing. Because if you want Candace, or if Candace wants to come back to the show, I don't know why Chris would then go and make accusations against production. I I'm also wondering if they're going to end up putting the show on pause because the ratings are
But now,
not good and they're getting a lot of
can I
backlash.
ask you? Can I ask you something, Callie? Because I like your
Mm-hmm.
thoughts on a lot of stuff, and I be wanting to know what you be thinking. So let me
Mm-hmm.
pick your brain.
Yeah.
The person who messaged him claiming to be a member of production, because if we clear, he didn't blame production. He said he got a message that said somebody in production said thus and so, and that he showed the message to the people in charge. So, do you believe the person who sent him the message was actually a member of production? Could it have been another cast member? Or do you think somebody in production was running their mouth and the person just decided to tell? Like, what you think happened?
I think it could have been maybe a contractor or somebody that was working with production for maybe a temporary time, or somebody that's not like a
Ooh,
permanent person there. Because I'm sure that they
okay.
have like interns and PAs and things like that they work with. So that's kind of my thought, is that maybe this person is no longer there, and that's why they didn't care about sending him.
Ah,
I
okay.
don't like
Because
the
that's the
way
only time he makes me.
I don't like the way the show has been
Go ahead.
produced. And I honestly, in my
Yeah.
opinion, I kind of blame production for some of this colorism stuff. Because if they didn't treat Gizelle like she was special and above everyone else, it wouldn't matter if she was colorist, because she would have no power.
Yes, you're right about that.
I don't understand how Gizelle wields the power that she wields on this show. She's not a Lisa Vanderpump. She's not a Nene. She is not a Kathy Hilton. Like, I don't really understand what special sauce that she's bringing to this show. She's not even the only racially ambiguous woman that is there. So we can't even say that it's that, because they got 2 or 3 other women. So
Did you not hear what this boy just said, Kelly Nola? He just said that she was willing to take a bribe to tell a lie. That
that's
is
why I was
how,
getting ready to go to
that
that.
to
It
me, I feel
has
like
to
that is the
be,
final piece. That's the
yeah,
corner
it
piece to
has
the
to
puzzle,
be,
that she's
yeah,
willing to do the dirty work.
it has to be some sort of
And y'all
side
know
deal.
I've been saying this for a long time.
Yeah, it
It
has to
gotta
be.
be that, right? Like, what else
There
could
is
it be?
nothing else. We can't even
Hey,
say it's
Shirley.
because of her appearance, because again, she is not the only racially ambiguous looking Black woman on this show. There's several of them. She is nothing special on this cast. She's not. I think it has
She
to be
not.
some sort of side deals with production. It has to be. She doesn't have a history in the entertainment industry like Candy does, or even Kyle, for that matter. Like, she doesn't.
Right.
Gizelle is not really anybody. Like, she's not
She
a
is.
person that grew up in an entertainment family, or maybe her sister is some big producer or something. She's not. Like, to me, that is the only explanation. And I think that what ended up happening is, I'm not saying the woman's not colorist, she probably is, but I think that what happened is we all perceived it as though it was colorism. But if you really think about it, on this particular cast, she is not special on this cast. So why is she being treated special? It's not her appearance, because there's other women with this appearance. It's something that she got going on with production. I don't know. I honestly, in my opinion, I would not be shocked if this show is put on pause. I think if it does come back with the current cast, it's just going to slowly die. I think a lot of people have checked out, and the ratings show that. Like,
Well, I feel like I agree with you. And I
yeah,
feel like it would be good to put it on pause until they can figure out their mess. I also feel like two things can be true at the same time. She kept her position by being willing to be the snake in the grass. And also she is absolutely colorist. And the audience to this show their colorist tendencies. And the fact that the way that the actual Black women on the show are treated, as opposed to not just her, but her yellow counterparts, is absolutely colorism. So both things can be true at the same darn time. But this does explain why she's always in that first chair, even though she brings absolutely nothing.
I think that, and I don't know if this is a coincidence, or if it could be just a coincidence, because I know they did not start off as a housewife franchise. They actually were supposed to be a different show. But it's almost like they use skin tone to differentiate themselves from Atlanta. It's almost like this show was casted this way purposely to say, this is not Atlanta. This is a different group of Black women. I think Charisse was just there because she had money. And I think that's why that exception was. And I think this is why they bring her back, because they see her as a door to being able to get to these women that have money. And I think that's why.
But the problem, But the only problem with that theory, they didn't bring in yellows and say, Sharice, you be the token. Sharice is the one who brought those women to that show. Sharice went and grabbed Team Yellow, the original Team Yellow, and brought them to that show. The only person that did not come to that show through Big Reese was Karen Huger, who came through Paul Wharton, because Paul Wharton got her to hook up. So it's not that Bravo went and found Team Yellow. Sharice went and grabbed the yellow ladies and brought them in. She was the means by which Robert and the Rings got on that show, as well as the rest of them.
I wonder if Sharice brought many different women that she knew, like a Rolodex, and this is who they picked.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. That ain't what happened. No, ma'am. She brought those women in particular, because they talked about it. She brought Robert because she knew Robert when her husband was coaching and Juan was playing. She is the one who knew Gizelle and introduced those two ladies. She brought them heifers there. She didn't bring some big Rolodex. No, ma'am. She brought them yellow heifers over there. She did.
Yeah, this show is a mess. I think when they decided to fold them under Housewives, I think when they had come back for season 2, because season 1 had already been shot, they should have made some casting adjustments to make this a Housewives show. And I think that never happened. And now we're 7 seasons in, and we're like, okay, why isn't there any progression? Why are they still why they don't seem like they're really friends? Why nobody got no money? Like all of these things that just are not working is because this was never originally a housewife show, and they never made
as we know
fix that. Like,
but now look what Angel said. Look what Angel said, child. Angel say that's why they won't get rid of Gizelle, because if they fire her, what's stopping her from exposing all the underhanded stuff production has done? Now that is a valid fragginacle point. If they get rid of that hooker, ain't nothing to stop her from telling every single time that she was told to tell a lie or start some mess. She could write a book and tell it all. And there really would be nothing they could do about it.
No, she probably
Moodmaker says, yeah, but Sharice did say Karen better be happy that she sat at her table because she didn't even know her. That's what I'm saying. She didn't bring Karen. Karen got on through Paul Wharton, not through her. Karen Denby say, who would care? People hate Giz because of how she acts. That's true too. We wouldn't care. But like Angel said, Angel raised a very good point, and I don't want y'all to get past that. Those people believe in that leverage. That is what has kept Candy Cruz, y'all call her Candy Burris, on Atlanta, is the fact that she had leverage. Everything that went on between her and Kim in that song, and Kim being able to get away with not paying her, as well as her using those, y'all these allegations about me drugging Portia, it's damaging my brand. That was stuff she used as leverage. Leverage matters. And I think that they would have to be very, very, very concerned that Gizelle would be the kind to tell everything.
But could she? I mean, I bet she got an NDA. I just think that they think that Gizelle is something. I think that they read the room wrong. They might see it now that we've been outcrying against her so much and that Chris has spoken up. They might be starting to get it. But I think that they thought that Gizelle was me. I think that's truly what they felt.
Honey,
they thought that she was me. Breakout personality.
Because her contract. But her contract, why would her contract magically have contained an NDA? Think about that for a minute. Because everybody else who left the show was able to talk. She would be able to talk just like everybody else.
No, well, no, the other ladies that have been let go haven't written books, have they?
Like, only because they didn't want to, but they show told everything they wanted to tell. They told everything they wanted to tell, did lawsuits and all. So let's be very clear. Ain't nobody never even mentioned an NDA. There is literally nothing stopping Gizelle from blowing up the spot. If what Chris is reporting is accurate, that he was sent that message and the executives never said this ain't real or nothing like that, I feel like it's valid. I believe that they absolutely wanted her to tell a lie. And I don't believe this is the first time.
I think
I don't
that
believe
maybe,
it. I don't believe this is her first time.
I think maybe they need to do what they did with Dallas and just kind of, cut this show. Maybe they might bring it back. Maybe they might not bring it back in a few years. I really do, because this is not a situation where we're upset, but the ratings are still up there. We're upset and the ratings are going. So, and they got a whole.
Well, that's what happens when Black women are your target demographic, and you keep offending Black women and telling them that their feelings about being offended is not valid. This is what happened. This is the direct result. Same thing happened in Atlanta when they underestimated the fact that you wanted the people that Black women could relate to the most to be gone. When you get rid of the people we relate to, and you keep people that we do not resonate with, chances are we're not going to watch you.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Atlanta as well. Hopefully it does not make this dark turn. Drew is worrying me. I have to be honest. I think that Drew might not be as bad as Mia, because I think she's able to keep her stories together a little bit better. But I do think that there is a lot of foolery and lies and trickery going on with Drew. And I don't think that she naturally blends with the cast at all.
Well, like Drew came, Drew came on that show telling lies, Kelly. Drew came on that line. He was gone 2 days. I don't know where he went. That wasn't nothing but a stunt to try to make herself seem interesting. Drew Sidora is a bad actor. She is mediocre in every way, from her looks to her fashion to even her voice. Everything about her is mediocre. She's mid. She's Reggie. She's some Reggie Bush. And right now, Atlanta is full of Reggie. Now they got Monyetta, Monyetta ain't even Reggie. That's some backyard boogie. Like, we got a bunch of mid and low grade on that show. Like, it's embarrassing.
Like, remember when they had the $1,000 Secret Santa? I think it was. I don't know if it was a Secret Santa or if it was a regular Christmas party where they're supposed to buy a $1,000 gift. And Drew came with this sort of like this wig and this shady prank and all of this stuff. And I'm like, Drew, this is not giving Housewife. What would have been given Housewife is that everybody else's gift was $1,000 and yours was $5,000. Now that's how you play Housewife. That's how you put your stuff on the table. To me, I feel like they are not really understanding the formula. Either you got to have the personality like Nene, or you got to have the money like Lisa Vanderpump. Those are the people
I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying those are the
what
people
I think
that
is going
stars on these shows.
The people who are larger than life in some way. But what I think, in my opinion, I said it a while back, I think during the Atlanta season, I feel like it's a very, very strong possibility that Andy and the rest of the execs are sabotaging the Black franchises. Like, we've used you to build up our station, our network, and now we no longer need you. And I think they're doing things, small things, to sabotage those franchises so they can just go on down the tube. We used you, we needed you, we don't need you no more. Go away.
It's very possible, and that could be why they're putting Black people on the other franchises, because they might feel like, well, we're just going to put a couple of Black people over here and we won't need this franchise full of Black women. It's very
right, because mind you, we only needed that Black franchise when we needed to build ourselves up. We needed Atlanta to make us relevant. We used to help keep us relevant after Atlanta circled the drain. And now that we have what we want, we'll just mix y'all in with the Ultimate Girls Trip, and then you can make the Clear Girls look more interesting. Because them Clear Girls, I'm sorry, Callie, I know y'all get all into them. They don't do it for me. And they don't do it for a lot of people. Even their own folks. And they know it.
No, the ones that we watch,
they know it. Like, at the end of the day, if they thought they could do it on their own, if they could do it on their own, they would not have needed those Black franchises to build that network. That's exactly why they're sprinkling a negress on this cast and on that cast. Like, you negresses, come in here and let us talk to you a little bit crazy, and you give us ratings on these shows, because we're not going to center a show around y'all anymore. We just wanted to use you. Now you just come over here and mule for us so you can make our girls look more interesting. And that's what it's given to me.
Yeah, and it has happened with other new networks. So it would not shock me if you look at the formula, like in the past, like 20, 30 years of new networks that have been formed, they always have like a popular, if not several, black show with a black cast. If you look at Fox, CW, before CW was WB, even if you look at some of these streaming apps, some of the content that's on there, they always have to throw in, this is why I don't believe we're only 13% of the
They build
population.
it up with the black shows, and then
Yeah,
they throw the black people away.
exactly.
And this,
And then
I feel like Bravo is no different.
yeah, I think that might be why they are putting black people on the other cities, because they
They're
are
trying to.
trying to
I
get
think they're
rid of
trying
these
to phase
franchises.
them out.
Yeah,
I think they're
I
trying to
think you
phase
might
them
be
out,
right.
and I believe we're witnessing a form of sabotage because they see what we're saying. They see that we ain't with it. They see that we're not watching, and then they continue to keep doing it. So it's like they're sending a message: don't watch it. Let's tank it. Let's flush it, and then we'll just sprinkle them around to make Clear Girls look more interesting. That's what I think is going on.
Yeah, it's setting them up to get canceled, because at this point with Potomac, they would have to
Yep.
be a fool to come back with this cast. Looking at these ratings and the feedback that they're getting from this audience, they would have to be out of their minds to not get rid of 2 or 3 of those women, like they did on New Jersey. They would have to be out of their minds.
Yep.
Or just wanting to get the show canceled. Because again, sometimes
that's what I'm saying. Like it's giving.
watch. We've stopped
it's giving
watching.
sabotage.
Yeah.
It's giving sabotage.
And the ratings speak. I mean, they look at ratings. This is what advertisers look at. It's not that we're complaining about Potomac, but we still watching it. A lot of people have stopped watching this show. They have tuned out. And
there's quite a few people that won't watch it, and they wait for one of us online, a blogger, a YouTuber, or whatever, to do a recap. A lot of people won't watch these shows.
No, this is the only way I would attempt to watch this show again is if they had a major recast, and I would just check it out to kind of see what the new ladies are about, and if I don't like it, then I would continue to not watch. But if they come back with this cast, I'm done. It's gonna be just like Basketball Wives. I'm gonna be done. And I dropped OC too, so it's not like I've never dropped the Housewife franchise before. You know what I mean?
Real. But I'm gonna tell you this: I will say this, if they fire Robert, I'm all in, because I would absolutely love to see how Gizelle maneuvers without her Rottweiler.
I think what they should probably do with Gizelle, because unfortunately they did make her the face of the show, and they're probably, like, let's say out of those 900,000 viewers, there's probably a few 100,000 that don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and they're going to be like, well, where did Gizelle go? So I think they should sort of phase her out, like cut her episodes down and kind of have her float in and out, and just kind of gradually phase her off the show. And they've done this on other franchises, so it can happen. I think that's what they should do with Gizelle. I don't think Gizelle is going to give us anything more than what she is giving us. I don't think she's going to bring anything.
Giselle is doing what they pay her to do.
Giselle is
doing what they pay her to do.
Giselle is being paid.
Giselle is being paid to lie. Yeah. Giselle is being paid to lie on people and to stir crap. And she does what those people pay her to do. They want her to lie on people, she lies. They want her to lie to someone, she lies. They want her to do something nasty, she does it. So in essence, she's doing what they pay her to do. She's doing what they pay her to do. If somebody pays me to cut hair, it doesn't matter if somebody else wants me to do a perm. She's paid to do dirt.
I just wonder if the jig is up. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if it's gotten to the point where fans see, like, okay, these people are lying. This is not worth investing in. Even Ashley's divorce was fake. At this point, I mean, they haven't even started filming the next season, and we already know it was fake. So I wonder if the jig is up, you know?
But this is the thing. If they're really sabotaging the show like we think, the jig being up is not going to make them do anything different. They're going to keep to the same formula until everybody leaves and the lights are off.
Yeah, that's true. I think It's very possible that they can come and pick this back up next season, and then the show will get put on pause, because by that time the ratings are going to be, it's not even going to be worth filming at that point. If the ratings continue to decline, and I think they will, because I think people are over these lies. It is not just Gizelle. That would be one thing if we could say it's just Gizelle and we just know she's a liar and we could just ignore her. It's pretty much the whole cast. You have Ashley with a fake divorce,
but it's really not. Yeah. But it's really not the whole cast. It is literally only Team Yellow.
Yeah.
And they brought in one friend to help them lie. But as far as regular cast members, it is only Team Yellow that is participating and actively lying on people.
That's true, because Candace and Wendy, I cannot think of anything that they've just made up or just said.
Not one lie.
For no reason. Yeah, I cannot think
and
of
even
that.
Karen. Even Karen Huger, as long as she's been there. Karen but this is what I'm saying. Karen Huger, since she has been on that show, I don't know why certain people don't like her. Like, she's really never done anything, in my opinion, to have any vitriol. But we have never seen Karen Huger just attack anybody. We've never seen her tell vicious lies on people. We've never seen her make up stories on people.
It was that one incident with Gizelle, and I honestly 100% think that was set up by production. Karen couldn't even remember her line. When she said the sing thing,
she was joking. Like, it wasn't even that serious. She told a bad joke. And we all know she was referring to Gizelle. And we all know that she was referring to Gizelle being locked up in that freaking crazy house. And we all know Gizelle was in that crazy house because J Mal couldn't quit dipping his spoon in everybody else's soup. Now, he kept putting his ladle in everybody else's pot, and that heifer went crazy. Now, that's just what it was. And we all know she got locked up in the crazy house. Now, Karen decided to try to play it off, but we cannot say, even on one occasion, that Karen sat up and told blatant lies on anybody. Not once. Not since she's been there. Not once. Not even on one occasion. And she has been attacked viciously.
You're right. I also think that there might be something a little bit deeper going on here than colorism, because I'm not, and I know the previous person brought this up too, I'm not really sure exactly how Black these people are. And I'm not trying to police people's Blackness or any of this other stuff that people are saying.
They're not Black. They're not Black.
When you have two white grandparents versus someone like me, where everybody in my family is Black, going all the way back to bondage. Like, I would literally have to go back to bondage to find a white person in my family. My parents don't even look like me, they're brown. And so are my grandparents. I have one great grandparent that's my complexion. There's a difference between that and what we're seeing on this show. What I'm seeing on this show, to me, kind of look like people that might have like a one white grandparent on one side of the family, and then on the other side of the family, everybody's kind of mixed up. There is a little bit of a difference. And I think what happens is you start.
But here's the thing. Not regardless of what their parents is. But this is the thing. This is the thing. Regardless of their parentage, we are seeing clear-cut textbook colorism on this show. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
Hey, Lulu.
Hey.
I just wonder beyond that.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Lulu, say something.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you a little low. Talk up a little bit. Yeah, okay. We can hear you. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Good.
I'm all right. What you think about all this mess? Tell it all, child.
I don't know. I'm just tired. I'm just.
I know that's right.
It just has become so dark and very unrelatable. I missed the time when it was just light shade and everybody got along. And now I don't know why they still want to hold on to Gizelle. She's really a mean-spirited person. And I wish the cast would all just gang up on her like how they did. Though I didn't like what they did to Nene on RHOP, I wish the cast would all just kind of ice her out, because I just don't understand. She brings nothing to the show but mess. No storyline. You have a lot go. I didn't even know she had a sister until, I don't know, when was that? I don't know.
Until she was talking about her surgery, and she said
Right.
her sister was there. That's
Right.
when we found out that the helper had a sister, because we never knew. And speaking
Right.
of how they did Nene, remember now, that's
Mhm.
when production slip first started hanging, because Nene started talking and everybody started, doing what they do to Black women, the gaslighting and pretending like you're crazy. Oh, really?
Mhm.
Ain't no such thing. Production ain't doing nothing to you. Production not showing you no type of way. They're not doing, and then come to find out, it absolutely was. When she said there was an alliance and a plan to ice her out. Oh,
Right.
no, she just making that up. That's not true. All for Portia to be like, I miss you. It's been so hard without you. And then let it slip. And it all comes out because Candy got mad and says, well, she was the main one saying, we just not going to film with her. So then it ends up being told that y'all were plotting against this sister, the same sister that was going to those clear people saying, we got to have insurance for the girls. We got to have workman's comp for the girls. Like, you got better by all of us. And they literally sat up there and teamed up with those same clear people against that sister. And I feel like they are still getting their comeuppance, because ever since Lanithia Monique Leaks refused to sign that contract, their ratings have been in the toilet, and there they shall remain forever.
Because Nene
now you got Monyetta. Now they got the likes of Monyetta, Sonya Ross, funny looking tail, and Drew, the mid grade and the low grade weed on the show.
Well,
Go ahead, Lulu, my bad.
Barely on.
But I feel like if there's one person that does need to be iced out like that, it is Gizelle, because she brings nothing to the show, but she's getting paid, I'm assuming, maybe more than anybody else. And I don't know, but I mean, I will, if I'm putting my whole life, I'm being authentic, like the way Candace and Wendy are, and I guess Ashley to some point, but the audience doesn't even know you have a sister or whatever else is going on in your life. All you do is just stir stuff up, and that's your job. That's just not right. That's not fair. And I don't understand why. And also the whole colorism thing. Did you see that video Chris posted about Ashley from season 1? Did you see it?
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
And I remembered that too. When she called out Gizelle and Robyn about being the people here with the most European features, with their blonde hair, straightened hair, and having the most European features, but having so much to say about race. And now all of a sudden, because someone is pointing out that not only were they hypersensitive about race then, they're hypersensitive and very active about race now, because those darker people they have an issue with. Now, if y'all go over right here on YouTube now, this is just, just FYI. If you should so happen to slide over to Ty's Hot Mess History, our dear friend and a member of the royal family who has a channel here on YouTube, and she specializes in vintage gossip, tea, and scandals. She has a story that she posted very recently where Gizelle's daddy referred to Nancy Wilson as Aunt Jemima. So that colorism runs in her family and it's in her bloodline. She taught that garbage at home. She's a homegrown colorist.
Yeah, but
she is a homegrown terrorist of Black women.
And to me, what that clip proved, because it made me go back and watch that reunion, because at one point Katie actually told Gizelle that she could pass for a white woman, and she said that yes, I can, but I choose to be Black. So to me, it shows me that they do know, they do understand,
and they feel, and she's comfortable and feels as though right. But get this, Lulu. You got people. You got people right now that be like, oh no, she can't pass. But here's the thing: Gizelle feels as though she can, and she feels like Black is a choice.
If you go
and
back,
so that is the difference.
Yeah. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is, what I noticed, because all the isms, every ism goes under the umbrella of racism, right? And if you've noticed,
It does.
a lot of like um o- white supremacists, I mean, I don't want to take it that far, but in a way I'm trying to relate it. They act dumb.
Well, that's what it.
They don't
Well,
know.
that's what it
Like
is.
they
And let
don't
me let
know.
me just let you know.
Mm-hmm.
On the porch, please speak
Mm-hmm.
freely because we talk very freely here about
Okay.
social issues and
Mm-hmm.
systems because colorism, racism, featureism,
Mm-hmm.
texturism, all these things are systems. So
Right.
please feel free to speak freely and do not apologize. Help
Okay.
yourself.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm relating it to that because if you've noticed, every time a black person, well, not every time, most times, all these people that are actually racist or whatever, they act dumb, like they don't know what. No, did we? And that's what I kind of got from the lightest, the lighter shade women at that reunion. They acted dumb, like, what are you talking about? What? No, that's
It's
not.
true.
That's not what we're
They did a
doing.
lot
How
of
is
they
this
did a lot
related?
of gaslighting.
Exactly, because it's like if
They
you
did
don't
a whole
acknowledge
lot of gaslighting.
it, exactly. So I just feel like they do know that they are privileged. They do know that, but then they'll act like they don't know, just so, like you say, they gaslight the situation. But that clip really told me that Ashley knew,
Well, the thing is, the
understood,
whole
and
purpose of
Gizelle too
pretending not to
understand.
understand.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole purpose of pretending not to understand and being
Mm-hmm.
intentionally obtuse is so
Mm-hmm.
that you don't have to acknowledge your privilege or be
Exactly.
accountable for
Exactly.
indulging in it. Like there
Exactly.
is a certain, whether we like it or not,
Mm-hmm.
colorism is a direct result of white supremacy racism. It is. And
Of
it
course.
still exists, like just like Karen so
Mm-hmm.
eloquently stated, it is
Mm-hmm.
indoctrinated into our community. And if you're
Mm-hmm.
not careful, you can find yourself participating in it. And if you
Right.
do not acknowledge it, you can participate while feigning ignorance. That way, you can't
Exactly.
hold me accountable because I'm ignorant to everything that's happening. And
Ex-
so, when you're in situations, that's why I said that night after that part 2 of the reunion when they did the colorism skit, because that was just a skit, that was not a conversation.
mm-hmm.
What Karen did is what we're supposed to do. Like that was literally
Exactly.
a clinic on what is supposed to happen when someone is trying to silence your sister who is darker than you, and you
Right.
know that she has been systematically stripped of her voice, her opinion, her feelings, her humanity, and her power. You're
Ex-
supposed to, as the one who has the privilege to talk and be heard, make sure that your sister is heard and respected. That is
right.
what we're all supposed to do. Like, I'm
Exactly.
not going to sit here and pretend like I've got all the melanin in the world. That would be a lie from the pits of hell. But I can
Mm-hmm.
guarantee you, I've got a mouth that rivals Mount Vesuvius. And I can
Yeah.
guarantee you, if you try to silence one of my sisters who's darker, may God
Mm-hmm.
have mercy on your soul. I will not pull up. I will not spare you. I will hold your feet to the fire and I will skin you alive. And that's
Right.
what we are supposed to do for our sisters.
Mm-hmm.
Period. What's happening on this cast is unconscionable. It is
Oh,
unforgivable. And the
mm-hmm.
reason why Bravo, Universal, NBC, and Andy Cohen and Truly Original are comfortable with it is because they are indeed racist. And colorism actually benefits their case and it
Mm-hmm.
benefits their own agenda, okay,
Yeah.
for Black women and for Black families.
And to your point about Bravo and Andy and everybody, again, it falls down in the thing of just undermining it, like, oh, that's not happening. What are you talking about? That way, again, the gaslighting of it all. And I also feel like I'm a little disappointed because I feel like they had more passion about what Candice said towards Gizelle, calling her that your white skin tone, than they did when the
Yeah,
actual discussion or cameo or whatever, the little commercial about the colorism. They didn't
naturally.
have the same passion
That's
about it
true.
until
It's
Candice
true.
said what
But
she
Lulu,
said.
that's called tone policing. Lulu,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Yeah.
called tone
Mm-hmm.
policing. That is what is done to Black women every single day. While
Right.
Black women are being abducted, human trafficked, murdered, R
Mm-hmm.
worded, everything else. The minute we
Yeah.
speak up against it, the world is not interested in policing the abuses, the attacks, and the crisis toward Black women. They're more interested in policing our tone. And it
Right.
is so ingrained that you will find other Black people doing it to Black women. The
Right.
minute you speak up, well, don't say it like that. Well, you got to be
Mm-hmm.
careful how you
Right.
say it. No, she
Mhm.
does
Exactly.
not. And Sin
Mm-hmm.
City from Nola, thank you for your super chat. She says, shout out to you for your commentary on ties this morning. Much love to you. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. But that's the truth. It is tone policing. What that
Mm-hmm.
girl said was absolutely accurate. She said absolutely nothing wrong. It was on point, and she spelled it out. You sit there with your white looking skin and you
Mm-hmm.
have proximity to whiteness, and that's why you are comfortable telling me. That was a clear and concise sentence. They were
Exactly.
tone policing
I
so
didn't
that
know that.
they were pretending to be outraged by her tone so that they
Mhm.
could pretend not to understand the message she was giving. It was
Exactly.
deflection. I don't want to address what you're saying because you are telling the truth, so I'm going to complain about your tone.
Exactly.
And
And
Wendy O'Selfo
Ashley
should
was,
have clearly shut the hell up.
but Ashley was also trying to make it seem as though Candace was saying something colorist. I caught that, and I said, no, it does not work that way.
But that's the
But
thing.
that's the thing. It was
They
all
all
about the
perceive.
tone. That was the tone policing, Callie. That was her, and then trying to gaslight and flip it. Oh, because you said
Mhm.
her tone was white looking. No, she described her skin tone to her point that is what is fueling her problematic behavior. That is not name calling. That is not being racist. There's no such thing as reverse racism, and there's no such thing as reverse colorism. That is ignorant on its face, and it's a non-starter.
Mm-hmm.
That is a
Exactly.
straw man argument to get people off the topic at
I'm
hand
just
and talking about something that is absolutely unrelated to the topic that was being discussed. That is garbage.
it's
That is garbage.
it's just appalling to me. And then they go, I don't know, whatever dinner they had, and then they make that TikTok video talking about F, F, I don't think I can say the word right, like the
FBs and
BIH word, F that make money. Like, are they saying that to us, the audience? Because
yes,
we're the ones that
they were.
Well, yes, Robyn and Gizelle have been
like
very disrespectful toward the audience. I don't know about the other ladies, but Robyn and this is
Robyn
what
is
makes me said I cannot watch these people on my TV. These
Mhm.
people have no respect for us, and they think
Right.
that we're stupid for even watching this show. That is how they
That
feel,
is just
and they think that it is their job to make up fake stories. They have said it multiple times.
but
If you
can
But
you
this
look,
is my
yeah,
other problem with that, right?
Mm.
My other problem with that is the optics. It's the optics
Right.
because you all have been exposed on more than one occasion for having meetings to plan your next lie.
mhm.
So when we see everybody in one shot who has lied on somebody this season, all of the liars have linked up like Voltron Force activate. Anybody in the audience with more than 3 brain cells, lights went off. Like, oh, they're planning who
Yeah,
they gonna lie on next season.
yeah.
Like that was everybody's thought. Like nobody alive did not look at that video and say, these heifers planning who they gonna lie on next season.
Well, Robyn and Gizelle have both said on this podcast, I don't listen to it, but I've heard clips that pop up on my feed that we're just doing our jobs, which means that they believe that their job on this show is to make up these fake stories. And I think that belief has to have started with
But
the
when the audience, I mean, okay, I get it. You not everybody is gonna like someone. I understand that. But for the most part, majority of the audience, if they do not like you, maybe reevaluate how you carry yourself. But it's like they're just stuck there. Like, it's like I feel like they feel protected somehow, that they can do whatever, say
because they
whatever,
are doing
and
what production wants them to
it
do.
started
And
exactly.
that's the part that
Production
y'all
is
keep
behind
missing.
the audience.
Production,
That's
according to what Chris just leaked out in that interview with DJ Richie Sky, production wants them to tell lies on people. So that's why they feel protected. It's like, look, as long as we telling the lies they want us to tell, It don't matter if y'all hate our guts. We still have a job. And
But
that is why they don't care. That is why they're disrespectful to the audience that pays their bills. They do not care.
Because we're the ones that
Right.
that you know, to a sense, we're the ones that make you get your paycheck, the audience. But
Yeah,
if you're
we
doing
keep the lights on.
right, if you're doing things that majority of the audience, first of all, unrelatable, messy, dark, mean, and really
An anti-black
for a
woman.
point,
Don't forget
high
that they're very
schoolish,
anti-black woman.
very high schoolish
They're
and
very,
cliquish.
very anti-black woman. Like, don't forget that
Well,
part.
they feel like they have to tear these
Right.
black women down to, I guess, the level that they feel a black woman should be at, or maybe down to their level. Because if you look at the women that they attack, these are women that have it going on outside of the show.
Exactly.
And they feel like, nope, I got to grab you back down here to make sure you don't think you up here. And that's the energy that I get from them. I really do not like Robyn and Gizelle at all.
I also don't understand why Candace and Wendy have this insatiable need to be liked by them. I kind of get that sense.
Amen.
Like,
that's the other thing that turned me off,
especially with the whole thing about when I don't know if they say something about Robyn and Wendy, who Candace was closer to. Why? Oh, I've known Robyn longer. Blah, girl, that is not your friend.
And she's the most loyal.
That
and
is
we're
not
the closest. That I'm like, girl, she literally set you up and basically tried to lie on you low key.
Exactly.
But okay.
Plotted.
Well, even
and then
if
you're still saying that's
they
your
had
friend
not aired.
Really? Like, I don't get that. Like,
I think it's production. I think that they are being told to do this. I want.
But I'm sorry. Kylie, that's your name.
Yeah.
If they're being told that,
Callie.
You can see it on the screen how someone's acting. You can't tell me that she does not see that they all met together, Ashley, Gizelle, Robyn, to plot against Chris, while Robyn had her own dirt, but decides to just, okay, do that. Okay, yeah, in the beginning she said, well, about Chris, she kind of defended Chris at one point, but at the reunion she was there defending Gizelle. How are you my friend? If that, just stay quiet, just stay silent. Don't try to now defend Gizelle. But then here you are, Candace, talking about, oh, I've known Robyn longer. Like, I don't understand why they feel like they need to be friends with these women. They don't like you.
I think production is telling them that's part of their story arc.
Yeah,
I think that production has a storyboard and they say, like, this is your story arc and this is what we're doing this season.
I can get that, but you also have to have discernment on who is your friend and who is not. If someone is acting a certain way towards you, then you should just act accordingly. I mean, give the same energy.
And what we've heard, and I feel you.
And the same thing with
I
Wendy.
totally feel you. And what we've heard from people like Carlos, who is, as he said, the self-proclaimed king of reality. And while I'm not his biggest fan, I will be honest, he is one of the best to ever do it. And we just got to be honest. He made a point way back. I forgot which interview it was. Hey, Charles. And that, hey, DGF. He was talking about the fact that when he was just producing on Bravo, that what he would do was meet with each one of the cast members. There was no storyboard to say this is your storyline, but he would meet with them to find out what was going on in their lives and whatnot. And it's like, okay, so this is what we're going to film based on what was going on in their lives at that time. Now, he did also point out the fact that he loved Kenya more because he could tell her to stir the pot and she would do it. So again, more admission that they do have people who are pot stirrers, and production pushes them up to do things to get things going. Now, during Chris Bassett's earlier interview, hold on real quick. During Chris Bassett's earlier interview this month, the end of last month, early this month, with Bravo Brothers podcast on YouTube, he mentioned the fact that 2 to 3 weeks into filming, their production reached out to everybody on the cast and was like, we need more. We need more personal stories. Like, it ain't happening. It ain't popping. We need more. And then right after that, here come the stories. He was in my DM. He's a sneaky link. He wanted to see if I was with it. Deborah said he was trying to holler at her. Giselle said, oh, he grabbed the booty. Like, it was like, hey, man, come on. But the fact that they called them 2 to 3 weeks in and say it ain't popping, y'all, we need more personal stories. We need more action. We need more whatever. And the more whatever turned into lies. Like, give us some lies. And they ran with it. And I said all season long, that production was only showing the footage of the lies, like with Big Reese, Respucia, having the whole Robert back, because they knew that the fans were going to be like, we saw that. So they had to do it to cover themselves. Like the fact that Chris was over there not saying a goddamn thing, they had no choice but to play it, because Candace immediately broke the fourth wall and said, where the hell is Eric? See, there was some things that went on that they were not counting on. This whole season blew up in their face, and I'm interested to see how they're going to proceed after all of this has been exposed.
But you know
I know,
like,
right?
you know, Kenya does that mess, but the difference between Kenya and Gizelle is at least we know what's actually going on in Kenya's life. At least she
that's what I said earlier. Kenya brings something to the show. I don't necessarily like her persona. I don't like who she is, but that sister actually works for her check. Robert does nothing. Robert sits up there looking like spoiled mayonnaise, scene after scene after scene.
She's aggressive. I'm sorry.
She is a little bit too aggressive to be on reality TV. If I was on this show with her, me and her would have had a physical altercation. She is too aggressive.
She's very aggressive.
Kelly, if you had had a physical altercation with that man, you would have needed a tetanus shot. She don't bathe.
I mean, but she is so aggressive.
She is.
Right, this woman is, and me and her are the same age.
All that.
Why are you acting like this?
I know.
Because she got, Kelly, now it's not her fault. She got more testosterone than you.
I guess so. Because she is very aggressive.
That's a masculine woman.
Not to take it back to the colorism thing, but I was disappointed in Wendy, because actually when she said, can I say something? I thought she would maybe the way, which Candace did come back and say it in a more better tone to say, but I thought that would be what she would have done when she said that. I thought she would actually explain it in a very educated way and a tone that was better than how Candace did. But for her to kind of, again, the whole aspect of wanting to fit in and to like, why are you defending Gizelle, who just told you she doesn't like you?
You know what I suspect? Wendy is very intelligent.
I don't think Wendy was defending Gizelle. I don't think she was defending Gizelle at all. I think what Wendy was doing was trying to play respectability politics and trying to be the model minority. See, I don't like what they do, but see, I say it in a politically correct way. Because honestly, if we're being completely honest, Candace Dillard Bassett, she said in a very way. She didn't say you so and so and so. She said with your white looking skin. She did not say anything derogatory. She said nothing uneducated at all. Wendy was tone policing to prove that she was the model minority. Now that's what she did, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I mean, in a way, it came off as though, because everybody was kind of ganging up and ganging up on Candace. So in a way, to me, I perceived it as an extension, as a defense to Gizelle, and I don't like that, because she starts a lot of mess, but then she's not confrontational. When someone goes after her, she just looks at you with this deer in headlight type of face and says nothing. Like, no, bring the same energy. Like, why are you?
I think it's production.
Huh?
But she's not going to. But y'all got to recognize what Wendy Osefo is doing. Wendy works with a whole lot of clear folks on them networks, and Wendy wants to make sure that those clear people do not see her as an aggressive negress. She's so aware. She is hyper aware of how people see Black women. She's not stupid. That is a very educated woman. So she's going out of her way to prove that I'm not an angry negress. Oh no, I am the model minority. See, I say everything PC. No matter how poorly you treat me, I'll never show any emotion. Like, I'll just make sure that I'm talking like I'm on CNN every time. Like, it's crap. And I felt like if she couldn't support her moment,
what was
the best thing for Wendy to do would have been to shut the hell up.
yeah. And I just
I don't but the thing is, in that moment, but hold on, Kelly. In that moment, she was in a position that a lot of entertainers are not. She was live and direct in a moment where her sister was making a point, and she took that moment to stand up and make sure that she was respectable for her clear masses. That was treasonous. That was traitorous. Yeah. And she should be ashamed of herself. And quite frankly, I am ashamed of her.
I am too.
I'm ashamed of her.
And the whole, well, what did Gizelle accusing Chris or whatever? What did he do? She can't say anything. And then also thinking, I'm like, wait a minute. If Kyle said, or whoever Kyle is, said bye to Chris, Kyle didn't say bye to you, Gizelle?
You know, I'm surprised that Kyle did not come back for a few scenes. And that's another thing that makes me think that this is a lie and he doesn't want to be involved. Because he's been on the show before.
But my point is, this is why I feel she just she may have been uncomfortable, but you were in a robe. How are you uncomfortable?
She wasn't uncomfortable. She was not uncomfortable. She just lied. Him saying goodbye to Cal doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Her and Chris were cool.
She wasn't uncomfortable. It's a lie.
She was not uncomfortable.
But this is the thing. But hold on, y'all. Hold on. This is very important to point out. Chris actually made a good point, and I hate this season because I've had to defend people that I really don't like. Chris made a very good point when he said, even if I said goodbye to Cal, was Cal your team? Cal is your entire team?
Right.
One person leaving does not mean that your whole team is gone.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even make sense. You said goodbye to one person, so that means I knew your whole team was gone because one person left. Are you dumb?
No, she's lying.
Gizelle was grasping at straws.
It's just become so toxic. It's not entertaining anymore. And like, I remember feeling like drained after watching that reunion. And then when the Escape show came on, like the energy was way more different, way more entertaining. Yeah, it was a few messy things, but it was an authentic mess, not manufactured mess and made up and toxic and going after families. And it's just become so dark. And if they don't shake up this cast, it'll, like Kylie said, I was listening in when I was in the chat, it really will be like Basketball Wives. Just the same way Roa is going down.
But I don't think Bravo is going to keep a show on with those ratings. They don't. They will cancel a show if it has the ratings.
I don't know why. Why would you say that, Kelly? They kept Tardy for the party and nobody was watching.
They have canceled other shows. They canceled Shots.
They kept Tardy for the party and nobody watched.
Dallas.
They've kept Watch What Happens Live.
Well, that's only because of
the lowest. Well, I don't know.
And nobody watches that.
Lowest ratings ever. Like nobody.
That's what I'm saying.
You know. So
thank you. That's what I'm saying. So ratings ain't enough to make them get rid of nothing.
I would say a housewife show because these shows do cost a little bit. That they got rid of other franchises.
Well, Kelly, Atlanta's ratings have been in toilet for a hot minute now, ever since
I'm worried
left.
about
So
Atlanta
what are we
too.
seeing?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm worried about Atlanta too. There's a few of these cities where I think they're on their last leg. I'm even surprised that they are trying again with Dubai and Salt Lake City, but I think this is the last call.
I think the whole franchise is just it was fun, entertaining.
I think it's all
the
over.
whole thing is just going down.
Well, I also think that adding Beverly Hills and then bringing back Miami raised the bar to something that they cannot keep up with as far as casting. They cannot find that many cast of those type of people. And that's what people start to look for in housewives. So it's like you're raising the bar up here, and then you got, Drew Sidora and these weirdos on OC and all of this stuff way down here. We're like, this ain't what we watching the show for.
Right. I mean,
So,
do you blame those people? Because if I had all the money as well, I'm not trying to go on these shows with these messy.
What I have heard,
Right.
and I don't know if this is true. I have heard that that's not the issue. They have wealthy women that want to go on this show.
Well, from what I heard from people
they do.
What I've heard
that are negative, basically.
No, baby.
No.
Let me tell you something. What I've heard is that the people who actually have the money do not want to be on these shows with these people.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be on the shows. That is what was being said about Potomac, and that's darn sure what's being said in Atlanta. I know too many people associated with Atlanta, and I'm telling you, that's what's being said. So the people who have the money, hold on, the black people who have the money in those cities want absolutely nothing to do with those shows. They have categorically refused to be on those shows because they have approached quite a few sisters in Atlanta who actually have the bread, and they were told categorically, hell no.
Because
to
your point,
one
season, not even a season, one episode can ruin your reputation just like that. And
because the people lie on you. Like, imagine that you come on the show thinking you're doing something cool, just to kind of try some TV stuff out because you bored or whatever, or just to promote some of your brands or businesses you have, and then you get on the show and you run into a Gizelle,
right?
Or you run into like a Kenya, or you run into a Charisse, and they just start telling like ridiculous lies on you that can ruin your business. Why would you agree to that?
Exactly. That's why it's all these people, the lowest hanging fruit, that are trying to get on there to promote. They're not really wealthy or rich like that. They're getting on there to promote some type of thing. But if
they want to become somebody,
right? But if you're established, you're good, you're wealthy, why would you want to go on there just so now your reputation and everybody else, goes down in the dump? No, I personally, if I was approached and I was rich and wealthy, I wouldn't do it either. Because it's not.
I think they've gone too far. I think that with these people lying, like Seanitra was saying, letting these people come on here and lie is actually limiting their casting choices.
Exactly.
Because a lot of people are like, no, if they can just come on here and lie like this and nothing be done about it, then I'm not coming on this show.
Exactly. You're like, no, what's the point? Like, you and the piece of it all, like, you have peace, you're over there now, you come on this show and everybody's DMing you and saying this about you, and like, sometimes ignorance is bliss. Just say nope, I'll just stay
and
over
attacking
here.
your husband and attacking your businesses.
Exactly.
Well, I feel like so much has happened that we kind of forgot about it, but Mia lied on Wendy flat out.
Oh,
I mean, it's just without blinking. And tried to post a video and it got really ridiculous, some of the stuff that Wendy was doing. And I think it got eclipsed by, Michael and some of the other things that was happening. But Mia was doing some really ridiculous stuff on social media.
I don't know.
Mia should have never been on this show.
Too much.
I think that they should have screened her. The production should have caught that something was off with this woman.
They wanted her. They knew she was sleazy. They wanted somebody who was hypersexual, slutty, the ex-stripper at the steak and lobster strip house with evening gowns. They wanted the filth that was Mia Thornton because they want smut on these black shows. They are sick of respectable black smut. Like, the smuttiest thing they had on Potomac was Ashley Darby, and she really couldn't like showcase her smut. They had to get somebody who was already in the sewage system, rolling around.
I said, don't her and Ashley have the same storyline? Exactly. Crack addict mother, married to an older man who is supposedly wealthy, but we don't really see a wealthy lifestyle. Her and Ashley literally have the same story, being pimped out to do threesomes by this old man.
Not really, not but not really though. There are some very decided differences between she and Ashley, and I'll tell you what they are.
Mm.
For one, Sheila, Sister Underbridge, didn't end up in prison. She was just under the bridge. Ashley was still with her family.
Yeah, that's true.
Mia was couch surfing through the foster system and the group home system. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Until she got picked up by a friend who constantly wants to remind her that my mama took you in. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's number one. Number two.
Said that
hold on. Hold on. Hold on. It don't first of all, I don't care what they said because they a bunch of liars too. So this is what we know about the heifer. She was all over creation and her mammy was in prison. And she was couch surfing. Now that we do know. Because if that was not the case, how the hell did she end up with my mama took you in? There would have never been a reason for my mama to take you in if the girl hadn't been out some goddamn where. So all this crap from Tacky Jackie and her tacky family, I don't care. Because I think they're all trash. Mia, Jackie, and a whole bunch of them. And that go for their mammy too. If she's a part of it. Now back to what I was saying. Number two, you got to look at Mia went and slept with somebody else's husband. Okay, in order to get her check. As far as we know, Ashley didn't go sleep with nobody's husband. She was being a barfly and ran into a creepy old man who wanted to sleep with a young girl, and that's how she got married. Now,
and even if Ashley did sleep
number
with somebody else, but she ain't gonna tell you.
Number three,
Ashley has a little bit more.
But hold
shame.
on, but no, the man, no ma'am. Michael was not married. Michael had been married before and divorced. He had a whole family.
Whoever.
But I'm just saying, she wasn't going with no married man. She met a creepy old man at a bar who wanted to sleep with a young girl. Okay, number three. After marrying both of the old men who had some money, Ashley's husband had money, but he's a typical clear man with money. He's not going to let you spend his money. That's why he still got money. While he's over there being an arch colonizer on the continent of Africa, he making money hand over fist, and he still got her wearing clothes from rainbows and dots. Meanwhile, Mia married and it was sometime Fashion Nova, but mainly Rainbow and Dots is what I'm seeing. 579 from the mall. Okay. Then you got Mia on the other hand, who ran into an ignorant black man who made some money, and he allowed her to spend money. And they was over there living so lavish that this heifer she wasn't even smart enough, nor did he encourage her to invest the money that she was paying herself for running those clinics. So much so that when his family stepped in because they didn't want them running the day-to-day, that now you got to sell off properties and live off savings because you didn't make any investments. So see, it was a very different situation that we're looking at here. The ignorance that went along with Mia's situation is why she's in the position she's in right now. She wasn't even, the man didn't put her on a short leash, nor did she put herself on a short leash. Right now, if Michael Darby never makes another penny, that man has invested smart enough that he wouldn't have to sell off all his properties to get by. So there's some very big differences between Ashley Coochie Craven Darby, and Mia with James Almost Thornton. Now there's a huge difference. There's an ocean dividing them. The only thing that they have in common is that they both hoes. That's the only thing they got in common.
But hey, remember, I can't remember what season it was when she said that if she stays with Michael for 5 years, then she gets, I don't know, some type of settlement. How did that change now to her not getting?
There is no
This
divorce.
is all just a lie.
Because she lying. Lulu, let me tell you how it changed, baby. It changed because she's lying. What she's doing is setting up the story in advance. Hold on. She's setting up the story in advance to explain why she's going back to him, because they're not really getting a divorce. That's why all these ridiculous lies that magically she not gonna get no money. Anybody who's silly enough to believe that, I promise you, I have a ski cabin in the Everglades that you can buy. There's a ski lodge right down there in the Florida Everglades. You can just get it $50. I got you. Because that's the stupidest story I ever heard. No man who has millions of dollars who gave you 2 children children who are both under the age of 12 is going to walk away and not pay you a dime. Nobody is that stupid. Nobody. Well, let me not say nobody is that stupid. Nobody should be stupid enough to believe that.
But
nobody should be dumb enough to believe that.
In that state, I live in California. You know, California is very community property. But here in California, they actually have laws that protect people against that type of thing. Those prenups are thrown out.
But that don't have nothing to do with the state that they're in.
Now, I don't know what's going on.
But it has nothing. Right. But the bottom line is she forgot she had already told us what was going on. That situation didn't magically turn to something else because now you want to make up a lie about you getting divorced. You are not getting a divorce. You are lying, Ashley. I said it before and she proved it. Now you calling yourself Darby's Barbie again. You want to go ahead and spin that storyline that y'all working it out for the kids?
Oh Lord.
You want to go on and spin it, Ashley? Because we already know. And you know what else Ashley is counting on? Ashley is counting on the audience to be dumb enough to be all excited, like, ooh, she went back because she wasn't getting no money, and not pay attention to the fact that that was all a smoke screen. That was all smoke and mirrors just to get y'all talking. She don't mind y'all calling her dumb as long as you fall for the okie doke. She's not going back because of money. She's not going back because of kids, because she never left that man.
Yeah, the divorce should have been filed by now. It should have been filed. It's a lie. It's a fake story.
Oh,
that's why
I'm done with the show. That's why I'm not watching this anymore.
But halfway through the season, when Candace was talking to Big Reese down there in Miami, and she said it, she was like, she's peddling this fake divorce story. She ain't getting no divorce. Candace even saw it. We all see it. There's no divorce. But what's sad is the fan base. What's sad is we have a fan base that will, like, I don't know if they're willfully just choosing not to see what's in front of them, or whether it's just what they want to believe so bad they pretend not to see the facts. Like, I don't know. But people were really falling for that garbage. Like, I did not.
Robyn and Juan. Robyn and Juan are not together. And I would say this too, I'm blue in the face.
They're not.
They are not a couple. This is a scam to be on this show.
Business arrangement.
Because nobody has showed us a marriage license yet.
To have the money from the show.
It's a business arrangement. She cheated on him.
But there's no marriage license yet. Like, nobody has been able to produce a marriage license. That stuff is public record. People have looked. Like, people, bloggers have looked. Yeah. I know for a fact people have looked for that marriage license, and it is nowhere to be seen.
Yep. And because I guess the guy that stole money from them is who she cheated on him with.
But he had already been cheating on her for years. Their marriage was over.
Robyn. I'm talking about Robyn.
Yes, what I'm saying is Juan had been cheating on her the whole time they were together.
My point. I'm thinking my point.
She knows that part. Lulu, finish your thought, baby. Finish your thought.
My point is she cheated on Juan with the friend that, I don't know, fell off the bridge or whatever happened and stole their money. So now I feel they have a business arrangement where, since they were bankrupt, this is their bread right now. The show is where she gets the money from. So now I feel he agrees to tag along and pretend because that's a way of them getting some type of income for them. So that's that was my point. That's why I
absolutely
feel like it's all a lie. It's all of that is a lie. They're trying to make it look like it's real, but it's not real, because I feel like Juan, to an extent, holds a huge grudge on Robyn, and understandably so. And so he just goes along with it, but it's not real, because that's a way of him kind of getting.
And he don't even act like he like her. That's
right.
I don't think he does. I think he's a little resentful of this arrangement, but I think he wants his kids to have this money. So I think, like, for my kids, I will go along with this foolishness, but I don't like it.
Exactly. And that's why he's never at any, except one reunion, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Was it just one reunion here?
Yeah, that's true. The last reunion he came to was the one where he got drunk and hugged Karen too tight and almost popped her implants.
Yeah. Oh, that
Mhm.
was funny. But yeah, but I think I've only seen him at one reunion where they were all in white. I can't where they were talking about Michael grabbing people's butts. I can't remember what season that is. After that, you don't
That
ever
was the
see him
last
anywhere.
one.
He never comes. So it's all um, Robyn needs to go. I'm sorry. She needs to go. Like
She does.
it was very hypocritical at the reunion, the things she was saying, and then they do the flashback. Like, girl, what are you talking about? First of all, about the hotel room, and then he comes out one page.
Well, I feel because I've been watching Housewives since first season of OC, it looked to me like they were wrapping Robyn up even before this happened with the hotel room. Matter of fact, I kind of
Yep.
suspect that this hotel room story came out as a last ditch effort to save her job. The way that she was being shot,
No,
I don't
the
think so.
way that they showed that
I don't
wedding
think so.
scene,
If
it
it was,
kind of looked like, okay, we wrapping you up.
if
I'm
it
just
was,
saying because I've seen it before.
If it is, she is
But
not.
that wouldn't make sense though, Callie, because that came out before the whole let's show the wedding thing. Like,
Mm.
Well,
this
I
mess
mean,
was
they
on
have already
TikTok
filmed all
before
this
that.
stuff, though.
And that wedding was just
But this
because
is what I'm saying. Like, while they were filming, before they said let's show the wedding or whatever, because all of that got edited in after the fact. That lady put that stuff on TikTok before that. The timeline don't jive. This mess came out because that lady said that Juan brought his friend and the friend started stripping down and exposing himself because he thought it wasn't no fun if the homies couldn't have none. Now that's what made that girl tell, and I don't blame her because I'd have told too. Hey Brian Patterson, hey Tarsha Brooks.
To me, it was just a little strange the timing in which the woman told. The woman seemed to tell right at the end of the season, kind of right around this wedding.
But she didn't.
No.
Oh, so it had already been.
But she did not tell toward the end of the season. She did not tell toward the end of the season. That's what I'm telling you. You got your timeline wrong. That's not what happened.
No, see, I didn't know that this information was already on TikTok and we just weren't paying attention. I didn't know that.
Okay.
It was already out by the time they finished wrapping for the season. That info was already out. Everybody at that table already knew about it. The lady had reached out to people on the cast beforehand. That's why Robert was sitting there like, well, I was waiting for one of the other ladies to mention it, and then I would have said something. They all sat there and knew about it. They were all aware of it while they were telling lies on Chris. Everybody knew that girl had already reached out about Juan. That is the crux of the issue. It was all happening while they were filming. And this whore, little Robert, sat there and hid everything and then waited until they finished filming everything, including the reunion, to say something on a podcast and put it behind a paywall. That's the issue.
And that's
it was going on during
that
the
was
season.
not a smart move at all because
that was stupid as hell.
It was the most dumbest move she ever made because she if she really wanted to secure her spot on the show, this should have been her storyline. A lot of a lot of people would have related to her because who has not been cheated on?
But see, this is
what I mean. Like, wait a minute. And that's the thing. It's like to them they forget.
But Robert is too dumb to be relatable. She's too dumb. Like she literally could have talked about what's going on in her businesses, and that would have been relatable. She could have let us see what happened, why you stopped flipping houses, and that would have been relatable. The entire time she's been on this show, she has been intentionally giving nothing. And then she wonders why everybody's like, you don't do nothing, you boring as hell, you not interesting, go away. This came out because she didn't have a choice, because once that the hotel receipt got exposed, it's like, okay, ain't no running from near the head on this podcast. But I'm only gonna say something once we finish filming the entire reunion, because she didn't want to be questioned about it on the reunion. She was trying to be smart, but apparently there was not enough melanin to enrich her pineal gland. So her version of smart comes off as on the spectrum.
No, you know what I think may have happened, you guys? I think it's what we're saying. They're not really a couple, and Juan always dates people. He just lives his life. So to
Juan,
her,
but we
this
already
wasn't a
know that, Callie. But the
storyline.
point,
This was just
everybody,
normal.
everybody and their mama knows that.
but
No,
you're
but
not
what I'm saying is,
understanding what we saying to you,
Robyn,
Callie. What we're
Mhm.
saying to you is we know that we know Juan is a single man. We know Juan can talk to any goddamn body he wants to. And guess
yeah,
what? Robert know that too. That's why he always cuss her out when she call his phone, because she know they don't really go together. But the bottom line is the fact that this girl was reaching out to people on the cast. She could have let that come on out, and then we could have dealt with it during the season. I suspect that she didn't want it to come out during the season because she didn't want that girl to say everything that Juan had told her about the relationship being fake, about the fact that it's made for TV and it's just an obligation, and that he don't really go with her. So she tried to hide it so she could tell it herself without anybody else getting that girl's side of the story. And then lo and behold, Miss Thing goes and does an interview and still tells everything anyway. Robert was trying to be smart and it didn't work. That's right, Iman. That's why I'm always saying free Juan, because Juan is a single man and Robert need to leave that man alone.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just, and she just, and that Watch What Happened Live, whatever they did with Andy, like she just looked so stupid.
I don't see a reason to bring her back, and my worry is that they will bring Mia back. I mean, from what I've seen on Housewives, to me, if they're bringing Robyn back, it's to sabotage the show, because I really feel that her story has wrapped up. There's nothing more for her to do. Her story's over. There's no reason to bring this woman back.
Well, if they want to force these people down our throats, the ratings will show.
Oh no, they already are showing.
You're not gonna watch.
Yeah, they already are. The ratings are already.
I'd rather watch.
Well, they're definitely gonna bring her back. They're definitely bringing Mia back with her smut. We want her gone, but Bravo wants her smut. And Couture Bay, we remember Robyn telling the story. We remember Robyn telling the story that she was in PR, but the way I heard it, she had just started that job, and I think she was working as a receptionist. I don't think she really was in PR, but that's the story she told when she first got on the show. But yes,
I did not know that.
Yes, really.
Yes,
it's been a pack of lies from the beginning.
If she comes back and if Gizelle comes back and these ladies don't hold them accountable, I feel like if I were these ladies, the cast members, their jobs, their bread, their livelihoods is on the line. So if I were them, I would stop playing nice.
I would ice them out.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would ice them out. I would not film with them.
Yeah, I would.
That's what these ladies need to do.
Like
if they don't cast, the other ladies need to say, look, we're gonna save this show and we're not gonna film with these people.
Exactly. If they want to save the show, if they want to save the show, they need to like make these two, like my dear sis says, clear colored people, not clear, closer to clear people, accountable. They're not doing that. Nobody holds Gizelle accountable. Everybody, like when they attack her, she just gets quiet and everybody jumps in to defend her. No, they need to hold her accountable, and they need to hold Robert accountable too. Because
they need to check production. They need to show.
It's not about whatever production.
We're not allowing this.
Listen, Kylie,
you guys, we're not filming with these ladies.
Whatever production,
but
when you're filming, production is gonna still work with what content you're bringing, right? They may say whatever they say.
That's right.
But if you go over there and they're gonna work with that. So if they have no choice, whatever way, if they're gonna edit it, whatever other way, but if it's consistent to holding these two accountable, they'll have no choice but to show that. So in a way,
that's right. I agree with Lulu. They do have the power to ice them out, and production won't have a leg to stand on. You're right.
Yeah.
The cast too is to blame, because if they don't have anything to work with, what are they gonna do? It's what happens when they're filming. If you hold these people accountable, they'll have no other choice but to edit it whatever way they want to edit, but they'll work with what you film, regardless of how they're manufacturing storylines or whatever.
That's right, and it won't be nothing.
Exactly. So it's up to the cast too. If are you guys serious about your jobs or not? Because all of us are saying, hey, we don't like where the show is going. We don't like how the show is proceeding. So if the cast is serious, they'll step up and hold Gizelle and Robyn, whatever, accountable.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They need to ice them out like they were trying to do Monique and some of these other people. And I'm not even saying that Monique was a victim. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just using her as an example of people that they have iced out. I really do think that they need to have a little meeting and say, look, this show is not going to make it. We hear what the fans are saying, and Gizelle and Robyn have got to go. And I think Mia will do whatever to stay on this show.
Okay. And if they don't go, if Gizelle and Robyn do not go, then really put them in the hot seat.
Every single scene. If they do film with them, it needs to be drilling them about what they have done.
But Monique,
hey, Culture Bay.
Hello, ladies. Hey. I had to come up since we're burning the midnight.
I was about to say, let Couture Bay get one in. Yeah. Hey, sis.
Hey.
Couture Bay.
So, the thing with Monique was she threw a
Tell us what you think, girl.
Monique threw a temper tantrum because the word around town, I used to live in the DMV during that scandal. It was the word around town was that baby that she lost, it was due to her having one too many drinks. Now, then when the friend came out that she was hanging with the personal trainer, that was true as well, because that guy couldn't get a job in the Potomac area because Chris iced him out with a lot of like business people. So I don't know what type of NDA they had him on, but he didn't really say anything. So some of that stuff was kind of like really what was going on, but she didn't want to film that. She wanted the perfect marriage.
But rumors are just that.
I believe.
Yeah, but rumors are that though, because when it comes to that trainer Couture Bay, hold on. Hold on, Kelly. When it comes to that trainer, here's the issue. This is what I know to be a fact. That trainer is homosexual. So they were reaching real hard. They're gonna dislocate their shoulder with that trainer. Okay, him and Monique like the same thing. So that's what made that lie even more ridiculous. The man is homosexual. He likes men. Monique is very much a girl. Now, if you had accused him of sleeping with Robert, then I'd have said maybe he got confused, maybe he thought it was. But Monique looks very much like a woman. There's no way he got confused.
No, most definitely. And I was just saying, like, the reason they iced out Monique, they wanted her back. She refused to. They didn't even care if she apologized. She did not want to do anything. That's why she's like, oh,
she refused.
They were offered me all this money, blah, blah, blah. So that was that. Now, as for Ashley and Michael, I saw them last fall together and we were going to a brunch spot. So I just assumed they were being co-parenting because we thought they were going through a divorce. I remember my homeboy said, really, Ashley, on his Instagram, but he took it down because he said he didn't want something where they do something to your social media because he didn't know if they were still in the filming and he didn't want no issues. But they seemed very lovey-dovey, so I never thought nothing about it until the reunion. I said, wait a minute, she's not divorcing this man because she was in Alexandria, real chummy, enjoying themselves, lovey-dovey. So I don't know. I'm always confused with Ashley. She'll do whatever for a check, but they're not going to get rid of Robyn, and they're definitely not going to get rid of Gizelle. Because if y'all remember Real Housewives of New York, the reason they kept Bethany on because she was the problematic one of the New York franchise because she did something for fan bases, like, and I'm talking about their white fan base. They ate her up. They loved it. They just loved everything about it.
Fan base like
she doesn't, but her best friend is Gizelle.
But here's the thing. But when it came to New York, though, Couture Bay, I love Bethany. Bethany and Ramona, that whole dynamic, that to me, that made New York.
Most definitely. But remember when Bethany didn't want to film with Jill? when
Yeah.
her and they got into it, what did all the girls do? They iced her out. And then Andy told her on the reunion, "You're the most toxic person to come." It was just so toxic. And I was like, what? What show was we watching? What show was we watching?
Right.
You know, he
Mhm.
has his favorites. When that rich lady, I forget her name, said that Andy is a cutthroat bee, she meant that because he will, whoever he feels is the queen of the franchise, he is going to hold you down as long as you keep his secrets. And that's what Giselle do. That's why she can openly say, if you want to get some of this cougar puss, you can have it.
I think that those were the
But this
days
is
before
but
they
this
started
is
getting
the
rid of
thing,
people.
except for when it came to everybody except Lanithia, because the executives actually
Mhm.
chastised him for fraternizing with Nene. And that's when him and Nene stopped being so close. But that's also why Nene knew about him doing all them white lines, because they
Oh,
was
I believed
partying together
everything
and
she
everything.
said.
Oh, I believe that. There was no doubt in my
Yeah,
mind
but
about
I'm telling you, like they were seen out. They were seen out by too many prying eyes, honey. They were partying together up until Andrew, I like them white lines, Cohen got
that.
chastised by the network for fraternizing with the help.
Well, that was because what's her name? Jill said you went to Bethany's housewarming party. You never came to mine. And then she threw Nini's name in there. See, when these Karens get the Karen, it is a thing. And I knew when she said, and that was back when she
That
was
ain't
allowed to
have
be on.
nothing to do with her. That had nothing to do with that lady mentioning Nene. It had everything to do with the kind of stuff that Andy was doing with Nene.
Mhm.
Correct.
It had
But I
nothing to
think
do with
that's
that
when
lady
they
mentioning
started to
that
pay
name, but it
attention.
had no, ma'am, no, ma'am. They started paying attention when them stories started coming out about them young boys, them young men, them barely legals
Yeah.
that paid bussy. Now
That's true.
that's
We
when they
can't,
started paying attention.
that is
Hmm.
definitely
Y'all know
true.
I keep the gossip straight. Y'all know I keep the gossip straight now.
But also, if you look across all of the franchises, this is a new era. They've been started getting rid of people a couple of years ago, and that's been every season.
Yeah, but we
It's not
talking
like
about
it
what's
used to
going
be.
on with Andy and the mess they doing right now. They are not.
No,
They are
I'm saying what
strategically
she's saying,
holding
like back in the
on.
day with New York.
Right,
It's
but
not
with,
like
right
they.
now they not
Yeah.
getting rid of the people that's doing their dirt. Gizelle, according to what Chris Unemployed Bassett just said, and I believe him, she agreed to take a bribe to tell an egregious lie against a
Mhm.
man.
It's
Now that
system.
is disgusting. And
Very.
that is why they keep her there. There are very few people on that cast that will be willing to tell a lie so nasty for a couple of dollars. But I
Do you
guess if
think
you live in
it's
a she shed I guess if you live in a she shed in the middle of the woods, you might do a little something strange
Mhm.
for a piece of change.
True.
Seanitra, my question to you is, and this is to the panel as well. Do
Mm.
you think they keep Giselle there because of her political connections? Because she do have that.
No,
No.
no, not at all. Because she
Mm-mm.
But
don't have any real political connections more than anybody
Wendy
else.
well,
know
She
more
okay.
knows some
people.
of the people in the area, like everybody else knows some people in the area. It has nothing to do with political corrections connections. It has everything to do with her willingness to be the dirtiest player in the game.
Mm, true.
That's why that whore
But
is
I
still
think maybe
that's why that I'm sorry, pardon me. That's why
that's
that broke down whore from Hampton University is still sitting there.
so. But to culture based point, don't you think that maybe after the whole George Floyd um incident and they still kept her, maybe to an extent, maybe that could be because of her dad being in the civil rights, even though now we're finding out he's also a huge
No,
colorist. And you don't think so?
no,
But we always
no.
see her
Nobody
dad say that. That's an old
cares
story.
about her daddy being a part of the civil rights movement. Like nobody cares
I
about
feel
They
that.
like
don't even
it was
mention
This
it
is
on the
about her
show.
willingness to be dirty. Because if
okay.
listen to what I'm saying,
Mm,
if that was the reason that they were holding her there, she would have to actually play to that more. And she doesn't play to
Mhm.
that at all. There was an entire
Yep.
conversation about colorism, and she was too ignorant to offer even one sentence that
and
was
she
valid in an entire conversation. about colorism in the Black community. So she doesn't play to that enough for that to be a reason. That's like saying Portia Williams was on Atlanta because she's Hosea Williams' grandchild. Absolutely not.
Oh no, Portia.
No,
But at least
No.
Portia
I'm just saying,
attempted
like
to
at
play
the
to it.
time, when at the height of it is what I'm saying. But like, I feel like
Not even at the height of it. I think that helped her get on the show. But after that, she showed willingness to be the dirtiest player in the game, and that is why she's there. That is why up until this very reunion, she was willing to take a bribe to claim that a man grabbed his genitals at her in a hotel room.
I do agree with you. I think Robyn
That's
should
why she's there.
I think Robyn should be demoted. Gizelle should be fired. I also believe Mia should be demoted. I do.
Needs to go. There's nothing she's bringing. Like, we get it. I think what made Ashley entertaining was Michael. Like,
the problem is they cannot get rid of the entire show.
No, I don't get rid of the entire show.
The majority of the cast is problematic.
Yeah, because I feel like what made Ashley very entertaining, not even related, well, maybe to some gold diggers, but entertaining.
Gold digger, no, thought bot, because
well, that girl, she's not even digging aluminum foil. What do you mean gold?
I'm just
Ashley,
guys.
Maybe she's looking at some gold through a window.
She's digging. Matter of fact, she might. I think like at this point, like if you accuse her of digging for liver spots, okay, digging for wrinkles, I'll buy that.
Okay,
but digging for gold, absolutely not.
No, she ain't no Erica Jane. Okay, I put it that way.
I personally did as messy and nasty and disrespectful and somewhat a little bit pseudo racist Michael is on the show. I'm sure maybe in real life, I don't know, but on the show, I still found him very entertaining. I found him extremely entertaining, and I think that I think
you might have been in the minority. Like I know I found nothing entertaining about that. About that. Smeagol, no ma'am. Smeagol was not entertaining. Smeagol was creepy as hell. The Precious was not entertaining.
I didn't like that
reunion. Seanitra, you gotta admit the reunion. I can't remember what it were they or in white. And
no ma'am.
Was talking about grabbing butts.
No ma'am.
The
Precious.
That was cool. You remember when Karen's husband?
No, Lulu. Like, I'm being honest. Like at no point during, but Lulu. I'm gonna answer you. I'm gonna answer you. At no point since he's been on this show. Not even for 5 seconds have I ever found the Precious entertaining. Not even for 5 seconds.
Okay,
not for 1 minute. The Precious. That's Smeagol from Lord of the Rings. Smeagol has never been
did you not find that funny at the reunion where they were talking about grabbing butts and then Karen's husband was like, "I've seen you do it," and then.
But that was Ray being funny. That wasn't him.
You grabbed Andy's butt. That wasn't funny to you. Like, I found that extreme.
Yeah, but that was Ray being funny. Michael was just being a creep.
Yeah, Ray was funny, but he wasn't. Yeah. That man has never been funny to me. And not only is he not funny,
oh my God,
he is disgusting trash. And not only he wasn't even funny looking, he was creepy looking. Even the rims of his eyes was always red, like he had on red eyeliner or something. It's like, what the hell are you?
Yeah. That's why Ashley be over there losing her mind. And drinking all the dark energy.
I don't know if it's me, but is it all these people with money? It's like once they get all this, they just get weird and crazy and all these weird sexual.
No,
I've seen a lot of cool people on Housewives.
No,
I don't. Yeah,
I know a lot of people with money who are not doing creepy sexual stuff. No, it's just them. It's just them. Like there's a lot of people with money who are not creeps.
Okay,
that guy looks like he eats human flesh for dinner. Like he's creepy.
And you guys, I'm not trying to be sex negative, but I'm a little old fashioned. It's a little something that rubs me the wrong way. When a woman is made to feel like she has to sleep with other people to stay in a marriage. It gives me pimp energy. This is like
But
something.
who made her feel like that, Callie? Nobody made her feel like that.
Well, according to Ashley,
but Callie, nobody made her feel like
She's a
anything.
grown
No,
consent.
I'm not saying it's
but
the
even
truth. I'm
but
saying that's the
Callie,
story she's telling.
but Callie, even according to, but no, ma'am, that is not even what she said. She said she enjoyed it when they got together. Now she no longer enjoys it. That doesn't mean somebody made her feel like she had to do that. That's what she wanted to do.
Right.
No. If you're saying, and I'm not saying that this is true, Ashley probably is lying. But if you're saying that this is the catalyst,
no,
for you
Ashley said that she wanted to in the beginning.
That anymore.
So guys, okay.
But that's not being made to feel like she has to do anything. That's not her being made to feel like she has to do anything. She started off that. Hold on.
Oh,
but
okay.
she's not getting a divorce, Callie. She's lying. The bottom line is
that, but I'm
Mia.
This is the story that she's telling on the show.
Hold on. The bottom line is Mia told the truth at that reunion. How you get a man is how you keep him. If you got him being freak nasty and you licking on, kitty cats, dogs, and all, don't sit up and then say, oh, now he's making me feel like I have to do it. No, what he's doing is expecting you to continue with the behavior that you engaged in when you all bonded and became husband and wife. That is not someone making you feel like anything. That would be you deciding that I no longer want to engage in the things that we bonded over and agreed to be man and wife with. I want to change my situation. I no longer want to engage in this. That's not a man making her feel like anything. Women are in charge of their bodies and their sexuality. You engage in what you want to. You enter into situations that you want to enter into, and once they no longer serve you, you simply leave. Now that's what that's what she was pretending to be doing. But she is not a little girl. Nobody was imposing threesomes on her. Nobody made her feel like anything. No. What I'm saying is I'm being very clear about the fact that as women, we have ownership over our sexuality. We have ownership and we have license over our own bodies. Nobody makes you feel like anything. She engaged when she wanted to, and according to her, when she no longer wanted to, I'm no longer going to do it. I'm just going to exit because that's how you like to live. When I like to live that way, two became one. I no longer want to live that way, so now the twain shall separate. Now that's the story she's telling. Nobody made her feel like anything. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Real Housewives of New Jersey, they pay out of pocket. I think the ladies pay for the production. They don't use the one from Bravo or something like that. That's why their show is so different and cohesive.
I don't watch that one. But ladies, I have a question for you. So do you think that maybe if they, because again, because that whole colorism thing, it just, do you think that maybe they should do, if I were, because I feel like Andy production, everybody dropped the ball, but not necessarily.
But all the women but Candace said they wanted to talk. They didn't want to talk about colorism. I could have sworn they said that.
Yeah, they did. And also, I think I saw on Twitter.
No, what they said was everybody, but they were saying everybody but Candace did not want a mediator. Candace wanted a mediator. Nobody else
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, everything about that. Wendy is.
Okay.
Candace is on the island by herself.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you think that maybe a way that Bravo can try in a way to redeem themselves is try to make like kind of how they did the special where Gizelle and Portia were on there for the whole Black Lives Matter thing? Maybe do something like that.
No, they don't. Absolutely not.
Why?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I feel like Black America has had enough symbolic performative bullcrap. Either fix your crap or haul tail. Either fix your crap or haul tail, Bravo.
We don't need performative like they did with Candy and them.
Symbolic bullcrap.
Okay.
When I say performative, what I mean is having hold on. Hold on. When I say performative, what I mean is having a special about colorism that is performative. You don't need a special to tell you that it is wrong to mistreat, disenfranchise, take opportunities away from women because they're darker. You do not need a special to tell you that it's wrong to gaslight and pretend not to understand Black women when they talk about their feelings and experiences in this country. It is performative as hell, because you don't need a special to tell you that colorism is alive and well, and it is a direct result and the little sister of racism. You do not need a special to tell you that. Doing that special is a way of placating and giving symbolic nonsense to Black people, who a lot of us are no longer interested in your symbolism and your iconography. We don't want to march anymore. We don't want to talk anymore. We don't want to do sit-ins anymore. We want you to just stop your crap. We don't need a special. That's one thing about Black America that the rest of the, hold on. That is one thing about Black America that the rest of the world is going to have to learn the hard way. We are slightly more aggressive than other Black people in the diaspora and even on the continent. And the reason for that is the version of oppression that we have experienced in this place is different and unique from what happens everywhere else. And the amount of bombardment that we have had century after century, 400 years on the same plantation with the same people doing the same crap, and now they have brainwashed and made enough of our own skin folks sick in the head so that now they're even imposing the systems of oppression on other Black people. We're sick of it. We don't want no special. We don't want no t-shirts. We don't want a march. We don't want no stand-ins. We don't want no sit-ins. We don't want you coming to do no PSAs. We don't want no disclaimers at the end of the show. We want you to stop. That's what we want. We want you to stop. We have had it. And what pisses me off even more, and nothing about me is xenophobic. Everybody who knows me knows I got plenty of family from West Africa. But what pisses me off more with Wendy, you are the daughter of immigrants, so I understand that you may not understand the way we feel about things that have happened to us in this place because it's not your story. But when you don't understand something that your sister is talking about and you can see how it's affecting her, then the best thing for you to do, if you want to be supportive, is shut the hell up. How dare you try to silence her and police her tone when you know you have no idea what the hell she's feeling? I don't care if she did go marry that dusty, broke, clear man. That is still a Black woman, and nothing is going to negate her Blackness. Nothing will change the fact that she came from a Black mama and a Black daddy and 4 Black grandparents. And she is carrying on her all of the oppression, all of the discrimination, all of the sexism, all of the misogynoir that goes along with being a Black woman in this country. We don't want no performative bull crap. We done.
Okay, to your point.
Now, maybe if they were in another country where the Black people are, maybe they ain't fed up yet, maybe go somewhere else and do a special. But for over here for the ADOS in this country, miss us with the goddamn special. Miss us with the tone policing. Miss us playing in our face and pretending like you not doing what you doing. Miss us with that. It's insulting.
Okay.
Let's be clear. Black women are some of the most educated, is one of the most educated demographics in this country. We got too much intelligence and education for you to be playing in our face with a special. Okay. We're not stupid enough to want a special. We don't want no special.
Okay. Okay. So to your point, just for disclosure, I'm actually African.
I feel you.
Yeah. And again, the whole ism, like, it's different. There's colorism, tribalism. So like that was very triggering.
But right now we're talking about colorism. Right. Our story here, you have to understand. And y'all, I got love for the continent. I love my folks over there. And the story there is unique and it's different. And the fight is different. Colonialism absolutely affected the continent, but the effects are decidedly different. And so our struggle is different. The things that we care about, the things that touch us in that tender spot is a little bit different. So it's like for us, it's almost insulting when people who don't understand what's going on are trying to tone police and tell us what we should care about. When in reality, I have family that is still in Niger, and they're going through struggle as Igbo people. That would be like me telling them, well, Operation Python Dance really wasn't that bad. Buhari didn't mean no harm. I mean, maybe y'all can just march or something. Like at the end of the day, they would curse me out in 3 or 4 different languages.
I hear you, but what I'm
But
saying
when it comes to Black America, the media package that has been put out on us has demeaned us, has portrayed us as something less than human, has portrayed us as villains when we have been victims for 400 years on this piece of crap called a plantation that they named America. So much so that the entire world is looking at Black America, telling us that we wrong for feeling how we feel, and can't we just accept, some symbolic bull crap and some breadcrumbs. See, I try to steer away from certain topics because I don't know how not to be real.
Yeah, it's fine. It's understandable. I was just trying to say, I get it. It's different, but it's there too. Colorism is there too as well. But
Yeah, but it's different in
It's
internationally.
different, but it is not the same thing. You can't even compare the two, because what you all are calling colorism and you're saying it's colorism, it is not exactly the same thing. When you get into the continent, you have more tribalism and classism than you will ever have of colorism. And and the lifestyle, as far as the complexion and wanting to be lighter, that is not exactly what colorism is. You realize in this country, we have somebody the likes of Kamala Harris as the vice president when it should have been Stacey Abrams. And that woman's opportunity was taken away simply because she is Black. She is phenotypically Black, from her beautiful kinky coily hair to her rich melanated skin to her thick nose to her thick lips. So when really, we talk about colorism here, it is absolutely nothing that you can compare to what happens anywhere else to Black people. Our situation here is unique. As much as Black people's situation in the Caribbean or West Indies is unique, as much as the situation with Black people in Europe is unique, as much as the situation with Black people on the continent in various countries is unique. I think that it is a dangerous thing to start conflating issues and trying to compare apples to oranges. You may call people wanting to be lighter complected and associating a lighter complexion with a different socioeconomic status as colorism, but it is not the same thing as a Black woman being absolutely devalued, quieted, silenced, and sometimes even killed in hospitals because of their complexion. That is not what happens in Africa, not in any country. So we cannot compare the two. When we're talking about what's happening in the US with Black women, and it's playing out on a television stage, and it's being upheld and pushed in our faces, and we're being told on a national level, to hell with you Black heifers and what offends you. That's what's happening here. That's why you're seeing such a violent response verbally from Black women. Because what is happening is they are upholding the system, and they're telling you, we are going to devalue, we are dedicated to devaluing you, and it don't matter what you say about how you're offended. You keep giving us views and making us money, and we're going to continue to devalue you.
And they think
this is something completely different. What you say, Couture Bay?
And they think it's entertaining, because when I watched Real Housewives, I said it before, I'll say it again, I've always watched for the opulence, the women going on shopping sprees, going on these lavish trips I want to dream about, going to these restaurants I write down to go for my birthday. When I look at Potomac, the places they've been to, I can go every day with my friends every day of the week. And I know there's places in Potomac where I cannot afford it. So I just felt like they made it like casual, and that's not to diminish us, but they made it very like middle class when I wanted
very
top 10%.
Opulence.
Yeah. That's what we watch.
Now you know what's funny, Couture Bay said, rather than putting opulence on the screen, they are more entertained by insulting Black women. They're more entertained by demeaning Black women. And that is a problem. Like, we as Black women, we should be able to articulate that and make sure that we hold their feet to the fire. Our pain and oppression is not entertainment.
Okay.
Attacking and demeaning and degrading Black women is not entertainment. Trying to uphold the sapphire trope of the hypersexual Black woman is not entertainment. We are not Sarah Bartman. And this should not be happening. And
It's
we
more
should
love and
not be
hip-hop
okay with
than
it. And we should
Bravo.
be extremely
Can I
verbal
say
about it.
Seanitra, can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
I did not
Sure.
in any way say, when I say, first of all, I've been in this country. I came here when I was 18 years old. I'm 38.
This one, I wasn't saying that to you.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
saying that you
But
feel
the
that
chat
way. I
is
would
trying
never
to
say
say,
that.
I'm looking at the chart, and some of them are saying, well, Africans say, but that's not where I was coming from. I was trying to say
The lady
that,
that I saw the comment. Don't
yeah,
hold on, Lulu. Don't watch Lulu.
Okay.
First off, baby, don't watch the chat. Don't watch the chat. And
Okay.
I've been watching the comments to make sure nobody said anything out of the way. And what that sister said, that she said she was on another channel and an African woman said something. Nobody disrespect. I would never let anybody disrespect you. I am your sister. I will protect you.
Right, and I've been here. It's not like I just came.
Now, ain't nobody gonna
I've been in
disrespect
this
you.
country for over 20 plus years. So listen, I can relate to what you're saying. I'm not saying, when I say that, I didn't say to diminish or put it down. And whoever wrote that comment,
I know you didn't.
I don't know. So when I first came on here, when I talked
that
about
wasn't about you. Like, listen, Lulu, sis, don't internalize that comment. I read her comment clearly. That wasn't about you. She said she saw an African lady on another channel. She clearly said that. She didn't say you. Don't internalize. Remember, you on the porch with your sis. I got your back.
Here. We are talking. It's an open dialogue. If I say
right, but that's the whole. But Lulu, that's what I'm saying, sis. Don't be offended. The lady was not talking about you. I'm here to protect you. Don't watch the chat and start internalizing things. I would never let anybody disrespect you. Trust me on that. Okay, I got you.
All right. Just wanted
Nobody's
to clear
gonna hurt
that.
you. Hey,
because we're all one.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are all family here. It ain't like that. Hey, Destiny, what you got on it, girl?
Hey, I just kind of just wanted to say, I don't know. So I've been a member of the channel for a very long time, and I just kind of see some of the tension. And I just wanted to kind of let everybody know, like, seriously, like, we love, all of our, Black and brown sisters. Do you know what I mean? So I
family.
Exactly. All of our family. So I just sometimes it's better to just listen and just take the information in. It's a teachable moment for everybody. And we can't really hear each other if we're, kind of just like you said, internalizing it, and I could kind of see that happening. So I just kind of wanted to just jump on here and be like, girl, this ain't it. You know what I mean? Like, you're safe here.
Yeah, that ain't it. Right. And Tiffany's even hold on. And Tiffany's even making the comment. She's letting you know she wasn't talking to offend you. She wasn't even talking about you. Well, that's why I say, like, when you're up here, don't watch the chat, because literally when you watch the chat, like, you can take something away that somebody typed. And as y'all know, when people are typing, you can't hear tone of voice. You can't hear inflection. So you can read something and it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you might take it away because you can't hear how they're saying it. And so that's the only reason I was saying, like, don't watch the chat. Don't watch the chat.
Fine.
But we have to be able, as women and as family, to sit down and have these talks and be, especially in a space like this, when everybody can talk and you can get your point across and you're in a safe space, because this is a safe space. As long as I've been on YouTube, I have never let not one person who came up ever be disrespected, and you will not be the first, baby. I got you. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing to my Lulu while I'm here.
I hear you. I just wanted
to
just
feel the love.
I do. I do. I
I
just
feel
I'm
you.
trying to relate it to that, but I hear what you were saying. I receive it. I get it.
Yeah,
I haven't,
because
like
and the
I
thing is, I only said what I said.
mm-hmm.
Right, because I was only saying what I was saying. It wasn't toward what you said. It was to answer your
Mm-hmm.
question about a special. And it's
Oh
like, and I was explaining to you the
mm-hmm.
importance of not allowing them to get away with that stuff anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot allow it anymore.
Right.
Their cup
And
is full.
anyway, to your point, something
If
has to
we being
change. You can't
honest,
just always match and do all these and then expect
yeah,
change. Like
you
I
can't
feel
just
like
give us no performance.
the approach should be different.
Guys,
Mm.
I think that unfortunately with this show, unless the network decides to do something, and I don't think they are, I think it's just drop it. I mean, like I said, I have to drop basketball vibes. Is this if they are not going to get rid of these people, then we have to let them know that we're not going to watch this.
Yeah.
They can do it like they did Dallas.
Exactly. We have to take a stand. We have to take a stand and let them know
Yeah.
your symbolism, your
Mm-hmm.
iconography, your olive branches, your
Mm-hmm.
specials, your slogans. You can take them all, wrap them up real tight, lubrication or not, and shove them somewhere that seldom sees sunlight. Shove them right, way up in there. We don't want it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think they listen to us. Do you know what I mean? That like they're in the bushes. Do you know what I mean? And it just might be that time. Like I agree. Like I think I quit watching Basketball Wives after like season 2 or 3 because it just got
Yeah.
too much. But like I don't watch any other housewives show for real. And I was really excited about Potomac just because it was kind of in the DMV area. And I was like,
Mhm.
okay, you know what I mean? Like educated Black woman, like let's get it. And
They
then
haven't
now
showed
it's
no
just like,
education.
like Robyn, like no shade. And shoot, this might be no shade to my mama, but like Robyn looked like my mama. You know what I mean? Like my mom has more like accolades and more of a backbone than what she's showing us. Like what do you do besides
Mm-hmm.
just run behind Gizelle all day? Like I don't know. It's disappointing. It's
Mm-hmm.
been disappointing. It was like when they first entered the show, it was like, "Hi, I was an intern for the Obama campaign. My great great grandfather and my grandfather was such and such and such and such," and it's just like all of that's just out the window. So we just like I just don't see no decorum. I don't see anything with these women. And Atlanta is gonna be Atlanta. Like Atlanta is just kind of I guess you could say um the birthplace of the ratchetness when it comes to like not even
No,
ratchetness, man.
but
Like we love it,
But
we
it
love it.
wasn't
Like
even
we're all
Atlanta
of that. Hold
wasn't
on, hold
built
on, hold
on
on, hold on.
ratchet.
Like
Atlanta
seriously,
was
like
built
we're all of
on.
that. We can be ratchet, we can be classy, we can be proper. We can encompass all of that and still hold our heads high. So I don't even mean to say that like it's a bad thing. Do you know what I mean? But like, the ninis and the pop offs and the, you know what I mean? Like, and we love that because honestly, that's how we are behind closed doors, right? But I feel like they've taken that and they've wrapped it up and they've pushed it to the point where like they think that that's all that we are, and it's not.
Well,
But the
I thought that
ironic
was
Well,
thing
you know
is,
what,
oh,
Destiny?
sorry.
Destiny has an excellent point, and I think that more to the point, I believe that they know very much that that's not who we are because we've proven that that's not who we are.
Mhm.
What's going on,
Exactly.
Destiny, is that they want to portray us that way. They are
Exactly.
comfortable with seeing us through that lens. They
Absolutely.
are not comfortable in seeing Black powerful women. They're not comfortable with seeing Black women who are articulate, who are educated, who are dignified, who keep their
Hmm.
homes, who raise their children properly. That is not the version of Blackness that America is comfortable with. And they have shown us more times than not that that's not what they want to see. They showed us in Tulsa when they burned down Black Wall Street. They showed
Yep.
us in Rosewood.
Right.
They showed us in Ocoee, Florida. They showed us in Oxford. They showed us at every turn. They showed us at Seneca in New York. They showed us at every turn that Black excellence is not what they want to see us as. that is not the lens that they're comfortable with. They showed us when they bankrolled gangster rap. They showed us when they bankrolled trap music. They showed us when every image of us that they greenlight on television are gangsters, thugs, prostitutes, and hoochies. They showed us how they want to see us. And every time they see us lift our head above the fray, they do their darndest to cut it off. And Bravo is no different. Bravo's day of reckoning has to come.
To your point,
they are racist as hell.
To your point, what put the whole Housewife franchise was RHOP, Real Housewives of Atlanta, a black cast. Well, I mean, they had one, Kim, but really what put the whole franchise, like what made it big, was Real Housewives of Atlanta. But still, they don't mind taking money from us.
For sure.
And they'll portray a certain way. But what really put the franchise up there, the whole Real Housewife franchise, really, I'll give it to Nene Leakes, really, or Housewives of Atlanta. Really, what made everybody start watching, because they had OC. Nobody was really checking for them like that with OC. But when that came on, that's when everybody was like, "Oh, wait a minute!" And then now all these other franchises came up because of Atlanta. So to your point, just agreeing to what you're saying, you know what I mean? Like, it is that is true.
Very true.
They portray
and
it
I remember
downplay it. Like,
aired.
we're not the ones that are actually like making a difference or like as entertaining. They downplay it.
For sure, absolutely.
They allowed black women to be. They allowed black women to be their authentic selves in the beginning on these shows to build up ratings only. They are not dumb. They know how we like to see ourselves, and they know how they like to see us, and they know how their clear audiences are comfortable seeing us. Let me tell you something. Black people being strong and competent make a lot of clear people very uncomfortable.
Right.
So they allowed us to show ourselves long enough to get the ratings from black people because they love to benefit from us. And once they had built their network up, it was like, okay, we got to put out programming that is comfortable for clear people to watch. We got to put out content that is comfortable and is in line with white supremacy. And that's what they've done. That's why they wanted to smut up Atlanta. That's why everything turned into twerking and topless this and show your titties. That's why Potomac went and got the likes of Amia Thornton, who was stripping at the Steak and Lobster evening gown strip club with old Granddaddy G, who's air humping and licking out his tongue. This was when you see companies like Bravo doing things like this is their way of putting us in our place. And what I think what really just like grinds my gears is that it seems like not enough of our people see what these people are doing. Like these people are being very open about their tactics against us. But we have a lot of our people who are walking around eyes wide shut, just glued shut, pretending not to see it. And then when sisters speak up and say these people are racist, you have so many of the raccoonish Americans to come trotting out to say, now y'all shouldn't say that.
Right. Well, what do you
Nene call these people racist? And let me tell you something. Nene call these people racist, and Destiny, I can't even count the number of raccoonish YouTubers that came running out. Oh, Massa gonna get her now. She should have said that. You can't say that about your boss. I said, what the hell plantation are y'all on?
Exactly. Okay. I want to add
something real quick.
Okay. I want to add something real quick, and then I'm gonna go to bed because it's like almost 2:00 here. But so
we gonna go soon too. Go ahead, girl.
Okay.
Where are you? Ask where you are. Do you mind?
Yeah. I'm here. I'm in Kentucky.
Okay.
Okay.
So I but I'm a military brat. So I lived in Japan, Italy, Guam, Germany, you name it, right? And I came back like around the time where I was about to enter middle school. So I could say I have never in my life felt Like, I wanted to be anything other than Black, just because, like, living outside of America, I never felt ashamed to be.
Yeah.
Ever. I've never been to Africa, but
Mhm.
you know, I've been to other places, and I don't know if it was just because I was a little girl or whatever, but like, honestly, like, I've always felt that way. So when I came back to the States, that's when I started to, and I obviously, like, live in Kentucky, like, my parents are from Kentucky. um it was just a culture shock, and it's weird because this
Mm.
is my home. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is where I was born.
Mhm.
So I can tell that, I can tell you this, that there's more than what they tried to tell us. You know, there's there people love us. You know, we're not confined to America, where they clearly don't
Yeah.
love us. Do you know what I mean? And my grandmother, she, of course, you know, she's in her 70s, but girl, she's just everything, girl. But she was telling me that when they started to, like, desegregate the schools, she was like, we were kind of mad because we didn't like being
Yeah,
there.
my mom is in her 70s. She's told me the same thing the other day.
Yes, I was like, I've
My
never
grandparents
thought
were
about
really
that.
upset.
Well,
Like,
Yes.
you know,
other
and a
Black
lot of
families.
us grew up hearing those stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
Yes, and
lot of
she was like,
you
I
right,
wanted to
Kelly.
stay.
Well, my
Yeah.
parents are older than we're older than 70. They passed. My mom left last year. She was right at 80. But
I'm
Yeah.
I
sorry.
remember hearing those stories too, and I remember my grandfather saying to us that he said integration was the worst thing that ever happened to us.
That's what
And I
she
remember being
That's
said.
little,
how you say that, and I
and
didn't
I was
understand
never
at
like
first. Yeah.
I was never stupid enough to like talk back or ask questions, but I remember looking at him and trying to understand where Pop was coming from. And then the
Mhm.
older I
Yes,
got, I started to understand exactly where Pop was coming from. And
absolutely.
you know,
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
I ain't gonna
And
try.
she
I'm
just
not
told
gonna
me
get
this
too
the
We are
other.
still trying
into
to
that,
rebuild
but
things.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
Rebuild
We
things
should,
we
yeah,
lost.
and we are. But that she told me that the other day, because we were talking about, you know, Martin Luther King, you know, because that's the only person that they really want to push, you know, when it comes to Black History Month. And I'm like, man, like, it's just so whack. And I watch a lot of, like, YouTube documentaries, and just, you know, like, listen to a lot of podcasts and stuff. Um, so I was just kind of telling her some things that I had, you know, I guess you could say it's just some different things, right? And actually, right down the road from me in Paris, Kentucky, right? Um, oh gosh, what is his name? He invented the stoplight. He invented like a bunch of stuff, right? So I'm like, why don't they talk about?
Banneker.
Yes, yes, yes.
You mean
Why don't they
Banneker?
talk?
Is that his name?
No.
I cannot think
Mm-mm.
of that man's name right now.
I can't either. I maybe because it's 2 o'clock in
Are
the
you
morning.
sure you're not talking about Benjamin Banneker?
No, it's that's not his name. What the heck is his name? He invented the stoplight. He invented something about the gas mask.
Hmm.
What is
Bunch of
his
shit,
name? I
right?
know
Bunch of
what
shit.
you're
But
talking
it's
I don't
right
know.
down the road. But we always hear about Martin Luther King's ass. And like, don't get me wrong, you know what I mean? Like, I feel him. But like, my son, he's 13, and he's like, man, you are the female Malcolm X. And I'm like, I know. Like, by any means necessary, man. Just leave us alone and let us live. Like,
Well, actually, they're telling a half truth about Dr. King because when
Garrett
he
Morgan. Garrett Morgan is who
that's
you're
it.
thinking about, Destiny. Garrett
Yes,
Morgan.
yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right, like, literally, like, I could throw a rock.
Mm.
But
It's
but
crazy.
hold but hold on. If we can tell the truth, Destiny, they did talk about
Yes.
him. They talked about the inventors. That ain't what gets me. I
No,
don't
I
want
just
to
mean
hear
in,
about no inventors. Like, I'm done with the past
for
stuff.
sure, for
What I
sure. I
want to
just mean
talk
in the
about is
schools.
your atrocity. And I want to
Right.
talk about what are
Yeah.
you going to do to make us whole for all of the
Yeah.
atrocities that you committed against Black people, all the
Mhm.
way down to the native Blacks who were here, whose land you stole, who you gave
For
Yeah.
diseases
sure.
to. We want
Hell no, they ain't
recompense
gonna do that.
for all the Black babies that you used to fish for alligators. We want recompense for every black baby that you cut out of their mother's womb, for every black woman that you sexually assaulted in front of her family, for every black man that you butt broke in front of the entire community. We want recompense for every black man that you castrated and hung upside down. We want recompense for every black church that you blew up, for every black land that you seized, for every black town that you burned down and stole from the black people who were there. We want recompense. I don't want to talk about who invented what. Everybody knows. Everybody knows already. We built this entire country.
Right. For sure.
This entire country was built on the backs of stolen Africans. And because this entire country was built on the back of stolen Africans, we want recompense. I don't want to talk about who invented what. They sitting up right now in a White House that was built by black bodies who were paid $5 a month, and the money didn't even go to them. It went to clear people who said they owned them. So no, I want you to make us whole for all of the atrocities you committed. The fact that you had the audacity, the unmitigated gall to steal human lives, to traffic in human bodies, and you weren't even decent enough to keep records of who you stole those people from. We want recompense.
Absolutely. But just to put context to what I was saying, I was talking about like Black History Month for my kindergarten girl. Not so much, you know what I mean? Yeah, well, I don't think they want to hear about that.
I hear what you're saying, like Destiny, but what you got to understand for me, sis, let me tell you, I've raised 3 children, and hold on, sis, that's what mine learned before they went to kindergarten. So,
yeah,
I'm tired of Black History Month. Who told you we wanted 28 days to talk about
the lowest month of the
year? What
we
accomplished before you kill somebody?
Right.
28 days to talk about bygone Negroes that you were.
Yeah, and why do
who told you we wanted 28 days?
Yeah. Right. What are you going to do?
Not only that, but this is the thing. You can't do nothing for me until you pay me what you owe me. That's all you can do, because that ain't nothing for me. That's just paying me what you owe me. And the truth of the matter is, there should never be 28 days. The history of Black people in this place is the history of this place. You don't have no America without the Africans you stole to build it. So we should be all through your history books, because we done been all up and through your businesses and your corporations. We
are the history books.
And it shouldn't be just because you had free. Your corporations exist because you had free slave labor from Black bodies. Pay us what you owe us, and then leave us the hell alone.
Why is it confined to a month? It shouldn't be just in a month. It should be history.
That's my whole point. We built. That's what I just got through saying. We are the history of this place is built on African stolen bodies. It's built on Black backs with Black sweat and Black blood. Use a lie. How the hell is it 28 days when we built the whole goddamn place? They literally forced us to build a house and treated us like strangers in the house that we built. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no. We don't want nothing but what you owe us. And this ain't nothing against nobody who came here later. But for those of us who are descendants of the people who built this hellhole, we need a check. And nothing less.
A month, honey.
We need a check.
No, really, all
you
my
cutting the check. You can keep your month. You can keep your symbol. You can keep your half-dead Nancy Pelosi with kente cloth around her neck, unless you're gonna tie it in a noose. We don't want nothing but a check.
Right. If
that's all.
To your point, if the Jews can get it, the Native American can get it, why not us?
They do the Native Americans.
They didn't even give nothing to no Native Americans.
Wrong.
They didn't give nothing to no Native Americans. They gave it. They gave it to a bunch of people that were called $5 Indians, who were clear people who went and signed a registry to call themselves Native Americans, because a whole lot of the Native Americans look just like me and just like Destiny.
My great grandmother is Native American. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like,
well, they do them wrong. But they reserve and the casinos and all that stuff.
Wrong. Like, at the end of the day, please don't get me talking about. the black Seminoles and the black Choctaws. Don't get me
Okay.
talking, because at the end of the day, when they quote unquote paid Native Americans, they paid clear people who paid money
Oh
to
my.
sign a register to call themselves natives. They did not pay Native Americans. They did not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And I don't care what they gave
Most
in
people aren't
Ashkenazi.
really Native
You can pay
Americans.
them anything you
Yeah.
want to.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
we want over here for ADOS, for the people who've been here for generations and generations, who have suffered your oppression in this plantation for 400 years, all we want is a check. All we want is a
Okay.
check. That ain't nothing against
And
nobody who
shit,
got here last week. We want
I'll take the
True.
40 acres and a mule,
period.
because I'm telling you, Kentucky, we got some land. Give me that 40
I don't
acres.
want
So
no 40
we'll,
acres. It's too
I
late for
do.
that.
You
It's,
I
want
do.
it's
money?
too
I
late
want
for that,
some
Destiny.
We
land.
don't
It's
live
too
in
late
those
for
times.
I
it's
want
too
money.
late for the
I
40
want some
acres.
land. I want some land, and I will
I
sell
know,
that motherfucking
ma'am.
mule.
No,
I
ma'am.
do.
No,
You
ma'am.
can
I
buy
don't
some
want.
land with your
No, ma'am.
reparations.
Because it's inflation.
So,
It's inflation.
She said
It
it's
doesn't have the.
inflation.
Oh
First of all, it
my
doesn't even.
goodness.
But you have to look at Destiny. It doesn't even have the same monetary value as it did. So you can keep
It's
your little
more.
40 acres. Cut me a check, because that 40 acres equals a whole lot of money right now, and I want my
I'm
money.
telling you. I'm telling
I
you.
want my money.
I'm telling you.
That's all I want. Don't come telling me about nothing else, my nigga. Like, give me the money, because that's what you owe. Pay me what you owe me.
Miss
See, at the
Nola,
end of the day,
obviously, are you
you
from New
can't cut me
Orleans?
one check. And hold on,
well,
Destiny,
okay.
think about this now. I
So,
want you to think about this. I want you to think about this, Destiny. They
Yes,
really
ma'am.
in real life ain't got no business even cutting us just one check, because if you look at it, it wasn't just mama, it wasn't just grandma, it was great grandmama and great granddaddy. It
Yep.
was their children. It was their
Yep.
mama and their daddy, all the way
Yep.
back to your tool of human trafficking, all the way back to that middle passage. So you owe us a check for every generation that you got free labor from. You owe us a hell of a
Right.
check. And
But
all
you're
I need
giving
is
it
the
to,
check.
they giving our
I
money to
don't care
other
who else
people.
they pay, but you need to pay us. Like that's like when somebody owe you money, but you see them keep buying outfits. I don't care nothing about
Okay.
your outfits.
I
Run me
know.
my check.
Man. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot.
Run me my check. I don't want to hear
I
about
hear you,
nothing
Mr.
but a
I hear
check.
you, Mr. Seanitra. You know I hear you. You know, look, I'm gonna soak up the gems, okay? I hear you. I definitely do.
Yeah, because
I do.
I feel like
Yeah.
black folks, we
This
do
was
a lot of a lot of our folks do too much climbing and cooning.
Oh, for sure. I ain't never been on damn coon. Never. I'm telling you, like my grandmother, and I hate to say it, it sounds awful, but like they don't like white people. Like, we live in Kentucky. You know what I mean? Like, everybody, like, it's suffocating sometimes.
well,
So
I
you almost
definitely
have
But
to
the
be
thing is,
born with
like, to
that, like,
me,
thick skin.
that
I feel
Like,
like
they
at the end of
don't.
the day, to me, it's not about whether you like or dislike anybody. Like, in reality,
They don't
I will
respect
like
them.
you just fine. All I need you to do is cut
the
the
check.
check.
Well,
You know what I'm
until
saying?
that
Like,
check, look,
people
according
like
to
to
my
minimize
granny
stuff
girl,
down
until
to
that check cut,
whatever.
that's how she feel.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, at the end of the day, it's not about, for me, they ain't got to worry about whether I like or dislike. We all the world kumbaya. Mama say, mama saw, mama kusa. Cut my check.
But you see how, ladies,
Everything else they talking about goes in one ear and out the other until I get a check. I can't even think about you long enough to figure out if I like you, because I can't hear
anything
nothing
else
but
is
I need a
Mercy.
check.
but
informative. Yeah.
something. So see how I'm just glad, like, this was really a teaching moment for me.
Yay.
But I'm just glad how this is why these shows need to be responsible is the word I'm going to use, because
Absolutely.
look at how, just from colorism, how we've just covered all this. And this is why they need to be responsible about really taking these issues seriously, and not just, like, I don't know, watering it down. Oh, okay, yeah, you guys just talk amongst yourself, blah blah blah. No, because it's bigger than the show. And I really do think that they dropped the ball on that, because that would have been a huge teaching moment for a lot of us. It would have. And
But
I
that's
feel
what they
like
don't want. They don't
I
want
feel
that.
But I think that that would
Mhm.
have resulted in them having to take an action. And
Yep.
they do
well,
not
regardless,
want to
And
but
take
they
look
don't
at
those
want to take
things
how
off this show.
this panel tonight we've managed to go just from that to this. And that, I feel like that's what it should have been like on that show.
I'll
But
take Giselle's check.
action.
See,
But this is
Okay.
the thing, though. Like the
stop.
reality is,
uh,
like for everything that
but
we
I love
had to
it though.
say
Go ahead.
about what's going on this show, if we're going to tell the truth, what we're
Right.
seeing
Yeah.
is black reality play out on this show. It is
Right.
reality. This is our reality in this
Exactly.
country. That
Mhm.
if you are a dark, phenotypically black woman and you show up in the world as a black woman, your reality is you will experience colorism. Your reality is that you're going to be mistreated, and more than likely, you're going to be gaslit when you talk
Mhm.
about the fact that you're being mistreated.
Right.
Mhm.
That is literally our
Yeah.
reality.
Right.
And the
Exactly.
fact that it's playing out on a world stage, and we
Hmm.
have people, the onlookers, the crowd,
Right.
the standers by, standing by
Hmm.
and tone policing black women. That is our reality.
Right.
Mhm.
It's plenty of black women that are watching right now who work in offices where there are clear people or clear adjacent people who do things that are completely unfair, including lie on them, steal from them, and everything else. And
Mhm.
that sister has to be careful how she talks because her tone is policed.
Right.
We're all
And
automatically viewed as aggressive and angry
Hmm.
and problematic.
Hmm.
That is our
Hmm.
reality. And I feel
True.
like the onus is on us to recognize that people who are committed to not being your allies will never ever portray you in a positive light on purpose. Make a conscious decision on what we're going to do about it, and also watch these shows not just for entertainment value, but watch these shows with a very critical eye. Watch it
Exactly.
with
yes,
an
ma'am.
analytical viewpoint.
Hmm.
Analyze what you're looking at and be
Right.
responsible in your viewing.
Mhm. Because we have to be
That
cognizant
is
of
what
what
we're
we're
supposed to
taking
be doing, not
in.
watching
Hmm.
and getting caught up in the silliness. Because y'all know I'll crack a
Right.
joke as quick as anybody else. Like jokes are
Yeah.
cool,
On
but at the end
substance.
of the day, after I've cracked a million jokes, I'm still watching analytically and I'm paying attention
Hmm.
and I'm thinking critically about what I'm seeing and what is
Hmm.
playing out and what message is being sent.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
It's
what
So
we're
just
supposed
I
to do.
think this show might be coasting on the fact that they do have a good amount of viewers that do not watch the other franchises. And so that they have people that don't understand that these people wouldn't even make it onto those other franchises. Like, I am not just saying this to be dramatic. Most of these women, not all, but most of these women on this show are not Bravo housewife material. They would not survive a season on one of these other shows.
I agree.
And Gizelle is one of them. She is on that list. She is not a Bravo housewife.
Gizelle. Oof. Hmm. Giselle needs to just.
She's really
I
not, but I
agree.
feel like to me, like not being funny, that's beyond the point. They're on the show now. You're there now, regardless
Mhm.
of whether you are the caliber or whatever, you're there now. And I'm not gonna like fool myself into thinking that if Gizelle actually had the income that she wished she had, that she would be a better person. She wouldn't. She would just be a lousy colorist tramp with more money in the bank.
Yeah.
The fact that she is a bum who lives in a she shed in the middle of the woods has nothing to do with her classlessness and her colorism. Her colorism and classlessness is her birthright from her
Mm.
useless daddy.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I think she would still be colorist, but would we have noticed because she might have been doing other
Oh,
things?
I didn't notice. I would have noticed because I watch critically.
Because
I
I
don't
feel
just
like she
watch
doesn't
people.
have
I watch
anything
their
to do
behavior.
on
I
this
pay attention
show.
to their. It
But okay,
doesn't
like
matter
on
what she
Yeah.
Beverly.
was doing. If she was taking ski trips every weekend, the fact that she is a colorist, her behavior and her predilection for colorist behavior would have
Mhm.
still shown its ugly head. She would not
Hmm.
have been able to hide it.
Yeah, everything
It don't
comes to
matter
the
how much
light.
money you put that tramp.
That
If
is
one of
true.
y'all let her win the Powerball tomorrow, she's still going to be a colorist, broke down whore from Hampton University.
Ooh.
Yeah, I agree.
No, I
It's
just
not
think
about what's
that,
in their bank. It's
Yeah.
not
well,
about what's in their bank,
How
Callie. The issue is that they are morally bankrupt. The issue
like
is
Yeah.
that they
how
are morally bankrupt, and it doesn't matter how much physical currency you give somebody who is morally bankrupt. That's who they are.
just like how the ladies in Beverly Hills treated what's the lady? Oh,
Garcelle.
Gazelle.
Garcelle,
Miss
Yeah,
Fancy.
and that
and
just
they had money.
watered down.
Did their
Mhm.
money stop them from being that way with her?
Well, no, that's not what I mean. But we got other things on the show. The problem with Potomac is that they don't have any wealth to show. So the only thing we're getting is these made up stories.
Amen.
Oh,
I
A little
mean,
But
bit.
the
until
made
we
up
Just
saw other
just a
things
little bit.
happening,
Kylie,
that was not the only thing on that
but the
show. That
made
was
up
the only
stories
thing
but
is
it's
only
Garcelle did
one.
obvious
on the
though,
show.
Kylie. I have
But
to
the
agree
made
with
up
disagree
stories
with
are
you.
only part of the issue.
Right.
The biggest issue is
Mhm.
their colorism and problematic behavior toward Black women. I don't care
Exactly.
if you have other things happening on the show to
Mhm.
distract from your colorism. Stop being
Mhm.
Yeah.
colorist.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And what they
I
don't
don't want you
understand
to
is that
distract me from the fact that you colorist. Just stop doing it.
Mhm.
exactly. And what they don't understand is that yeah, Gizelle and Ashley and whoever might be, lighter or maybe even favored a little bit more by Andy, but for real, like you still a nigga. Like you know what I
Oh
mean?
my
Like they still looking at you like that.
God.
So not only
I know,
are you
right?
making right, not only are you making yourself like we looking at you like that now too.
Yeah,
Like
right. Because
you
you
ain't
at
gonna have
that level.
nobody.
Mhm.
And you're showing us and you're
Mhm.
portraying us as Black, but we
Mhm.
can't even hold a conversation together without throwing lettuce in margaritas. You know
Mhm.
what I mean? Like, come
Mhm.
on, man. Like, I don't like it. It's
It's
just too much.
Yeah, I'm disgusted by it, honestly. At
yeah,
this
it's
point, I'm looking at Potomac the same way I looked at Atlanta. I'm hate watching because I
yeah.
don't like these people. I
I
don't
yeah,
like
it's
what they stand
become
for.
so
I don't
dark.
like what they're doing. And I try to be very conscious about the way I show up in the world and also
Amen.
the way that I hold people accountable.
Amen.
And I don't like these people.
I don't either.
I agree. They are very unlikable. They're horrible people. I mean, with the exception of maybe 2 to 3 people on the cast, these people are horrible.
I don't even is there
And they're
who
not
is that who's
entertaining.
likable in that cast? Can we say that?
Well,
I like Wendy.
Karen
Oh
is
yeah,
I
likable to
liked
me.
Wendy up until this reunion. Well, up until the last few
Yeah,
episodes
Wendy
of the
pissed me off.
season, period.
I know.
Yeah, the
She
last few
did.
episodes
what
of the
about
season,
we
I was like,
have to
Wendy,
talk
what are
about
you doing?
Karen. What do
I
you
think
think?
overall, you know what I mean. I like what she stands for outside of the show, and I like that. She likes. I love her. Her husband and her kids. Like she's
Yeah,
likable to me.
I
right. They
like
seem
her
genuine.
family, but
Yeah,
Like a genuine couple, right?
yeah.
Wendy and her
I
husband.
feel like what we saw of Wendy at this reunion was reminiscent of her first season.
A little
This was
bit.
first season Wendy again.
Yeah, a
Mhm.
little
It was,
bit.
and it pissed me off.
But
I can see
I
that.
felt
It
like we
pissed me
started
off.
to
Like I
see it
immediately didn't like her
before the
anymore.
reunion. When she
I
was
feel like
Huh?
acquiescing to Mia, we started to see this side of her because Mia would have never had a word to say to me after she threw that drink in my face.
Okay.
oh no.
Ever. And matter of fact, I would have got her kicked off the show. If
Listen,
it would have
Oh,
been me,
for
I
real.
would have
it would
been
have been
calling
I
every
don't care.
paramedic, every lawyer, she would have gotten
I
her ass
do
off that
not
show.
care. You throw a drink in me, I may be small, big, whatever, a chair, something's in your face. I don't
And
care.
No, I wouldn't have fought
I
her.
would have threw
I would have
Robin's
gotten
phone
her
in the
kicked off
Stop.
that
ocean,
show.
and
That would
there's
have
a
been the end of
reunion
her
instead.
on Housewives.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
so Wendy is the only likable person. Like, is that what
I
you?
like Candace.
I
Candace
like
can be a little
Karen.
bratty,
I like
and I do,
Karen.
like
Oh,
Karen.
Karen. Okay, I can't. Oh
I
yeah.
do like
Candace
Karen.
Candace
Okay.
is growing on me. I like
She
And
Karen.
Candace
is.
I
growing
like
on me
She
with
Karen.
is.
how she handled
Candace
the
is trying to grow on me. I feel
Mhm.
like Candace is trying to grow on me a little bit because
Mm-hmm.
she has matured a lot since she
A
first
Mhm.
got on
lot.
this show.
Mhm.
However, there's still that little twinge of a pick me in Candace, and I'm watching
Yeah,
it.
right. Exactly.
Yeah,
I
I
I
saw
don't
it in this
like I
last
don't like
part.
this pick me stuff. I don't
there.
understand. And I was even on another channel, I was telling the board, I don't see anything special about Gizelle. I guess maybe because I was not from that world of like sororities and like all of that stuff. Like I went to an
Please
art
stop
school.
putting
You
this
don't
on
see
the
your point,
sororities.
Kylie.
But
I mean,
listen
Please stop
I
putting
though.
this on
Kylie,
I
sororities.
don't
This
understand
has nothing to do
what
with
the
sororities. Nothing
fascination
at
you
all.
know
is
what they
with
were saying,
her.
sis? They were saying that what she did, like I guess sorority. What I've never been in one. I mean, I've been to college, and
I'm just letting you know,
but they
like
say that
literally,
they say that you
it don't
can't.
matter.
Oh, okay. But what they say,
It
because
has nothing to do with
I have
sororities.
a cousin who's AKA, and she was like,
Yeah,
"No, we don't do
and
that."
you're
Like,
actually and
go ahead.
hold on, you're actually on a pretty girl's channel. So that's why I said there will be no AKA slander, because at the end of the day, what
Oh, are
Gizelle
you an
does is
AKA?
not, yes, ma'am. And what Gizelle does is not
Oh,
typical. Absolutely not. That's why I'm like, y'all gonna ease up off of that, because you know what? That is a stereotype, and it's
oh,
not
is it?
nice. It's very ugly.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna pretend that there aren't things in all of in the history of almost every part of
Mm,
Black America, the institutions, that has
mm,
not been problematic at a point.
For sure.
But what
mm.
we're never gonna do is come to this porch and start with the AKA slander. We
But
ain't
this
never
is
doing
what I
that.
No,
would
no,
say,
I'm
right?
saying
Slandering.
I
I'm just
understand.
saying what
I'm not
say.
saying
Yeah.
She's saying
sororities are
that
bad.
this is what I'm not. All I'm saying is she said that if you're a soror sister, you don't tell the other person you don't like them or whatever. You can do it like behind closed doors or
But
whatever.
but
That's what I'm saying. That's what I heard.
but
I don't know.
but isn't Robyn a Delta?
Bitch.
She's a Delta.
Yeah, she is.
Right. Okay. Cause like I
Yep.
have like pretty much I'm probably the only person in my family who is not a Delta or AKA. My brother, my baby brother's an Alpha. Like we've all pledged except me, right? But
Mm,
what I'm thinking, right, what she could
Mm-hmm.
have done and what they should have done, honestly, since she is an AKA
mm.
and Robyn is a Delta, like why not like take us on a trip to one of your like to
Right.
Hampton University, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
show Black excellence. Why are we arguing?
Exactly. Why are
I
we?
don't know.
I
I don't
really
agree
don't
with
know
that
the
either.
Oh,
issue with the
I do
show.
not agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I would have been really upset and horrified.
Yeah,
Really?
they don't want to be
I
why is
would have
that?
affiliated
been
with the
very
show.
upset and horrified. First of all, I feel like some things should be sacred. Everything is not for public
Mm,
consumption.
mm-hmm.
If you're not a part of that legacy, then maybe that's not for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like that should have ever happened. I think that would have been horrible.
To take them to a
May
homecoming
God help them.
And a
May,
homecoming, I feel like I would
but
have
I mean,
and
as
watch
far
them
as like
struggle?
anything that had to do with the sorority or like anything like that, putting that type of stuff on display, even like taking them into HBCUs and showing them certain things that are a part of our culture. I don't feel like our culture should ever be on display and for public consumption. Absolutely not. If you want to know what happens at an HBCU, you probably should have went to one. I don't think it's cool. Just like I didn't like those sisters that was like, oh, we're gonna do like majorettes, but we're gonna do it at a PWI. Why are you doing that? If you wanted the experience of an HBCU, why did you not attend one?
Right.
If you felt like you were too good to grace the campuses of some of the most prestigious learning institutions in this country that are HBCUs, then please leave the HBCU culture where it's at. It is not for television. It is not for public consumption. It is not for the entertainment of people who have nothing to do with our culture. And yes, I am a girl from Clark Atlanta University and proud.
Yes. I've been
Absolutely.
in some
We
Clark
are not
dorms.
here. We are not here at all for anybody's entertainment like that. This is not the Negro Zoo. No,
Okay.
ma'am.
I just thought it would. I mean, shoot, it's better than arguing
And that's
in a
what they're doing.
custard shop. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I
fine.
don't know.
They need to find
I don't
another way to be
understand.
entertaining.
I don't think she got one, and I think it's time for her to go. I'm ready for Ashley to go because she's just a little snake,
Yeah.
and
Her
Robyn
ass
should
needs
have
to go
been.
lie about this
Robyn need to go
board.
home.
Mhm. I agree.
Robyn need to go home before what?
Before her roommate.
Oh, Robyn need to
Lord
go home with her
DG,
boys
Lord
and get her
DGM
life.
say, or watch a different world.
Okay. Oh, that's my
I know
show.
that's
It's
right,
a
DGM. Tell them to
different
go watch a different
world.
world, because we,
Come on, sing with me, Miss
yeah,
Seanitra.
we're not here for your
Somewhere you
entertainment.
can go.
We're not here for
That's
your
my. I feel you. I
no,
mean, I guess I do, but I
absolutely
don't.
not.
I
So
do, but I don't. But that's the love of the channel. We can
No,
agree to disagree.
what I was saying, you guys, is that this
Yeah, we can
whole
agree to disagree for real.
hold on. Are you in
fascination with
Houston?
Gizelle,
Sorry.
I don't see anything special about this woman at all. I mean, she's somewhat cute.
What you
She
say,
looks a
Lulu?
little
Lulu
older for
said
her
something.
age.
I asked, are you
What you say, Lulu?
are you based, because I'm in Houston. Are you based in Houston?
I am in Houston. I am.
Are you really?
Oh,
I am.
girl, we
I
need to
am.
hook out one day, someday. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss Kylie.
Girl,
Just
Oh
just
no,
say the
that's
word.
fine.
Just
No,
say the
but I
word,
was
girl.
saying that for me personally, I don't see anything special about Gizelle at all.
at all.
I just don't see the personality. I don't even see it in the physical appearance. I think that yes, she's
She's
cute.
not likable.
But I think that she does look a little bit older than what she is.
Oh my.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand. And I think that there are some people who might be a little tingy with colorists that are supporting this show and don't want to admit it, because
Yeah.
I don't see no appeal about Gizelle. And maybe it's because I watched the other franchises and she's not giving me that larger than life personality.
No, it's just because you
and also
like
her
you don't have
clapbacks
to
at
have a
the
reason for
reunion.
why
Her
you don't
clapbacks.
see it. And what's worse, Callie, I know exactly what you mean. And what's worse is because she is lighter complected, it's almost like you don't have the right to say you don't see what's effective about her without explaining yourself. Because if you don't explain yourself, because she's lighter complected, the argument will always be, you must be jealous. You got to be jealous.
No.
But you know what? To your point.
And at the end of the day, everyone is not wowed by. And at the end of the day, everybody's just not wowed by recessive genes.
Right. And to your
everybody's not wowed by that. Everybody's not excited because someone has European features. Like, ooh, it's pretty. Like, no, you are.
And she's not even crafty with the sabotage or the, you know what I mean? It's just like
she doesn't have the personality of like a Kenya Moore, or even if I think even Phaedra had more of a personality.
To everyone on the
Phaedra was far more entertaining.
Yeah. To everybody's point, have you noticed that all the other women, like the King Nene, Phaedra, or Kenya, they will sit next to Andy, but they did bring something, which is the sass, the wit, the whenever somebody says something about them, they were quick on their feet. They had that. But Gizelle doesn't even have that, and she still sits next to Andy. I don't get that.
She's corny, bro. She's
well,
I've
know
always
why.
felt
Like
that way.
At this point, we're literally beating a dead horse. Like we literally got. But think about it, sis. At this point, we're beating a dead horse. We literally now, after the Chris Bassett interview, have direct proof as to why she sits there. She is paid to do dirty work. She is their darling because she does their dirty work. And now that we have confirmation, now what you gonna do?
I don't want to look at her no more.
And guys,
she was doing it behind the scenes. She was doing it behind the scenes. Destiny, Chris, the one told it.
Lord, I don't want to see her.
I
don't think she is,
and that's why he's speaking out.
I don't believe he is. He's speaking out because they lied on him. They put him in a position where he needs to speak out.
Yeah.
But he didn't talk about production. He talked about getting a message.
Right.
He talked about getting a
Because
message. He did not talk about production. Like, let's call the thing a thing.
I'm just trying to understand
That boy
how
didn't
they're
say
gonna
nothing
have
about
these
production.
people on the show together. I won't be watching it because there's just no way they can have these people on the show together and not have them do a bunch of fake stuff. There's just no way at this point.
Yeah.
Well,
And at this point, honestly, at
Yeah.
this point, it's the cleanup, and I'm not interested in the cleanup. I saw what I needed to see. You know what I mean? Like
Right. Now that's how
I
I
might
feel.
tune in every now and again just because I'm bored, but for real, honestly, like I saw what I needed to see. Like y'all colors, y'all keep beating these brown girls down. Like it's whack.
That's
I
what
don't
it
want to
is.
see
It's
nobody. I
beating
don't want to see
people down.
Robin's track
So,
slip
Yep.
no more. Like I'm good.
to be honest, like I personally, I don't know about everybody else on this panel. I cut off my cable. I don't. All I do is streaming service. I have YouTube TV, which I could watch the show through YouTube TV, and I have all these other things. And really, honestly, with the show, I watch it like clips on Instagram or what. I don't watch like the full. Like I sit there and watch like before how I was invested in the show. But if these, and then with all this mess, it's just making it worse. It's like I don't need to. Why do I even need to like tune in and watch just for people to be nasty, breaking families, and it's dark and it's toxic? There's no point.
Girl,
So if there's
I'd rather have a V8. Like I'm good.
right,
I'm good.
exactly. And then sometimes I won't even watch an episode. I'll listen to. Sometimes I come here, sis, and listen to you and get whatever is happening on the show through
Okay.
you.
That's what I do.
I don't. It's like why am I even watching? So I'm already kind of pseudo checked out a little bit.
Yep.
But with all this drama,
Yep.
made up, manufactured stuff, why would you think viewers now would really like want to go in now and watch? And you think that the views would be high? No, already there's so
It's
much
true.
content out there that people can watch, and then
Mhm.
the viewers are telling you, we don't like this, we don't like this. You keep shoving that stuff down our throats, and you think we're gonna watch? Like I just don't get that part. I don't understand. So I'm just honestly, next season I'll just probably watch through YouTube. I'm not even kidding. Like
That's
through
what I do. I mean, I don't watch the whole
guys
thing, but
recaps and stuff. That's probably what I'll just do.
Well, I will definitely miss coming on and talking with you guys, but I think this is my swan song because I don't think
oh,
they're gonna fix
You're
this
not gonna
show.
do it?
I just do not think that they are going to fix this show. Now, what they should do is do what they did with Dallas: pause the show for a while and retool
Dallas
it.
coming back?
I just don't believe that they want to accept that this show is that bad. I think they might after next season when the ratings drop more, but I don't think they're there yet.
Well, if they want the show to keep going down in ratings, they should bring everybody that was on last season, and then they'll really see, because that was just a hot mess.
I feel like at least one person's gonna be gone.
It should be more than one,
It needs to be more than
or it should be a
I
demoted.
say scratch them. Scratch everybody, man. Let Candace go off and do her music career. Let Wendy go off and do her commentary and be black and gorgeous on CNN and MBS, whatever. And
House.
the rest can go do whatever the fuck they and excuse my language, but and Miss Karen, she like honestly like she's older, man. Like that's gotta work on her on her nerves and her, you know what I mean? Like
she'll be fine.
go retire and rub
Yeah.
Ray's feet and go on, and the rest can go do what they want to do, and then just give us something else. Like I can't.
Yeah.
I'm done, and I'm not trying to like say I don't. They make more coin than me. So you be all right.
But you know what? Here's the thing.
But today, though,
I think that is going to happen. I just think it's going to take them another season for them to get that the show is not.
I think they're gonna test us and test the water.
Exactly. They're gonna test us and see if we really ain't gonna watch it. And when they see them ratings,
but
the next season is gonna be like, oh, we don't know when the show coming back. Because you know how Bravo do. They won't really cancel the show. They just won't bring it back for years and years and years. And then we'll, I guess we be like, oh, it's canceled.
It's so funny that all I watch is Potomac, Atlanta, and because of Gizelle. Oh God, what's her name?
Marcel.
Gizelle. I'll do Beverly Hills here and there. Like I may here and there.
I like Beverly Hills. I've been watching since the beginning, but I do not think that they should have put Garcelle on that show by herself.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. I knew she was in
I
danger.
work with with mostly clear people, and it just reminds me of me seeing another black lady at a work event.
Kind of like just put her there. That we
Yeah,
have.
and then sometimes when they have those parties and stuff, there's other black people there. They just don't want to be on camera, and the audience don't know that. But a lot of times when they're having those parties and things, there's like real famous people at those parties, but they don't want to be on this show.
Again, remember, it goes back to if you're doing good and you're fine, why would you want to ruin your reputation by being on these shows?
Yeah, they've been trying to get Vivica Fox for many years. She has turned it down many times. The only thing Vivica Fox did was the show with Lisa Vanderpump. She came on as a guest when Lisa Vanderpump was doing her talk show in her backyard.
I've met Vivica. She's really nice. I met her. I went to
really
Essence.
cool.
Yeah, I went to Essence. I think it was the year before the pandemic. And like I took a picture and she like hugged me. She's tall, but I'm short. Obviously. But she was really sweet. She was really nice. I liked her.
You know, I met her when I was a teenager, so I don't remember that well, but I think I remember her being really nice.
Yeah, I thought they said Cynthia Bailey. Well, but that was when she was still married to.
No, Cynthia's going.
That
back
was
to
when she was
Atlanta.
still married to Mike Hill, though.
Yeah,
he was based out of LA.
We should watch like other shows though. Like,
well, the thing about Beverly Hills is like they rich. Like Cynthia ain't got that type of
my coin via views.
Like what other shows? Like
I like Harlem. Do you guys watch Harlem?
Harlem.
Wait, I do like Bel Air.
I have. What channel does that come on?
Harlem is on Prime. Amazon Prime.
I don't think
it's just called Harlem.
Oh, it's good.
It's like a Sex and the City clone,
but it's good though.
I haven't.
God forbid.
No. It's good. So it's Megan Good. Who else is on there?
In that.
Cook. Is it Cookie? Cookie from not Cookie. Is it Cookie?
From where? Not from Empire.
Yeah.
Really? Taraji?
No, it's the other one. What's her name?
I know Sherry Shepherd has a recurring role on there.
Yeah, she's one of the girls. Just check it out, Miss Seanitra. I like it. I thought it was really cute.
Yeah, I tried to get into it. It didn't grab me. I do like Bel Air. I think the second season looks
Bel Air is
better
good.
than the first
Yeah.
I watched that with my son. He's 13. It's kind of like our bond.
Now let me tell y'all something, okay? It's gonna take Gabor to explain how weird his big sis is. I don't watch none of that stuff. None of it. Gabor has got on me for month in, month out, over a year. Sis, watch this. Sis, I don't watch that stuff.
It's so good.
Like I will literally sit up here for hours and watch independent journalism to find out what's happening with the economy and the world market before I watch that crap.
I do. I watch that too. I do. And I read a lot. But I think
But I mean like literally that's my. But what I'm saying is like that is literally my entertainment. I don't get into that. Like I literally watch Housewives for social. I literally watch Housewives for social commentary so I can come in here with y'all and talk about it.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff like really because and I think what happens is other people can watch it with lightheartedly. And when I watch stuff, I start looking deeper into it and I start reading the motives and the deeper meanings. And before I know it, I'm pissed off. My blood pressure's up. I need a drink. Like no.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, it's a little hard to watch.
And you know what? And you know what else? And you know what else though, Destiny? I have no excuse because I should probably chill out and just maybe look at things from the lighter side of life. So y'all need to be telling me, no, sis, stop being so serious. Don't be telling me it's
if
okay.
you want to watch something, I would
stop.
start with Harlem.
Your dopamine receptors just go with the serious stuff. Like sometimes just have a good time.
Yeah, Harlem is really good.
All
It's like
this
an all black
like
cast. Like I love
what
it.
we watch, what we do, we don't realize it, you guys, that what we watch, what we say, what we
Mm-hmm.
do, it affects our lives in
It
general.
does.
We don't get that, and I think that's
Oh
what
yeah, it gets into your
I
And
think
subconscious.
that's where
I'm one of those people.
yeah, I think that's where she's coming from because that's
I'm really one of those people.
mhm.
Yeah. But
And
the
deep
thing
down,
is
like I'm
look,
an activist Barbie. Like my
oh
fist has
for
been in
sure.
the air since my
You
fist
watch
has been in the air since the late 80s, early 90s. Like I have a hard time watching things and
Yeah.
not seeing like that's an agenda.
relating
Like I
to
really like I will flip out.
Yeah.
oh, okay. All
The,
right,
the
y'all.
problem
Oh,
with
it was so
housewives is
nice.
I
it's
don't
not
want
I don't
to.
usually
real
get
enough.
on panels, but today I did because
Oh, I'm
I felt that.
glad.
No, really, I felt the whole colorism thing.
I'm
Like I felt
glad
like
you did
I
too.
should come on here and just kind of just
Yeah.
give
Yeah,
on
give
it.
your perspective.
Yeah, because
Always come
that
and say
was
your
very
piece.
yeah. You know what? Are you
Well, I
on?
like for
I
everybody
need.
to come and say their piece and say things
Mhm,
from their own perspective because we all look at the world through a different lens and a different point
Mm-hmm.
of view. And
Yep.
until we can have open and honest conversations
a
in
dialogue.
safe places like that, the things
Hmm.
that you don't know, you'll never know. The things
True.
that you don't understand from another person's point of view, you never will if these
Hmm.
conversations don't happen. And there
True.
has to
Yep.
be places where black women can just be black women, and it's
Yep.
okay.
Exactly.
And just
And
the
I,
four of us, like Miss Anitra's from Florida, Houston by way of Florida. I'm
mhm.
from Kentucky. You're from Africa. And are you from New Orleans or California?
Well, both.
Both.
I grew up with
I'm
divorced
from
parents in both
Africa, based
places.
in
I live
Houston.
in LA.
Right, right. And you're based in Houston, right? So we're
Hmm.
like totally and I'm an Air Force brat.
Different
So like
demographics,
totally
different
different views,
background.
but we can
Mhm.
sit here and have a conversation and not
Yeah,
cuss each other
this was
out.
nice. This was yeah, because I just yeah, I just felt like
Mhm.
that whole Potomac. Like I was like, are you kidding me?
Mhm.
Oh, was it
They
2
be playing in our faces.
Was
They
You
it
really
guys,
or
do.
a show
4
should not be
minutes?
this
What was that?
triggering. It should not
Yeah.
traumatize
It
you
should
to watch.
not.
No.
And the last Basketball Wives was the last time I felt this way, and I have not looked at that show since.
Is that
Yes.
still on?
Yep. Yep.
How
I
they
think they're
treated
bringing it
Is it
back.
still
the
on?
way they treated OG triggered the way they treated OG triggered the hell out of me. Like I
Yeah,
was watching that
that was
show and almost
long.
foaming at the mouth.
Me
I
too.
Well,
could
one of
not
the things
take
that
it.
really,
Like we
really,
watched when it came to OG, what triggered me
Mhm,
so bad was that we saw not only colorism, we saw featureism, we saw
mhm. Oh
texturism, we
yeah.
saw
Oh yeah.
xenophobia, we saw
Oh yeah.
everything wrapped up into one. And I wanted to scream, like I wanted to scream for her. And I
Mm,
loved OG because she was so articulate and she was able to stand her ground. She stood her ground in a way that Wendy Osefo has yet to do. And
exactly.
OG made my heart happy, but at the same time, the way they treated her, it
It's
was like
sad, man.
watching, it was like having the skin peeled off my back.
Yeah.
Watching them treat
yeah,
that
you
sister
know,
like that,
another
that
thing.
disturbed me. That and not just that, it was social media. The people who were comfortable calling that sister ugly, and people who were
Can you
comfortable in
imagine
the fact
someone
that they let the likes of
putting a
Evelyn,
money thing and
the fact that they
oh
let that people allowed somebody the likes of a Evelyn Hozada to refer to this woman as a monkey or a gorilla.
right.
I was so offended. I was
Mm,
so offended. I
But you know
wanted to
what really
cry.
got me, Seanitra, is the fact that it it really, really irritated me that a lot of Black people could not accept the fact that Evelyn was not Black. Even after we had seen her parents, we
mhm.
had even seen other members of her family.
Not just that,
And you
but
allowed this
not just
woman
that,
to come on here and be
but not
racist.
just that, Kelly.
And
But Kelly, go
ooh,
back now.
girl.
Kelly, go back.
I don't like
Remember,
that.
we went and pulled up. But Kelly, go back. Go back though. Remember, a lot of us went and pulled up an old interview where she said out of her own mouth, "I'm not Black. I'm
She's
Puerto
not.
Rican." And so it's like she
Yeah.
said out of her own mouth she was not Black. So it's like we're not gonna play these games.
Mhm.
We're not gonna play these
I mean,
games.
I wanted to
When she get
choke.
to that, What she did to
women
that
on
black
that
woman
show.
was absolutely
Mm-hmm.
what she
But I
did to
think
that black
that
woman was absolutely racism. The way
I,
Shawnee O Nostrils handled her was absolutely colorism. And the
yep.
way that VH1 took care of the situation was absolutely racism. I
Mhm.
was disgusted.
Yep. I
This is
feel
why
like
I don't watch a lot of stuff, y'all, because I'm telling you, it runs my blood pressure up.
I feel
Y'all, I actually saw
sis,
Shani in line at RHOP's in Westwood. And I realized it was her. And I was right behind her. I got out of the line and went to another checker. That's how
that's
mad
true.
I was.
because
I
bet.
I think that
Mm-hmm.
I would have been talking
talk
about it behind her.
about
Look at this helpful.
when we
I could have choked those women.
when
Lulu, hold
I
on,
really
y'all.
did
Lulu
that.
was saying something, but I think her
Oh,
mic
I'm
is a little
sorry.
lower. Y'all, hold
I'm
on.
sorry.
Lulu, what were
I
you
mean
saying?
Oh, we lost her.
No,
What happened to Lulu?
she's
It's her phone
gone.
She was
call.
talking and maybe she was saying she had to go. I don't know, but I know
Oh,
her mic was a little low, and I didn't want her to get lost in the fray.
well,
But
bye,
go ahead,
Lulu.
guys.
I'm gonna go too, honestly, because
I
Yeah,
hope
I
you,
gotta get
if you
cleaned up.
didn't mean to drop, please come back.
Yes, yes. But
But listen,
watch Harlem,
we
Miss
do need to get
Seanitra.
off of here because it's been over 4 hours. What'd you say, baby?
I said watch Harlem,
Oh,
please.
there's my Lulu.
Is she back?
I don't know. I can't promise.
Hi,
I'm gonna think
sorry,
Lulu.
about it.
I got I don't know. So a call came in. But I was saying
Okay, so now what were you gonna say? We gonna listen.
no, I feel like sometimes when we speak about racism, like we just look at Caucasians.
Mm-hmm.
We don't look about
Mm-hmm.
other like Mexican.
Ethnic groups.
Yeah, exactly. That's thank you, sis. Yeah, that. And so
Mm-hmm.
that kind of gets lost in it because we think, okay, we can relate because okay, we're black, they're brown. But with Evelyn, no. Mm-mm.
No, she ain't black.
She like we really need to have that whole discernment of like when we talk about racism, like are we it's not just Caucasians, other ethnic groups
It's
do it
true.
too. And
Especially
They
colorism. I'm
do.
like that.
that's where Evelyn comes in
Mm-hmm.
because that was just wrong to the I don't even know what level. And then Shawnee, now that's where now the colorism factor comes in because she's a
Yep.
you know adjacent, I'll say that,
She
She's
ain't
a
to
even that
black
light.
woman,
black
but
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 adjacent.
Listen. No,
Mhm.
no. Shawnee is all the way black. That is Vashandi. Just like I'm
Yeah.
Seanitra, she's
But she
Vashandi.
looks
She is black.
she's
Mm-hmm.
black but she looks like Gizelle.
No, she don't. She
No,
look
she
like a
No,
don't.
she
regular
not. I
black
have
girl.
seen the woman
Well
She
standing
I
right
black.
next to me.
but she
No,
thinks
she
okay
don't.
Shani is
No, she
in
brown.
her
don't.
brain she thinks
No,
it's
she
better.
don't.
Shani is brown.
Vashandia don't
She's
have no
Shani
classic.
is
European
not.
feet. Look here.
Yeah.
Vashandia. Hold on. Vashandia does
Is
not
that
have
her name,
any European
Bashanda?
features. She's got kinky hair.
Mm-hmm.
She has a whole regular typical Negro nose. She has Negro features.
See
Vashandia
mm-hmm.
is colorist because she's light skinned and she
Right.
wanted to identify with a certain subset of the black culture and feel as though she's
Mm-hmm.
better than other blacks who are
Right.
darker and have more African features. Now that's what's going on with
Mm,
Vashandia.
I
And the
got it.
fact that
Is
your
that
mammy
really her
named
name?
you Vashandia.
I don't know.
That ain't
Dang.
exotic. That's ghetto as hell. And the fact that her mama named her Vashandia, she needs to come on back to reality. Because your mama named you Vashandia. Like, let's not forget. And
Yeesh.
she's sitting over there now, married to that preacher that she was sleeping with while he was still married to his wife. She's a whole
No
hood booger.
way.
Vashandia.
Dang. Dang, it's bad. I
Oh
didn't know nothing about
yeah.
that.
But like because I'm a blogger here in Houston. I blog boy, this is more like fashion blogging. And I was invited like where she lives, like the White Oak area. I know you know that part, like the White Oak area where Tommy lives.
Who's Tommy?
Tommy
Yeah.
from Basketball Wives.
Oh, Tammy.
Okay, so
Tammy.
I'm
Yes, yes,
saying
yes.
it wrong.
I
What
like
how do you
Tammy.
pronounce it? Tammy? Tammy?
Tammy.
Yeah.
Tammy.
Yeah. And yeah, I wouldn't say she was the nicest person. She was, I don't know, she was a little standoffish, if you know what I mean. But that's where like
Well,
they all get.
that's textbook what Sean D. You maybe your skin wasn't light enough.
It's okay. I don't.
It's the classes. It's
I
it's like
don't.
colorism and classism. Like I can't stand
And
it,
it's
man.
also
Like
this
get out of here.
wanting this to be accepted by people who are not Black.
Right.
She triggers me
That's
on
what this is. That's what this is all.
Yeah.
That's why I
Yeah.
said she wants to be associated with a certain type of people, and she does not want to associate with Black women who show up in the world as phenotypically Black or African. Now that's the bottom line. And there are a lot of Black people who are not lighter complected who do participate in colorism, and they do oppress other Black people with darker complexions. Just because their complexion is dark does not mean that they are not participating in that system.
Oh, that's a
Michael
good.
Jordan.
It doesn't mean that
Kanye West. It's a whole list.
Why are we the most forgiving race? Why? I don't understand that. We're the most like accepting, forgiving.
What you said?
Why are we the most forgiving race?
And
like,
we need to stop that.
Everywhere we go, wherever.
It's
like,
called
treated
ignorance. It's called ignorance.
But listen, let me finish.
It's ignorance. You ask, I'm answering.
Yeah, we're treated like, I don't even know the word. Like, okay, remember even during the pandemic, like in China, they treated our brothers like crap. They'll treat like it's like we're the most, but then we're still forgiving. I don't understand that. Why can't we just be like, okay, y'all don't like?
I just answered it. You didn't want me to tell you.
Go ahead.
It's ignorance. I told you already. It's ignorance. It is pure ignorance. Like at this stage in the game, if you're an adult, you should be making intelligent decisions. It is counterproductive and counterintuitive to go around trying to hug people who are trying to kill you. That is a sign of autism. You are slow. If you're still running around trying to be accepted by people who are dedicated to hating you, you're on the spectrum if you're doing that. That's ignorance. When we see Black people doing that, pulling a Wendy Osefo, still saying, please pick me, please accept me, that is a sign of pure ignorance. Because what else?
I don't forgive. I don't forgive. I see you for who you are, and I put you in that category, and that's where you stay. Do you know what I mean? So as far as like just, why are we, I think just as people, we are kind to a fault.
Ignorant.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Ignorant. Because this ain't got nothing to do with kindness. This has everything to do with being conditioned to want to be accepted by people who are your open enemies. That is ignorance. It's not your kindness that would cause you to do that. That is simply a want to be accepted by people who hate you. Wanting acceptance is not kindness. I'm not saying you. We talking about Black people as a collective. So when you're doing when you see Black people doing things like that, it is a response to oppression, and it's a means of please accept me, and maybe then I'll stop being mistreated. That is not not kindness.
Yeah,
that is the behavior of a defeated person. That is the behavior of a conquered person. Rather than standing up and saying, you will not abuse me, you'll bend your knee and scrape your knuckles and say, please don't abuse me. I forgive you. Don't abuse me. You're conquered. Just tell me you're a conquered person without saying it. When I see these women whose children are murdered by the authorities and different animals in this country, they get on the news. The first thing they say is, I forgive you. You conquered idiot.
No.
This person just murdered your baby. And you're standing up here talking about, I forgive you. Don't get up from scraping your knuckles on the pavement.
Girl.
But you know what?
Cannot murder one of my children and think that I'm going to forgive you. You are extremely stupid if you think so. And any woman who does it is stupid.
But you
can't blame it on God.
Yeah. But we are like, to me, I just feel like really we are the original race. The creativity we
That's
have,
true.
and the impact
Mhm.
we have on the world. You don't know how much hip hop or has, like, it's every continent. I don't care.
Of
Africa,
course we
Asia,
know. We
Me
know
everywhere.
too.
because everybody has stolen it
We
from
have
us.
that
We know
effect
full
where
well.
like we can move things through our music, our creativity, we, we
We are embedded in
But it doesn't matter
we
what you know how to do
It
if you're
doesn't
not
matter.
intelligent enough to keep it
mm,
to yourself. It doesn't matter
Mhm.
how
mm,
smart you are if everything you invent you hand over to
You
your
want
enemies.
to share,
It
that's
doesn't
and
true.
matter
that,
how
ooh, full
artistic you
circle,
are when
Ooh,
full
everything
circle.
that you create, you
preach,
hand over, you hand it
preach.
over, lock, stock, and barrel. You don't protect
Mm, mm,
anything. That's why
mm.
you heard me say when y'all mention HBCUs and cameras, absolutely not. There has to
Amen.
be something that is sacred. And when it
Well,
comes to us, we
I
hold
see it.
nothing sacred because
mm,
our people globally, and this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. Our people
right,
Mhm.
run around globally saying, here, we'll give everything to you. Please accept us. Something should be sacred. Something.
exactly.
You
Amen.
know what? These people do not have any respect for other people's cultures. They really do not.
It's
And I know
different.
And
that.
guess what? And they're
Yeah.
not
Well, I
supposed
don't
to.
think
They,
that
but
go
Callie, they're not
ahead.
supposed to
And no,
respect your
that's what I'm
culture. You
saying.
are.
So why show it to
So
me?
why share it? I
Yeah.
hear what you're
Why they
saying,
don't
Sally.
respect it?
Yeah, they
You know,
don't.
they
But you
use
can't.
it.
But the sad part is you can't talk our people out of not being idiots and running and saying, "Look, see what we got. Please be impressed by us." They're going to be impressed long
Uh-huh.
enough to steal what you got.
True.
I'm sorry to
They'll
say,
be impressed long
The
enough to
white
steal it.
ones. That is true.
I wish that there was some
And then
separation.
those of us who have the wherewithal to point out how wrong it is and how dangerous it is, that why y'all gatekeeping, you idiot, so we can actually
Yeah,
have something.
Exactly.
Okay.
Everything else has been stolen.
yeah.
Hmm.
Cause you have hip hop in Asia, you have hip hop here. You have it. It's like,
That's not hip hop. That is not hip hop. That is a
well, whatever it
knockoff.
is.
Hip
Well,
hop is American
that's
and black.
mhm.
That's what hip hop is. Hip hop was born right here in the belly of the beast, in the heart of the struggle, right here in this
Hmm.
plantation called America. Anywhere
Yep.
else they're calling it hip hop, it is a knockoff. That is not Gucci, that is Uchi.
Ooh,
But my
not
I
point
don't
Uchi.
care
is,
who doing it. It's a knockoff.
it is a knockoff. My point is the impact, or the yeah, the impact it has, where people can actually now, I like, feel drawn to it, and everything else. What's cool? What's that? They'll use.
Everything we do, sis, they've always been drawn to.
True.
I said
Everything we
before
do,
hip
they
hop,
are
True.
drawn
you had
to.
blues
True.
Everybody
and
in this
R&B
world,
and
every group of
True.
people on this planet have shown
Hmm.
us that they are absolutely obsessed with
Oh,
black people. They
oh
are
yeah.
obsessed with us, and it's not love. They don't
Hmm.
like you. You're not. It's not that you're making such an impact. It's the fact
Hmm.
that they're not. And so when they see your creativity, it's like, I can't create nothing. I'll just steal it from them. I
Right.
can't.
Mhm.
I can't create art like this. I don't express like this, so I'll steal your expression. And what's
Exactly.
bad with black people, we're so easily excited because we think
Ah,
somebody is impressed with us. That's why
Mhm.
I don't like that symbolic bull crap, because look at the trouble it has gotten us into. You got
mhm.
people that hate your guts talking about, I'm doing hip hop. You're not doing hip hop. What you're doing is making a mockery of an art form that
Right.
you could never understand.
Right.
Nope.
Hip hop is a
Because it was
legitimate
born
art
from
form. And when I
struggle. It
see
was
it
Because it was
born
anywhere in the
from.
from
world,
struggle.
and
Like
when
that's
I
what.
see it,
Hmm.
but the
Like
thing is, but it was born from a specific struggle. I'm
Amen.
gonna be
slavery.
honest with you.
Because that's
A
the
lot of
only
people
way
ain't gonna
you
like what
could
I got to say. I don't like to see people, I don't care if they look like us, from other cultures trying to imitate art forms here. I don't like that either.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Nor
agree
would
with
I want to see people from here trying to imitate art forms of black people from other places. We're supposed to embrace each other, love each other, enjoy
Mhm.
what your sisters or brothers bring to the table, but to try to imitate an art form that was born from an experience that you've never had, it is a
that. Hmm.
knockoff.
Yeah, and an
And
experience.
it is inauthentic. It is inauthentic, and it's low key disrespectful.
Very,
And
because
see,
they experience it.
people got mad with Samuel L. Jackson when he really spoke truth to power and talked about the fact that Hollywood is intentionally importing black people from other places to play black roles in this country. And they pretended like
Oh,
he was
that
being
part.
xenophobic
Oh,
when
that
he
part.
was just telling the truth.
I
Samuel L. Jackson spoke nothing but the truth. The fact that they had somebody like Daniel Kaluuya trying to play the part of a Black Panther is a joke. He
yeah.
could never
Or
portray that in any
Alba.
real way because that is not a part of his story. And the
Right.
truth of the matter is simply this: we have to be authentic to where you come from, your vibrations. You can't tell a story that you cannot relate to.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like to see Viola Davis carry her ignorant behind talking about the woman king,
Oh,
rewriting
that was
I was
revisionist
gonna
history.
horrible.
say that
I was
too.
so offended, I almost vomited. It was
Or what's her name?
disgusting. And the thing
What's
is,
her
it's
name?
like, but when we start telling the truth about these things, everybody becomes offended when the truth is just the truth. Allow
Yeah,
people
I
to
agree.
tell their own
Oh my
stories
God,
so
what
we
I
can
have brunch.
get the authentic emotion
Mm,
behind the story.
exactly. Just
I
like
don't
when
want to see our people who were born on this plantation trying to tell authentic West African stories. You can't tell it the way it needs
you
to be
can
told. You can't put what
exact
needs to be put into it any more
exact
than I want to see somebody from up north in the US trying to portray a southerner. And we saw it on P Valley. As much as I love P Valley, we saw all these people from other places with fake southern accents, and it really took away from the nuance.
Yeah, it
right,
did.
right,
But
right,
because
right, right.
blackness has been discounted, but because
Mm-hmm.
blackness globally has been discounted to this monolith, nobody respects the fact that there are so many different beautiful nuances to being
Mm-hmm.
black. And
Mm-hmm.
no one
Mm-hmm.
wants to respect the authenticity that
Mm-hmm.
goes along with being black. When I say I'm black, I respect the fact that I do not represent every demographic, and I'm not supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm
Mm-hmm.
supposed to absolutely love, cherish,
Amen.
enjoy, participate, and
And
celebrate
celebrate.
those different
Amen.
aspects. And
Yes,
that's
God.
Mm-hmm.
not what's happening because our people refuse to be, we refuse to place value in who we are. And so we
Amen.
give
Mm-hmm.
room for the rest of the world to disrespect us and our experiences,
Mm-hmm.
our genuine experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of
That's
that
the
was,
thing.
historically was out of fear just because of, Jim Crow and all of that. And they were scared that they was going to get lynched. And they're like, we not that no more. Like, run up if
I
you
don't
want
think it's
to.
that. I think it's the wantingness to
I
be
don't think it's that
accepted.
either.
I
I
mean,
think that
that
there
as
are
well. Of course, that as
people
well. I
who
think
will
people want to be.
sell
I think two
their
things can
own
be the
mother
same.
to be accepted
Mm-hmm.
by people who are not black. And I'm dead serious. I'm not even saying this to
I
be
don't know
serious.
why though.
But look at Basketball Wives. Look how they allowed that woman to set up. Lord, that just made me sick.
Yeah, it was awful.
Especially me
It
having
did.
grown up partially in Los
They
Angeles
treated that sister like she
and
wasn't
And
human.
then that girl, what's
Mm-hmm.
her name? The girl, oh gosh, the one, who's her name? She was darker toned, but
Ooh,
what's her
DGF.
name? Huh?
DGF, you right. You
I
right,
can't remember her
DGF.
name. The one that
Oh
was
my God. Girl,
the Asian looking ladies something. Oh god, I haven't watched that show in so long. I'm forgetting names.
Okay,
I don't know
DGF.
about that.
You remember the girl?
But DGF is show tell. Oh, you better tell the truth, DGF. Now, see, that right there is a perfect example. But this is why it's done. I feel like they don't want the authentic emotion to come across in these stories because they are afraid of inspiration. Like the reality is, if you start evoking genuine emotion within Black people, there might be a response that they're not prepared for. They don't
There
want the
will be a
genuine emotion.
response
The
yeah.
that
only
they're
Well,
time
not
I
they
mean,
will
they had
allow
this
us,
girl
prepared
play
for.
the
Malcolm.
only time, can
So
I finish my thought? Let me
Mm-hmm.
finish my thought. The only time that they're comfortable with genuine emotion telling the story is if it's about slavery. If it's not on a plantation, watch them carefully. Watch how they move in Hollywood. If it's not about a plantation or a slave movie, they will import a Black person from another place just to make sure that the emotion that is conveyed does not spark any inspiration in the black people watching. These people are very strategic and very cunning. And our people have yet to wake up and see what they're doing. What DGF said is
So
right.
can I,
Chadwick should have never played Thurgood Marshall. They
sorry,
needed somebody to actually represent, like she said, his proximity to whiteness and what that really meant and why he was able to do what he was able to do, because someone without that proximity would have never been allowed into that place. See, that was an excellent story that would have touched on the origins and how deep colorism
colorism.
goes in this
So was he
country.
meant?
Half
I'm
of
sorry.
these people that are listed, hold on, half of these people that are listed in America as the first black to do this and the first black to do that were not black at all. They were biracial people, and
Right.
sometimes they were even quadroons. They were not black at all. And so then the first black person to actually be able to break a barrier was completely erased from history, because the designation had already been given to somebody who was not black at all. That is why colorism is one of those things that's going to be a battleground in this country forever, because we have been consistently erased from history books based on colorism. We have been consistently kept out of places that we were qualified to be, again, Stacey Abrams, due to colorism. This
So
is why. This is
so
why
like
this is a hill that a lot of us are willing to die on. This is why when people come from other places, they cannot understand where we're coming from, because Thurgood Marshall ain't part of their history. Okay, Rosa Parks ain't part of their history.
yeah,
The
I was
fact
gonna
that
say Rosa Parks
the first girl who sat on the bus, she
was black.
wasn't suitable because she didn't look right,
Yeah.
and she had a baby out of wedlock.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a part of their history. The fact that W.E.B. Du Bois was able to do his treachery and then change sides at the last minute against Marcus Garvey and the Back to Africa movement, all of those things are part of when people come from other places, they can never feel the same feeling in the pit of their gut, because that's not a part of their history. Any more than just because I have family in West Africa, could I go over there and start telling the story of Queen Edea? I could never convey that story with the right emotion, because that is not a part of my story. And we need to put a stop to this. We need to start calling a thing a thing.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
knew
know where
about
I
the
am.
Rosa
Like,
Park. I knew about the Rosa Park, that it was actually a pregnant, black, nice brown chocolate skinned woman
yeah,
that actually sat behind, not behind, sorry, sat in
she
the front
That
of
sat
the
boycotted.
down
class.
and
Hmm
She
refused to get up.
boycotted, but then they chose Rosa Parks because they felt she was fair skinned and it would go with the narrative. That part I do know
Yeah,
about that.
yeah.
And
But
and
I don't know where
Right,
I am, where I'm from in
but more
Africa.
to my point,
mm-hmm.
is that colorism has played such an integral part in
Right.
our story in this country. Like,
Mm.
it's deep seated. When I hear people say, "Oh, colorism somewhere else," like, baby, you have no idea what you're talking about, because what's going on here ain't went on nowhere else.
Mm-hmm.
The dirt that has happened here ain't happened nowhere else.
That is,
America has a lot. America has a lot to answer for. A
yeah, because
whole lot.
you know why I'll give you that, because sorry, I'll just say, because like over there in Africa, the majority is mostly black and the minority is white.
I
Like
know.
we have, because I'm from Zambia, which is the south.
That's the thing. That's what. But
Mm-hmm.
sis, that's what we know, and that's
Mm-hmm.
where
Mm-hmm.
things
Mm-hmm.
get iffy, and that's where people get into
Mm-hmm.
quagmires, because
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people want to discount the black experience in this country simply
Mm-hmm.
because they cannot fathom the amount of treachery that really took place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 I get you.
You can't. You just
I get you.
imagine.
I have a
Because
quick
there's a huge
question.
difference in dealing.
Mm-hmm.
There's a huge difference in dealing with a corrupt government that looks like you, that's
Right.
taking kickbacks and embezzling money and all this stuff. And there's a huge difference in being not even safe walking to your store because a police
being the
officer may
minority.
decide to take your life because of your skin tone.
True. Okay. Mm-hmm. I totally
So
get you.
see, I'm not saying that one fight, because it's not the struggle Olympics. but one fight is decidedly different than another.
Right.
So it's like it would be wrong of me to pretend that because you're not, Nigeria, SARS is the issue, and over here the issue is, hey, you're black, stop and frisk, you might get popped. So it would be wrong of me to say that what they're going through as SARS, oh, that's not a big deal because look at what we got going on. That's an unfair assessment. And I think globally, we have to look around the globe, in the diaspora, on the continent, and say that we have a problem. Some of it is self-imposed. Some of it, even what goes on the continent, is really not self-imposed if you really look at it honestly, because you still have the colonial powers that are still in charge. And a lot of these regimes in Africa are puppets for the Western powers. They're puppets for the UK, they're puppets for the US, and they're willing to victimize their own people and smuggle out resources and smuggle out, the resources in the ground, the minerals and what oil, and give it to these people and line their own pockets while disenfranchising the people who live in those countries. See, we have Black people globally, we have a problem.
Yeah, that part I agree.
Yes, I wish there was
you know what I mean? We have a common we have a common enemy, but we have a varied experience. You understand what I'm saying? The enemy may be common, but they did different things on different fronts, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What'd you say, Miss Callie?
No, I was just saying I wish that there was some way, and at this point it might be too late because there's been so much confusing information for people to really understand that African is not a culture, it is not an ethnicity, or Black, or whatever term you want to use. It's an all-encompassing term for a race, and within a race there are many different ethnicities, different nationalities, many different languages, many different phenotypes. And I think that a lot of confusing information was put out.
DT, thank you.
DT, thank you for the super chat. DT says a big thank you to our awesome. Hold on, DT says a big thank you to our awesome panel at Callie, Nola, Lulu, and Destiny joining Seanitra tonight, and these thought-provoking and awesome comments tonight. We appreciate you all. Thank you, DT.
Girl,
I mean, I like these conversations because I feel like
I've learned a lot.
Thank you, darling. These are the conversations that are necessary, and I think it's important that we need to make it our business to understand what our family in different parts of the globe is going through. I don't care if they're in West Papua and the enemy is Indonesia. I don't care if you are in Australia or you're in the Marian Islands and your enemy is over there. I don't care if you're in the US and your enemy is the US government and these militia people and all these different extremist groups. I don't care if you're in Africa and your enemy looks like you, but he's being bankrolled by somebody from the UK or from Brexit. Then doggone it, we need to understand what's happening globally to Black people.
And this is why I like your
and we have to care.
This is why I love your channel. So I'll be honest, I'm more of like after live watch, like I watch your shows after the live. This was the first time not the first, but like in a while.
Yeah, because I've seen you in the live before.
I know, but I always like watch it because I like how like your perspective of stuff. It's just mind bending, like how you look at things and all that is different. It's not like you are very analytical, very, and I respect that because it's kind of just like, oh wait, I didn't think about it like that, but okay, she's making sense. So
even that's how I feel too, but I've never had anyone match me that way, or you know what I mean? Yeah. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm just glad that that people are willing to like listen to me talk about this stuff, because a lot of times when you start talking about how you feel and what's really happening, a lot of people don't want to hear that. And as much as, like I said, y'all know I love to tell a joke. I'm not a clown, so I don't want to joke all the time. So sometimes I just want to keep it real. And a lot of times people would rather you just tell jokes.
Yeah.
And even though we're, giving our opinion on a reality show, like this is real life,
Right.
and what you
It
take
is.
in from these shows, and for me, like I have a decent amount of discernment, and I am never above reproach. Like if I'm
Yeah.
wrong, I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but I have to make sure that I know what I'm taking in. I can feed back into my children, into my nieces, into my nephew, so they can see, like, nah, this ain't that. I have a 13-year-old, and just kind of going back to, like, just teaching him like real history, our history. Like he'll come home
Right.
and he'll say something, and it's just like, like, nah, bruh. Like, and he's just like, dang, mom. I'm like, you need to know this. Like, you need to know that a black man, that, this man and this woman, like, that's how that was created.
Right.
Like, and I feel like sometimes when we get caught up in this reality TV, like, drama and the fighting, and like it's funny, but I'm a grown woman. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and sometimes it's entertaining, but I'm a
Yeah.
grown woman and I got stuff to do. I got children to raise. I got generations, to bring up, right? And in this channel and these panels, these good panels with constructive criticism, and just I'm blessed to be a part of, and just to be able to see this, because back in the day when we were younger, we didn't have this.
No, we
We didn't have a safe space to
We
be like,
didn't.
no, we really didn't. And I appreciate
Let me tell
everybody, and
you.
Miss Callie and everybody.
but
And
that's
DT, I wanted to respond to DT's comment. He said, "Thank you." Yes, thank you for mentioning West Papua, Seanitra, because Indonesia is getting me angry. And just to respond to that, I don't say a lot. Some of y'all are used to me doing the Florida Negro News and coming in here and letting y'all know what's happening globally here and there. I pay attention to what's going on in the world with Black people globally, because I'm not somebody who just says I love Black people. No, I really love Black people. I don't care where you are. I don't care where you from. I don't care what dialect you speak. I don't care if you're making cornbread or fufu. I don't care if you're making corn fritters or akara. I got your back. Like, I love, when I say I love my folks, I love my folks.
Mm-hmm.
That's legit. I don't care
yeah.
where you
No,
find mine. I
you're
love it.
genuine
And
soul,
I
Sydney.
think part of love is understanding. Like, we have to try and make an effort to understand each other.
Yeah.
We have to.
So when I first heard about you, when I first heard you talk was actually on the I don't know if should I say it? The
Oh, girls channel. No,
Yeah,
don't
help
say
us
it.
out.
okay, the AT
On
alien. And
who?
I,
You can say.
whoa.
Was it
Oh,
ATL?
okay.
Yeah, no. That was the
Yeah.
first time I knew
Yeah, because that's where I was initially.
Oh,
You're
I was like,
absolutely
every time
correct.
you'd go
I
on,
thought it was the
your
other one.
perspective was just so, like, very well articulated and intelligent and everything. And then I didn't see you there, and then I literally searched for you, and then I found your channel. I didn't even know you had one. I just kind of just put it in my
Oh, that's
YouTube.
cool.
Yeah, I put in my YouTube, and then from then, like I say, like I still listen to you. Like, I'll listen to your lives. I'll be doing, housework or whatever, and still listen. You, like, I just love how extremely intelligent you are, and your perspective on things. And it's a lot of things that, like, you talk about. You just don't talk about reality TV. You talk about politics. You talk about, it's just like, wow, this girl. Let me,
You teach me how to make what was it? Gosh, what did I make that? Or you taught me how to make it. Dang it. It
oh
it
What
wasn't
was it?
neck
I don't
bones, because I
even
don't like neck
remember.
bones.
Oh, I
yeah,
can't stand
that's
that.
how she
Was it
just,
oxtails?
Yes,
Was
the
why am I
was it
oxtail.
doing it
oxtails, Destiny?
why?
It
Yes.
was the oxtails. Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
remember
Oh,
that kinda. G
let's
darling,
see,
thank you for the super chat. I love you back.
let's see who can make me an oxtail, you and I,
I
because I can
remember
Ooh.
that, Destiny. I
me and
remember
I.
the oxtails.
I don't like neck bones either, Miss Callie. They smell good, but I just, when
But
my
see, I
mama
can't
she
Ugh.
stand
cook
the
it,
smell.
dude, I can't do it.
But
Okay,
you know
but
what?
now
I
Destiny,
really can't digest
Let me
pork.
ask you this. Since I
So
that Well, I can. I'll eat all the pork you can't, sis. I got you.
It
Trust
is
me.
stuck.
But
Whoever
Destiny,
I mean, it
when you
doesn't go
say
down.
Seventh Day Adventist. Is that you, Kylie? Like I don't do pork.
so, Destiny,
I
Mhm.
physically can't.
Oh,
you
I will
don't
be
do
sick
pork
for
either.
days.
I'm a pork
Yeah,
eater.
it
But I
has
wanted
to
to
be.
get
ask
me
Destiny a
knocked
question,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
Destiny, let me ask you this. You say neck bones smell good, but you can't eat them. Are you cooking smoked neck bones or are you cooking fresh neck bones? Because there's a difference.
I ain't cooking nothing. My
Probably
mama cooked the
smoked.
neck bones, and it just don't have enough
Ugh.
meat on there for me. I don't know.
See,
Yeah, the
some
regular
people
ones
Okay,
don't.
still
now
do that.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
Hold on,
Listen to me,
Seanitra. Read
Destiny.
that
Listen
chat.
to me, baby.
Hold on.
Auntie, go
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Read
Okay.
that chart. Sorry, Seanitra. Read that chart.
Thank you, Ian, the core junkie.
Oh,
I
how
appreciate
sweet.
that.
Mhm.
So, oh man, Dr. J say all pork. That's what I'm talking about. Now that's love, because I love pork. Like
Mm-mm.
pork makes me
I'm
happy.
an
But
Adventist. I don't.
listen, this what you do, Destiny.
Yes, ma'am.
But listen, this what you do, Destiny. If you want to try something with just to see what you can do with it, just give it a shot, right? Get smoked neck bones, smoked pork neck bones. They usually have more meat. They got more flavor because the smoke is in the meat, right?
Okay.
What you do? Renee gone to bed. Good night, sis. We love you.
Good night.
Night, night.
I'm gonna get this
So
recipe and I'm gonna
get
go
the
too.
smoked ones.
Okay.
Destiny.
Okay. Get the smoked ones, right? Boil them until they get really tender, like the meat is loosening up off the bone. And then
Okay.
what you do, get you some like fresh green beans or like some fresh cut cabbage.
Okay.
Like if you're gonna do
Or
cabbage, it's a
spinach.
trick to that one now.
What about spinach?
Now you cut it up, put it in there with the tender up meat, season it really well. Now, if you're going through the cabbage, get you a little bit of bacon fat
Yes,
and
I
pour it
keep
in there
bacon
because
fat.
what that does, it takes away that real green, grassy taste. And like,
Okay.
don't cook it until it's mush, but cook it down until it takes some of the snap out. You know what I mean? And then fix you some
Okay.
cornbread, and then come back and tell me what that do.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, my dad used to make that. I just can't.
Okay, trust me.
I can't digest it. It will be stuck right here for 3 days. The only way I can eat pork, it has to be like a really, really like heavily processed, broken down like sausage. But anything else,
Are you a texture person?
I'll eat
huh?
spinach, but
Do you
not.
have like issues with like texture and stuff?
No, it has nothing to do with the texture or the taste of anything. It literally gets stuck.
Wow.
I will have digestive problems for.
So does that happen with meat too, or is
It
it?
Yeah,
happens
it's like her body
with
just don't agree with pork.
Yeah, it
What
happens
about?
with gelatin, which is usually made from pork.
Yeah,
So
her
I
body just
don't
don't. Everybody's body doesn't agree with everything.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
and I love gummy
But
bears.
this is
Dang, no bacon?
I'm telling you.
So
But
gummy
Destiny,
bears.
Destiny, do what I'm telling you to do now. And then
Yes, ma'am.
but Destiny, all you got to do is do what Auntie telling you to do, and you'll thank me later. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying.
Okay.
So in your cornbread, do you
Because
put
see,
like?
fresh neck.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead. Should I go?
Do
Or
I put
you
what,
go?
baby?
No, in your
No, go ahead.
cornbread, do you put like the corn, like
The
the
actual
actual corn
kernels.
from the can, or how do you make your cornbread? You know how you put like the corn
Okay. Now the way
in
I make.
bread, like the corn, like you know what I
Okay.
mean, in the
I'm
can.
gonna tell you exactly what you do. Okay. In
Please.
order to make cornbread,
Mm.
you're gonna get you some yellow corn meal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can get Dixie Lily, whatever brand you want,
Dixie's or
and it's ground cornmeal. It's gonna be in the grocery store on the same aisle with your flour. You're gonna get your flour and your cornmeal. You're going to need milk. You're gonna need eggs, and you're gonna need cooking oil and a pan. So what you're gonna do first? Your measurements are 2 to 1. So if you put 2 cups of cornmeal, you're gonna put 1 cup of flour. You got it? If you do 3 cups of cornmeal, you're gonna do 1.5 of flour. Everything is 2 to 1. And then what you're gonna do is put you about four. Well, before you put your eggs, you're gonna put a little milk in there, and you're gonna add milk slowly, and you're not gonna make it real runny. It's gonna be like a doughy consistency, a little bit looser than dough. You're gonna add in about 4 or 5 eggs, and mix it in really, really good. And then if you want to add a little sugar, you can add a little bit of sugar. I add sugar to mine because everybody likes a little sugar in their bread. And then you're going to add your cooking oil. Now, this is important. If you do not add cooking oil to your cornbread, it's going to be tough. You're going to chip a tooth. So you got to add some cooking oil to your cornbread, unless you want to get Jay up paying for a pound. Once you add your cooking oil until you can see it like resting on top of it. When you stir it in and you still see a thin layer resting on top, that's enough. Now you can oil the pan with Pam, or you don't have to oil it. Like if you have enough cooking oil in your cornbread, you might not even have to put any oil in your pan to oil it. And then you just pour it up, put your oven 50, and cook it till it's done.
Okay, so
that's after you're done. You don't butter it while it's still raw.
But I was told you do everything you're saying, but then they add like cream of something, and then they add the corn like from a
I think you're thinking of buttermilk.
Oh, I get whatever that.
Now, see, this is the thing, Lulu. Now you can make cornbread with corn in it, but that's the sour cream cornbread. That's something different.
Oh yeah, sour.
Now, what I told you is a basic cornbread.
That sounds fire.
Okay.
Now, if you do a sour cream cornbread, then what you do is you don't add as much milk. You add very little milk, and in the place of that milk, you add more sour cream. And then when you add your eggs, you're gonna get your canned corn and drain all that water off it, and then put that corn into the batter. And then you're still gonna add your little pinch of sugar, and you still gonna add your oil. Now, in that sour cream cornbread. Now, if you want to make crackling cornbread, like if you deep country, then you get your pork cracklings. If you get them raw, you fry them down. Yes.
Pork what? What is that? What that is? What?
Cracklings. That's the cracklings. That is the pork skin. That's not a pork. That's not a rind.
Oh.
The crackling still has some of the meat.
I know what you're talking about.
Crackling still has some of the meat.
Yeah, it's near the
skin, and you fry it down. But when you make the batter for the crackling cornbread, you're gonna want to add a little bit of blackstrap molasses instead of sugar. And some people add a little touch of Parmesan to give it a different taste.
What?
Now that's what you do when you
go to her house for Thanksgiving.
Nah, I need the recipe.
I know.
Yeah, I have
cookbook somebody
cornbread with the corn in it one time.
Cause see me, like I'm one of those. And now Lulu, I warn you, I'm one of those cooks. I don't really cook by recipes. I just go in the kitchen.
Yeah,
and cook.
but
I don't measure nothing.
You guesstimate.
Boy, she be like, just a little bit of this and a little bit of that.
It's like you don't have to guess though.
Oh.
Like being honest, honestly, Lulu, you don't have to guess. Like after you do it enough, you can look at it. You know what it looks like. You cook it till it smells right. And like when you're making bread or cakes or whatever, if you think it's done, you can always pull it out, put a knife in or a toothpick or something. As long as it come out dry, you good to go. But you don't have to use a toothpick. Just use a clean knife. Because like if you stick your butter knife in there and that butter knife come out clean, your bread is done.
Yes, ma'am.
Girl, what you doing for Thanksgiving?
I have never been able to get my cake to come out right.
I cook everything for Thanksgiving.
Oh, no.
What? I'm trying to eat all that.
Yeah, Thanksgiving, I cook everything. Thanksgiving and Christmas, I cook everything.
You do?
Every time I'm on a panel, I always get a food conversation going. I don't know what it is.
I
just like food. I love food.
I swear, like you can never go wrong with no. I love food. Like it's like, and being here in Texas, it's like, cause Oh, the other girl left. Like I went to school in Maryland. I live in the DMV, and then I moved down here, and I just love the food here. Sometimes I'll go to New Orleans. I don't know if that's where you're from.
I love New Orleans. It's my
Yes,
The
I'm
whole
on my way
favorite.
home in a few
situation.
days.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
I had
I,
crawfish for the first
ooh,
time one day. So
ooh.
good. It's so good.
Oh, that's gonna be my first stop before I even put my
Are you
foot
from?
down.
Are you from New Orleans? Are
Oh,
you from New Orleans?
Well, I grew up there. I was actually born here in Los Angeles, and my parents got a divorce, and my mom moved to New Orleans. So I grew up there in pretty much my whole childhood in New
that's
Orleans. But
cool.
my family is originally from another part of Louisiana.
Mm.
That's cool.
I love the Cajun food. It's just ooh,
Creole food
it's
is
very
better.
flavorful.
Oh my
Creole food
God.
is better than Cajun food, and there is a difference.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Big
explain that
difference.
because I just figured Cajun.
Big difference.
Yep.
What is the difference?
Huge difference.
It's like
The flavor profile, the
Yeah,
recipes,
the
everything
flavors are
is
not the
different.
same.
Mm,
yeah,
It's not the same.
it's not.
Definitely
Because
not the
Cajuns
same.
are
It's
actually
like okay.
mm.
Cajuns are
Go ahead,
Canadian.
Callie.
They're Canadians.
That's who
They're
they are,
Canadians that
Canadians.
came down into Louisiana versus people that actually came from West Africa or France.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a little, and I understand the Canadians came from France first, but they was in Canada for a minute.
Right. They was
So
up there in
the
the
flavor
cold.
profile is not the same, and also a
Yeah,
lot
the
of
flavor
Creole
profile is
cooking
way off.
actually comes from West
Mm.
Africa. It doesn't even come from France. The
Okay.
France thing
That's right.
is not a total myth, but it's a little bit exaggerated.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
We need to do like a
I've learned so much today. I did
like
not know.
right,
People
like a
think that
recipes like
that's the
swap.
thing. Like people think that everything Creole is actually people trying to be French. There's a lot of West African things from different West African cultures
Yeah.
that are mixed into the Creole culture, and that
Not
is
to right.
yeah.
But I didn't know about the
Not to
cat.
mention the fact, and not to mention the fact, Callie, if we keeping it real, there were a whole lot of slaves that were brought up from Haiti and deposited
There we
Yep.
go.
into Louisiana.
Yes,
Yep.
yes.
Like there's a whole story there. There's a whole story there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Mm.
yes, especially if
Mhm.
there are people who are originally from New Orleans. And a lot of people are not originally from New Orleans because the black population of actual New Orleans way back during the times of bondage was not that big.
Mm.
Yeah.
Most people actually migrated from somewhere else. Like Seanitra said, they came from Haiti, they came from other parts of Louisiana, they came from North Carolina.
I
Mm.
can see that.
So
Yeah.
yeah. So
I
there's
can
only really a few ones. So that's why I always hear, whenever I hear somebody say they're Creole, I can almost bet that they are not really actually from New Orleans or anywhere near New Orleans.
Yeah.
Because people in New Orleans that are really actually from that New Orleans culture do not go around saying they're Creole. I ain't met one yet.
Let me tell you.
Yeah. And I even asked another
I
lady from Louisiana, and she said the same thing. She said she had only met a very elderly man that identified as Creole, and she still lives in New Orleans. And because I was just curious, I was noticing that, and I just asked him. I said, "Have you ever met anyone that's actually identified as a Creole person?" And she said, "No, not really. It was this one 88-year-old man I met years ago. He's deceased now, but that's not really something that people do." And then so I asked another guy, and he said, "Well, to be honest, there are really only certain families, and those families actually have a record and they have documentation and all of that stuff. And they're not that many."
Yeah.
Yes. And this guy's from New Orleans, New Orleans. Like he is legit. Like
Yeah.
they've been there since
Lola.
Yeah,
1700s. Yeah. And so he told me, he was like, most of these people talking this Creole crap is full of crap. They just want to be something different. I just say I'm Louisianian.
You know,
Wow.
You know?
I love the boudin, and then like,
Ah.
oh yeah, and when I went to New Orleans, I had to work because I style. I'm a stylist, so I styled in a fashion show, and they had the seafood boudin. Oh my god, that was so good.
Yeah,
I
there's
think what's
some places are better
interesting
than
is like
others.
I
Japan
feel
is
like
not.
when it comes to black people in different parts
Mhm.
of the world, literally the food is
Yeah.
tells
Mhm.
the story. Like the
Oh
food
my
tells the
God.
story of the people.
Mm-hmm.
DGF makes an
Ooh.
excellent point in the chat. She said Charleston and Savannah have ridiculously delicious food, and they do. And so it's like when you get into the food of different groups, whether it's regional, state, whatever,
Mhm.
black people, like it had the we have a story to tell. And
We
like when you
do.
get to this
Ooh.
country, there's so many different um cultural things that are just different when you go state to state, region to region, sometimes city to city. Like the food tells the story, and it's like we don't really get into and explore the truth of these stories because everybody is accepting this monolith that people
Mhm.
are placing on us, and you miss out. And I was
Mhm.
This
talking to a
monolith.
dear friend of mine. He's a Nollywood actor. He's really silly, but we were talking, and he had came over here and went back or whatever. He was talking about just the food, like, oh man,
Mhm.
this was this and that was that. Like, what
Me.
you call this and what did you call that? So we were just laughing and talking, and
Mhm.
so it was like, well, why did you call it this and that? So I was explaining some things to him, and I said, look, Kev, let me just tell you,
Mm.
just like you where you are, House of Food is different from Yoruba food, is different from Igbo food. When you get to America, we don't have tribes here. It's just where
Right.
you from. So
Mhm.
Right.
food from Texas is
Mhm.
different from Florida food, is different from Georgia
True.
food, is different from
Mhm.
Midwest food. So like when you come here, you can
Mhm.
literally go on a whole tour of just food and stick with
Mhm.
just black cooks and you will get something different every doggone night. Like we
Right.
have a different story to tell, and I think we honor whereas we don't necessarily honor it in the way that I think we should. We definitely honor it in our cooking, in our recipes. That is where we kept a lot of the history, and you still got people that want to give that away. The good news is most of the people who are willing to can't cook, so you can't give away much when you don't know it.
True.
Okay.
That's
But
true.
Your point is about keeping history. Like it's the same thing about the music. So we do that with the food and the music, and that's
we
what
Mm-hmm.
do it with the food.
a lot. Huh? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to add on to what you said about how like keeping history through the food, but that's how
The
we
food tells the
also keep
story.
history
Yeah.
through music because that was a way of our ancestors getting through what they went through music. And
Hmm.
it's just so ironic that
Yeah.
everybody else like is just like I don't know trying to grab onto that. But yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Right.
unfortunately, I
And
think a
it's
lot
and
of
the thing
the
is, it's like, and here's the thing: a lot of them want to grab onto it
Mm-hmm.
with no respect for why it is the way it is. Like they don't care
yeah.
why we created it.
Mhm.
They don't care what conditions caused
Right.
it. They just want to
Mm,
steal it because they like the end result. They like the product. And
yeah.
that is why
Mm,
I feel like it's such a shame that we hold nothing sacred. We
oh.
hold nothing sacred. And
I
it's
agree.
so sad. Like we are some of the most beautiful people. Like our history is so
Most
rich. Like there's
admired.
so many beautiful, colorful stories, and
Mm,
our history is beautiful and it's as colorful as we are. And we literally will give away priceless things. Ourselves, our history is priceless, and we'll just give it away like it means nothing.
mm-hmm.
Like they haven't stolen enough of
That's
it. I don't even know where I'm from in Africa. All I know is that,
Well,
I have
Have
Native
you done
American
the
roots.
DNA?
That's it.
I was gonna say, have you done your DNA?
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous to do
Yeah.
it. Not,
Good.
I don't know. Which one would you recommend, I
this.
guess?
Let me. But Destiny,
Depends on how
I
much
told.
work.
I think you were here when I told y'all. Destiny, I think you were here when I told y'all before. Go to AfricanAncestry.com.
Mm-hmm.
Do not go to
Okay.
any of those clear people owned services. Use
Okay.
AfricanAncestry.com. It's run by Black professors, Black doctors, and they literally took their time and collected genetic information from tribes all across the continent. Find out who
Mm-hmm.
your people are because that's important. Like when you
Right.
It
know more
is.
about your lineage,
What?
it'll
What?
help you to understand more
Right.
about yourself.
Okay.
Learn about where you come from. Like, honestly, I've had friends that did it and they were literally like, it helped me understand why I do certain things, why
Yeah.
I react to things a certain way, why I
That's
feel
what's
this
up.
way. Like, there are some really deep-seated things that are attached to your blood,
Mhm.
and it's
True. You
spiritual.
know,
Like,
you
not to
know,
get too deep, but like, we have
It
spiritual
is.
things that are attached to our blood.
yeah. Oh my God.
And how can
That's
you
what I,
address it when you don't even understand your
mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was thinking
That's
too,
what you
I
say,
was like,
Lulu?
man, even if I did,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
So yeah,
I,
I'm gonna add on to what sis just said.
yes.
I mean, I'm African. I go home. I try to go home every year and stuff. But to her point, as far as like ancestral stuff, yeah, okay. Like I'm from a country called Zambia. That's like maybe a 2 hour flight from South Africa. I always say that because people never really know it.
Mm-hmm.
But when I did go to Ghana,
Oh,
where
I know where Zambia is.
where the slaves, like the tunnels, because that was a port where they would take the
Mm-hmm.
slaves there.
Mhm.
Then it was a
Yes.
port you went through, and then you
Yep.
got on the ship, and then you came here. But let me tell you something. When I went there and I toured that, I could not stop crying. Like it was just so surreal. I'm like, wow.
I was about
So,
to ask you, did it make you
mhm.
break down? Because
Yes, it did.
everybody's
Yes,
experience,
it
like,
did.
absolutely
Oh,
nobody has ever
girl,
told me that they went to the port of no return and did
when
not
you
end
go,
up in complete and utter
let me
tears
tell
and
you,
Shambles.
chaos.
when you go
Oh man.
down, like it was like where it's like, okay, point of no return, and you go, like it was, you go
Yep.
down stairs and then a tunnel, and then it comes out in the ocean, and then it shows you where they kept them, like when they were waiting for the ships to come. That really, really, like it just was like, oh my God, this was so
Mm.
inhumane. These people are
It was a
evil.
way,
I mean,
and
the fact
it's
that
Oh,
countries
crazy
do
because
that.
I can't.
honestly, seeing things like that, it gives you
Hmm.
a better understanding for the
Perspective.
terrorism,
Hmm.
because that
Right.
was terrorism. That was
It
Yeah.
it was.
terrorism. It gives
It
you
was.
a better understanding of the terrorism that was the transatlantic slave trade. That was a terrorist act.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
so when you really get a chance to look at
Mm.
stuff like that, I don't know. I like I said, I've never heard
It
anybody
was
say that they've been to
emotional.
the port of no return and did not
Woo.
end up a mess, just crying.
Yeah. So
Everybody has the same
I'll implore
experience that
you
you
guys, if
just
you
end up
ever,
breaking down.
if there's a country like you say, oh, I want to go to Africa, I feel like
Go to Ghana.
go to Ghana.
Okay. I'll
And
go. I want to take my
not that
son.
I'm
I
saying
want to take my
go
kids.
everywhere else, but like as far as I saw, you just grasp what our people went through.
Oh man.
So you can just grasp like what like chains and all this. You're like, wow, these people will stay here
Mhm.
for months before they will be put on a boat to be transported all the way here. Like it would just
To be
make you just
stolen.
like, oosh,
Yes, and there was also a lot of pregnant women
The
because
fact
the
that
women
they
were
the
ooh,
being
fact that they were
assaulted.
just
So
stolen, that they and you know what's crazy about that too is the
mm,
fact that, of course, the revisionist history, where we're
right,
going to tell this story that all of these people were just betrayed by other Africans, which that's part of the story,
happens.
but
Mm,
they love to leave out the fact that there were raids. They raided a lot of villages. Like
they did.
there's a
Mm-hmm.
historical a verbal and historical record of Igbo villages that were literally huts were set on fire, and they captured
Mm-hmm.
people as they ran out, and even killed some of the
Mm-hmm.
elders that tried to stop them. There's record
Mhm.
of Ghanaian kings who had their heads cut off, and one of which is his head is still in a museum in Europe because he refused to sell
What?
slaves to those animals. Yes. So
No
see, like,
way.
it's a very, when we start getting into the stories of what took happen,
Yeah.
because what took place, and that was very definitely a Holocaust, but that's the one that everybody tells us to get over, right? And we
Right.
Mhm.
must remember the other one. But what happened to
Mm.
the people who look like
Wow.
us, to our forebears? We're supposed to forget it.
Mm-hmm.
You just get over
Wow.
it.
Because they fled here.
When what
We
took
still
place
here. We're still. We're
when what
still.
took place But this is the thing.
Mhm.
That was an act of terrorism that took place
Mhm.
over the course of 400 years.
Mhm.
A
Mhm.
400-year
Mhm.
act of
Mhm.
terrorism
400. That's a
Mhm.
that we're
long
still
time.
feeling the effects of,
Yeah, I mean, we
that
were,
we're still feeling the
yeah,
effects of, and
Mm.
we're being told while we're still in the middle of it, forget about it. That
yeah,
Right.
we were permanently
to
And that's
displaced.
why,
me is
like, when
audacity.
Mhm.
that's
That's
Um,
why
audacity.
that's why with the whole reunion when Gizelle is telling like what is that? Like it's just
I
it
swear I
was
wanted
so
to reach through
triggering.
that
I'm like, are you
oh, I wanted to.
fucking kidding me? Like really? Like can you just at least
yeah.
acknowledge
You
that
know
you
what? That let me
and you
know
know
that
better?
Candace was right. That is the reason why. Because if
Yeah,
it
just
wasn't,
solidified it.
Giselle would have said,
Mm,
the color of your skin has nothing to do with why I don't like you. You did A, B, and C to me, and that's why I don't fool with you. But she was not able to say that.
but the thing is, she knows her color of her skin is why she can get away with shit with stuff. That's the thing. And so like here we are, like you see how deep rooted the whole colorism conference, like now we're going back to like back then, the whole Ghana and tunnels and all that, because it all stems down from that. And for
And it's
someone to
crazy.
downplay it, it is
Mhm.
extremely
That's where everything
triggering and
starts.
annoying.
But that's why I think this show needs to go.
Oh
This show
god.
Yeah,
is
I'm
too
done with it.
toxic.
They don't take it serious because this
I'm
is
done
Yeah.
with it.
life. It's not
Well,
that
this
we're just
is this
sitting
is the
here.
thing, and I think this is what's the most dangerous about a show like this, and a lot
Mhm.
of things on television. It's not just this one. That's why y'all hear me say a lot of stuff I will not watch. I'm not being funny. I'm being real.
Mm.
It exposes us to trauma. These are emotional
Oh.
traumas that are very real to us as Black people and Black women,
Mhm.
and so with these type of things happening and it's on television and you're watching it and you're taking it in, at this point it is self-imposed trauma. At a certain point
It's
we
Exactly.
have to
triggering.
take responsibility and refuse to engage in self-harm. If
Yep.
it's harming me and it's traumatic to
Mm,
me to watch this atrocity played out on a screen, and to
mm,
watch these Black women, even if they are ignorant as hell, subjected to it on a repeated basis, we have to start to ask ourselves, okay, what is my motive for engaging in this
mhm.
trauma?
Mhm.
Like
And
for
how does
myself, I have a very clear
no?
answer. I watch and I engage so that I can have intelligent and conversation about what's happening and the social constructs that we're witnessing on on these shows. Now
Yep.
I may have to tell a joke or two to get to the meat of the matter, but that is
Mhm.
indeed why I would even engage in this type of self-harm and
Mm,
self-trauma. But
And
the
that comes
problem
with
is a lot of our
maturity.
people the problem is a lot of our people watch these shows for entertainment value only. And we're not even
Mhm.
considering the fact that you're actually taking in trauma. And if you want to know if you are, just think about how you feel after
mm,
you watched it. When you finish
Right.
watching the likes of a Giselle Graves Bryant play
mm,
dumb and gaslight that young Black woman, when
mm.
you finish watching that, and like you said, Destiny, you wanted to strangle her, that means
Mhm.
that you took in trauma.
Right.
Exactly.
Philly
Exactly.
Boy
It was
12,
triggering as hell.
welcome to the royal family.
Hi, silly
We
boy.
got a new family
Hey,
member, y'all.
silly
Welcome to the royal
boy.
family. Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
Just so you know, you are welcome here. My email is scrolling at the bottom of the screen, Seanitra at philsdaughter.com, or you can inbox me at Seanitra_royal at Instagram. Make sure you send us your birthday
Oh,
and your cash
I
app
gotta
so we can
follow you on
celebrate with
Insta,
you,
sis.
along with any other special days that you'd like for us to celebrate with you on this channel. Please come in and get busy. We have committees that help with um, visiting long-term care facilities, helping needy families, as well as a Black business spotlight. So please come in, engage, help yourself, and we do have virtual parties, and we hope that you'll take part. Okay, y'all welcome our new family member in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Hey,
J. Thank you,
silly
Keisha
boy.
E, for welcoming our new member. And I appreciate
Hi,
y'all for
silly
letting me pause
boy.
for the cause, because we do have to
Yeah.
welcome new members. So y'all make sure y'all give him a royal family welcome, okay? All right, ladies, go ahead.
Oh
Uh,
shoot, what was I
were
about?
you talking, Destiny? I don't know.
I don't remember.
Or was you, Callie?
I'm sorry. I really hate to
No,
mess up the flow like when y'all are flowing like that, but I didn't want to have a new member and just not acknowledge
Mm-hmm.
that we have a new family member
no,
here.
for sure, for sure. But I am gonna go ahead and go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
So but the next time,
As
you know,
are
like
we all.
yes, yes, yes. But but I
Oh,
just wanted to thank you guys. Sorry. Loving the
Oh
discourse. Love from New
wow.
New
Zealand.
Another one from New Zealand. Silly
Wow,
Boy
New
12. Welcome,
Zealand.
welcome,
I
welcome.
better visit
And thank
over
you for the
there. I
super
Welcome.
like
chat.
Europe.
Just so you know, Silly
Hey,
Boy 12,
silly
we
boy.
have another New Zealander in the chat, and that is DT. DT is
Big
also in New
Sis.
Zealand. So we got two. We have two family members repping their set all the way from New Zealand, all the way here with us. And Silly Boy 12, you are welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay. We love you already.
Yes, yes. Well,
Yeah,
good
no,
night,
guys.
ladies.
I want to
I
say.
will
Oh, no, oh, sorry,
out.
Destiny. I know you're about to go. I just wanted to say that this was so eye-opening, and it opened up a lot of my awareness on certain things that I did not know. And so I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful. And this was such a good panel. And we talked a lot about. I know it started off from colorism, but then it got deep into really the nitty gritty or the meat of the potatoes and everything about it. And so I'm just very grateful to my dear sis.
Oh,
I really no. She listen, like I say, like when she spoke on that platform, I was like, oh no, she's in depth. So I always watch, but I'm always there after like watching. This was like my first
oh.
live that I caught in a very long time because I work, I do all these, So thank you guys, thank you, and
Oh,
thank
And
thank
thank you for
you.
being here. And
And you too,
Destiny, you
Miss
said you
Callie.
headed to bed. You want to tell everybody anything before you go to bed?
Um, stay black and stay beautiful. Stay prayed up. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all next
We
time.
love you back.
All
All
right,
right,
bye.
boo. Callie, you got anything you want to tell the good people before you go to bed?
Well, I'm frozen. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but good night.
We can hear you. You're not frozen.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say good night. I'm actually not going to bed. I've hit my stride. I'm working on a project. I'm trying to finish it up. So I might be up for another few hours. But yeah, good night, you guys.
Oh, shoot. Well, we glad you came to kick it with us, Callie, late night, hanging with the Royal family on the porch.
Yeah, I had to say goodbye to this show. I feel like not only myself, but all you content creators, you guys put so much into it. And I'm like, you know what? I think this is probably going to be my last convo about Potomac. So I might as well hop in.
Well, and you know what? I don't blame you. I don't blame you because, hey, August twin, because like I said, it is a lot of trauma and it's taking in a lot of traumatic and abusive behavior and imagery, and it's very real to us. And our pain should not be the world's entertainment. So I don't blame you, and I
Mm-hmm.
can't promise that I'm going to stop looking because if they do something wrong, I'm going to jump up and down, yell, scream, and point. And I
Well,
feel
I
like
want to
somebody has
really
to
see if they
do it.
they do get rid of anybody, if they take the hint. I am curious to see what they're going to do with this show. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, unless, like I said, unless these people are gone, I'm out. I just can't take it because I feel that it's being spearheaded by production, that it's not
Yep.
just these isolated people. Because if it was, they would look at
It
the
wouldn't
ratings and be like,
work if
okay,
they
we
were
got to make
just by
some changes.
themselves.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I will say this much: like, Even if you don't want to watch it or you want to hear like if they've been caught or something went wrong, just pop over here on the porch. You know I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you everything. You know I'm gonna tell you everything about it.
All right. I appreciate you so much, and I definitely appreciate you for reminding me about that cornbread. I've only had it one time, and I had completely forgot about it. So
see, we get into everything over here. Everything from cooking to TV to praying and everything. We get into everything over here. So
well,
you're in the right place.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks for having me. And like I said, I'm sure there'll be another show where I will pop in.
That's right. Well, you know you family, so you're welcome to do whatever you need to do on this porch.
Oh, all right, guys. Thank you. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Callie. And for everybody else, look, y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all all good night. Everybody about to get a good night from me. I've been in here for 5 hours, 43 minutes, and 53 seconds. Now, y'all know y'all weren't supposed to keep me in here this long, and I'm going to bed. I might not go to sleep, but I'm going to bed. I am. I bet you I am. So I'm going to get up out of here, but I enjoyed everybody in the chat. Like, y'all kept me on my toes trying to read comments while I was running my big old mouth. I appreciate everybody for engaging in intelligent discourse with us, like actually talking about some real stuff. Like, I love the jokes. I love to play around. Y'all know I'm real silly, but I love when we can actually talk and engage and like people really like come from a real place and talk about how they feel and what they see and their perspective. So that was super cool. Thank you to everybody who popped up on the porch to hang out with us, from Couture Bay, Lulu, Callie Nola, Destiny, absolutely everybody. Thank y'all for being here in the chat. I can't say everybody's name, but I tried to greet y'all as you came in. Okay. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to get off of here. Those of you who did not hit the like button on the way in, please remember to hit the like button on the way out. Hit the notification bell. Make sure that you click all so you'll know every time we go live on this porch. And also subscribe if you have not subscribed. Make sure if you want to join channel membership, do just what Silly Boy 12 did. Hit the join button under the video or the membership link in the description box of the video. Okay? I appreciate you guys. Everybody have a wonderful night. And remember, sweet dreams, say your prayers. And God loves you. I love you. And ain't nothing you can do about it. We'll talk again maybe tomorrow. Okay? Bye, y'all.